Glue tube, go! Yes. Glue tube is live. Hello, Classic Buster. Hello, Curly. I'm doing really well, thank you. How are you? I did sleep funny last night, so one of my shoulders is absolutely killing me, but that's what happens as soon as you hit 30. Is there another badge after Toast yet? So Toast is your 8 month? Yes, there is another one after Toast. We've got the 1 year one. It is uploaded. 37, you feel that so bad? Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's always fun. I woke up and was like, oh no, I just can't look right. So I should turn my entire body if I want to look that way. Isn't that fun? Isn't that the nice part about growing old? Older, wiser, and your nerves will get trapped by the parts of your body that moves around like some kind of weird marionette puppet. You're looking forward to watching the D&D VOD later? I'm going to warn you, it ends with Winky saying, well, we've got 3 minutes of the campaign left, and me and Greg saying, hold my beer. So if you're looking forward to the campaign, it's absolute carnage. We hit, I think, $5,000 raised in the first hour. And it just went really, really chaotic from there. So it was great fun. I had a really, really good time, to be honest with you. And it's always good fun when I get to play D&D with other people. I'm looking forward to Curly being around for us to resume doing a campaign. I think that is the plan at some point. So I just need to speak to Winky. Winky takes an awful lot on himself when he does the DMing for this, and I'm really pleased that he does. The one thing I want to make sure that all of us do is, if you're in Winky's chat, make sure you thank him for DMing, because DMing isn't easy, and Winky is kind of prone to questioning whether he's done a good job quite a lot on it. So if you are in Winky's chat at any point, please make sure that you are giving him a big shout out for putting the effort in, trying hard to do cool things, and just doing his best, because that's all we can do. We love D&D Winky Edition. Massive shout out for the effort Winky put in for all of these. With Bells on, you had a really bad week, and I'm sad you missed it, but it was the best time. I'm glad that you didn't push yourself, Curly, because I know that when you're low on spoons and energy, pushing yourself, and it can be fun in the moment, but it can be pretty difficult long term. So I'm sad that you weren't there, but I'm pleased that you put yourself first, if that makes sense. And of course there'll be more. Of course. You used to watch the rest, you went to bed before it ended. Oh, it was ridiculous. I fully accept that it was ridiculous. The FOMO was real? Oh, I can imagine. Yeah. But I think it's just a fun thing to do, and I think we will be doing more of it. It's great. Hello, hope you enjoyed D&D last night. Didn't stay for it, not your sort of thing. Absolutely fine, Lightling, not a problem at all. Thank you for being here yesterday at all. Even the awareness of just the cause is the important part. Even if D&D isn't your thing, thank you for supporting, me to support Humane World, because, stopping animal testing is important. It's completely unnecessary. We've got humans that are dumb enough to volunteer to be tested on. It's probably cheaper than running all of the labs, so why not just do that? Come on, let's be real. Even if you don't give a fuck about the animal welfare perspective, which is vitally important, even just from the economics point of view, just pay humans to do it. That's fine. Well, informed consent is a wonderful thing. Breaking all of Winky's plans, your donations, and him winging it was epic. I like the campaigns where we wing it. I think it's more fun that way. You're getting to see kind of the fun, flexible things in the moment are half of the fun of D&D. I'm not using the same gear as I was using before, so what? I'm not standing in that. Don't stand in the AoEs. That's the job for the DPSs, and I'm a healer. I stood in the AoE. My bad. Okay, that was tolerable. 700 silver isn't bad. Come on a boat and get tested seems good to me. We are next best thing to monkeys and apes, so why not use us humans? There's plenty of us. I'd probably, I'd probably accept certain levels of medical experimentation for the right price. I'm not sure exactly what that price is. I've not had to think about it in detail yet. No one's offering, but there's probably a price at which I'd be like, yeah, you can experiment on me for money. Standing in the AoE, always horrible, getting off the bottom of the chute. It's horrible, isn't it? Yeah, Oh, necromancy on the sole of my boots. Not my good shoes. I don't want that. Oh, there's necromancy on these boots. Always make sure you wipe the necromancy off of your shoes before you come in the house, kids. That's very important. Oh, classic. Stream streaks are in a really weird spot. I know that there was an issue a couple of days ago where a bunch of people just seem to lose them despite catching the stream, so it might be you got caught in that. Exactly, Lightling. Based on everything I know about popular culture, allowing humans to get tested on more means that we can get more superheroes. Exactly, Phil. Yeah, you have to leave your necromancy outside in the necromancy rack before you can come in. Yeah, we have a special necromancy rack. We don't want necromancy in the front, in the living room, you know, not around the kids. It's not good for them at that young age. Okay, Curly, if you want to raise the dead, you're going to have to go on a special course for that, which is fine, but I just want to make sure that, you know, you've got an adequate certificate so that you can be raising, you know, you can be raising the dead. We have to make sure that only the skilled practitioners are doing, you know, are operating in this area. Give you the link. I'll send it your way. Don't worry. Yeah, there's a whole OSHA course for it. Exactly, Phil. Yeah. Raising the dead in a loving and supportive environment. Yeah, you've got corpse protective services. What qualifications do you need for poisons and curses? You at least need an introductory course in alchemy. That one, Frax. You should be able to get that from any community college, though. It's quite an easy introductory course. That one. You're not talking about things like, you know, soul poisons or, you know, nightmare curses. Those are different. That's very specialist kind of third-year knowledge. The popular thing was raising hell, not the dead. I think that we started with raising roofs. That was fine, but the scope creep has gotten a bit much. Going from raising roofs to raising hell to raising the dead, it's just a bit much. I think we should save raising hell and raising the dead for future sprints. We'll circle back to it next quarter. Ooh, you don't like that? Did that upset your inner corporate, Sindri? Your inner developer didn't enjoy it. You're sounding too much like work. Why have you just thought of raising the dead to avoid raising taxes? Well, that's, you know, don't give the British any ideas, Phil. Jeez, calm down. It was rude. Making sure everyone's awake. What is a Monday morning without at least one or two really bad puns or jokes? Come on. This is how I make sure you're all sufficiently kind of mentally hardened up ahead of Monday. That's how that goes. If I can make a couple of bad work jokes, you'll be like, oh, well, you know, I'm going to work now. At least I don't have to listen to Kronos making bad jokes. And see, it makes it easier and makes it harder at the same time. So we all win. What if Monday's your day off? Then go you. Enjoy your Monday off. You get that bag. We get stuck with the bad jokes. Not all Monday, and I will run out of steam on some of them. Eventually. Maybe. We'll see. Amateur Shrink, thank you so much for the resub at tier 1. 4 months in total. You are an absolute legend, bud. I really appreciate you being here. I hope you're having a good Monday morning. What if we were listening to you whilst at work? Well, I'm giving you double work, Sindri, at that point. I'm helping make sure there's synergy between the stream that you're watching and the work that you're doing, so that your brain doesn't get too confused and too stressed. See? I'm making sure there's some kind of cognitive synergy between the thought streams that are going on. That one might be too much bullshit even for me. Depends on what medicine they're testing. Like, they say this new one I recently heard of, I'd be happy to not have to pay the stuff if it works. And so they do you a bunch of money if they mess up and give you super cancer. You don't want super cancer. There would need to be some ethical, you know, limitations to the testing on the humans thing. Your brain gets stressed just being awake. That is the... I'm going to be really honest with you here, Striker. Yes, that's the point. Stress by itself is not bad. This is the thing that I think people seem to forget. You are meant to be stressed in certain ways, in certain increments. You're not meant to be overstressed. When you are stressed, generally it means you're learning, or you're in an environment in which you are needing to develop a skill or learn something in order to kind of thrive there. If you aren't stressed at all, you end up, those skills get stagnant. You lose that ability to progress in the same way. You lose momentum. Some stress is good. Over stress is bad, and that's the limit. So your brain should get stressed just being awake. It shouldn't get overstressed. About capacity, not capability. And that's different for absolutely everyone. You've all got things that affect your capacity every single day. But capability, we're all capable of dealing with stress. It's about overstress, or too much of it, or the wrong kinds of stress that are the problem. Don't let yourself think that stress is the enemy. Overstress is the enemy. That's the problem. Limiting yourself and giving yourself breaks, giving yourself the grace to be like, you know what? I've worked hard enough is half the challenge for a lot of people. But yeah, don't let yourself fall into the trap that all stress is bad, because some stress is good. Without some stress, we don't kind of learn and grow as people. People often confuse anxiety and stress. That's very true as well. I think the problem can be that stress, especially when you've been stressed for a long period of time, that can lead to all kinds of nervous system disorders and can make existing anxieties much, much worse. So again, being aware and mindful of what you're feeling is a lifelong skill. You'll never be perfect at it. And even the best people who are being mindful, you know, of what they're doing and what they're saying and how they're feeling will have moments when they slip. It's just human nature. But if you're having a hard time learning to, like, channel what you feel and how you feel it, and to stay away from, like, red light thoughts that you know are big triggers for you, it's probably one of the best ways, I think, that people can learn to manage their own kind of thoughts and behaviors. Because it's very easy to get stuck in the same kind of thought patterns and not know how to change them. Conflict is productive as long as the end state is ahead of where you are. See, conflict is a difficult one. I wouldn't use the word conflict as a positive or a negative thing. Conflict generally, combativeness, it generally isn't that good. But, yeah, stress is the word I was using rather than conflict. Eustress versus distress. Exactly, yeah. Stress that pushes you to do better versus stress that pulls you down. It's about limiting one, managing the other, and ultimately looking after yourself and being aware of what's going on in your body and brain at any given time. It's part of the challenge of learning to exist. Is it bad after a weekend in London at Euston Station? I was walking worse than people with London Marathon medals around their neck? No, standing is worse for many people than running or walking. I am the kind of person where walking, generally quite fine. Sometimes my leg will give way. Standing, a stand is the enemy. A long stand, real bad. So it depends on your body, your physical state, and all kinds of things. So it's not necessarily bad that, after, you know, multiple hours of standing, you are worse than people who are running and in motion, doing something they've got lots of practice with. Don't compare yourself to them, Andy Finley. Standing can be the enemy just as much as running can be bad for your knees. Existing is hard? Yeah, existing is a struggle. You know, if you think about how nature is, like, the fact that we exist at all is just wild. You know, we're inside a glass bubble. The outside universe is incredibly hostile to us. Existence is difficult, yeah. Learning how to channel what you can is the hard bit, because there's a lot of stuff that people worry about that you just can't change. Like, you can't do anything to influence, but you can change its impact on you, and you can learn to deal with stresses that you can't control and try and change things that bother you, which you can control. But it's not a quick process, and it doesn't take 0 spoons to do. It takes mental energy. This is what I was talking to Perry about this when I was at DreamHack, and I use the example a lot with you guys, that if you have something you don't like in your kitchen, you rearrange your kitchen, you might move the drawers in which you keep your forks. You might change where you keep your wooden spoons. When you are cooking and you are in the moment and you are focusing on getting something done, you might very well go back instinctively to the old location where you were keeping those items, because that's where your subconscious brain recognizes that they are there. You'll have to consciously catch yourself when you realize it's not there multiple times, sometimes even for years afterwards, even though you consciously did choose to change where those drawers were at the time. You have to give yourself the recognition that those kind of things and patterns of thinking don't change immediately, and you shouldn't beat yourself up for not being able to change immediately or not being able to overcome the set patterns inside of your brain, because we're basically shit meat computers. That's how that goes. Your brain doesn't work like a computer where you overwrite a file. It has learned patterns of behavior which are entrenched over time. So, I see a lot of people beating themselves up for saying, oh, I want to be better, but I've had this slip back or I've relapsed. No. If you are trying to make a change, it is very normal to go back to the old fork drawer at least once, maybe more often than once. Just keep trying, keep making progress, and don't give up, because every time that you keep going will be one fewer time that you make that mistake again in future. Like, that's kind of how that goes. All you gotta do is just gotta keep doing it. If you make a mistake, so be it. Just hold your hands up and say, yeah, I, fell off the wagon here, I made a mistake, so be it. But I'm going to keep trying, I'm not going to give up. That's just how it has to be, I think. I don't see any other way around it. You're so old, you've got to a point where you don't give a crap? I think that you should always give a crap. If your environment isn't right for you, you should do something about that. And if you don't like who you are or don't like something about you, you should try and change yourself. Like, like you don't have to live with yourself. You can change and be better. It just takes a lot of work and a lot of energy, and it can be tiring, yeah, but you don't have to live with someone or something you don't like. The big one is going to the gym. A lot of people are like, oh, I wish I could go to the gym. Why don't you? Combat why you don't, and then try and channel that. And sometimes it'll be a horrible day when you have to really push yourself to go. But sometimes you just have to get out there and make the first step. Find a friend to help you. Find what your blocker is and address that blocker if you can. Or just take the first step and go. What happened over the weekend? You seen stream notifications, but was busy with London things. I streamed on Saturday and Sunday, Andy Finlay. That's all it was. We did a charity stream yesterday for Humane World for Animals. Which is what you can see the overlay on the screen is. Hang on, let me open up my Tiltify, because it looks like somebody else has donated, and I've closed down all of those. Tiltify, here we go. Why have you signed me out? Okay. Let's see. Donations, here we go, is the list. Foolish Sasquatch for the $25. You are incredible. Thank you so much, Foolish. I really appreciate you. You are awesome. Oh, it does appear above me. I could have just looked there. I'm smart. Smart. Is there going to be a VOD of the D&D session? Saw some of not all of it. It is currently up on my YouTube. It'll be up on the YouTube. The last 4 hours of the that video will be it. Clarion Light. I will try and remember to separate it down at some point, but I've got a pretty busy week ahead. You woke up with a headache from the laughing last night. You don't think you've ever seen a dog wield so many swords at once? I did enjoy just gathering more and more and more weaponry on my character as we got closer and closer to combat. And then when we got into combat against the robots, the only one we were fighting was dead before my turn. So I didn't need them. Really difficult to get myself out of bed and then out the door in the morning for your morning walks, but now with 6 weeks done, starting my 7th week of walking every workday morning, it's become slightly more automatic to just get up and go for the walk while mostly still asleep. And that's good, and ultimately, I'm sure you'll have been feeling that the walk itself is likely easier on you with practice as well, Stunzia. I remember us talking about it on stream. Dude, I think it's great that you're still doing it, man. 7 weeks of doing that's a really good commitment. And I will be honest with you, there will be many of you out there for whom routine is not easy. That's why if you've got ADHD or dyslexia, you will likely also struggle with a process called task automaticity, which is the ability for your brain to take a task that you do often and turn it into an automated routine for which you don't have to think. This is why people with ADHD and dyslexia typically suffer from things like issues with brushing their teeth or cooking at the end of a hard work day. There's a lot of kind of correlation in there. It's hugely interesting. I've been reading a lot about it recently, but the fact that those kind of tasks take more energy out of you than they would somebody who might be neurotypical means that getting a routine is very, very difficult, and you don't have the same benefits from a routine. That's why being actively aware of that you want to lose weight, you want to eat better, you want to do X, Y, and Z is something that you are trying to be mindful of at all times. And when you find yourself, you know, not finding yourself in the pattern of, oh, I don't want to go for the walk, but being really strong with yourself and saying, actually, I know I don't want to go for the walk. That's the problem. That's why I don't like how I look. That's why I get out of breath going up and down the stairs. But I'm trying to work on that. Try and remind yourself of the reason why you originally wanted to do that thing that you all of a sudden you don't want to do first thing in the morning. And try and find a way to get yourself to stick to it that influences you, because what works for you will not work for everyone else, and what works for everyone else will very much not work for you. Everyone is different, whether you are neurodiverse or not. And don't let someone else necessarily question what it is that gets you motivated to do something better for yourself if it only affects you. I think people have an awful lot of a habit of getting involved in things that aren't their business because they should be a certain way, or because X, Y, and Z is conventional. If your coping mechanism is only affecting you and it makes your life better... Yeah, Taffy, you can link it. You're a sub. You can link it. You have HD at work. I know where everything is, so I don't need to think, but do need to remember orders. Yeah, it's... My reason to the gym is that I don't get more than 5 minutes time training before people start asking me heaps of questions about unrelated things. All kinds of stuff, yeah. Everyone will carry their own difficulties and issues. It's, goblin tools? More simple tools when things feel too big or complicated. Let's... Seems like a series of AI and other tools for managing ADHD things, etc. You know, neurotypical, neurodiversity things. You know, task management, judging tone. If you're having, you know, if you're suffering from rejection sensitivity, if you're struggling with somebody who's neurotypical trying to explain something to you, maybe something like that. Decision paralysis for consultant. Brain dump into actions, you know, for dealing with overwhelm. These are some quite good tools. I can see some of the uses of them. Interesting. Thank you, Taffy. A cool list. I might play around with that at some point. It's knowing what those tools are for and how to manage them. So going into that with an intent of, I'm feeling overwhelmed with the explanation that somebody has given me about how this thing works. I want to use the professor tool to explain it to me. It's like with any tool, you don't just start using it willy-nilly. You need to have a reason to use it, and it needs to have an applied purpose. Otherwise, your brain just won't resonate with that tool in the same way. It's like being shown a hammer and saying, this is for hammering nails, versus you're in the middle of a job, you have nails, and someone shows you how a hammer works for the first time. You'll have a far better understanding of that hammer than just being shown the photo of a hammer in a catalog saying this is used for hammering nails. A different way that your brain picks up information. Files it in terms of priority orders. Atomic Habits by James Clear has helped me immensely to figure out how to get tasks into my routine with ADHD. I think everyone will have different coping mechanisms, things that works for them. I'm more than happy to share and talk about them. I know that, you know, everyone's got different stuff, and I'm sure that some people will be like, Cronus, you're wrong. I welcome it. Tell me that I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong. Talk about it. You can't just write the word wrong, though. That's not fair. If you're going to have a conversation, it has to be a conversation. You can't just scream. That's what children do. If you're a child, you don't belong on Twitch. If you argue like you're less than 13 years old, we might have to ban you. Oh, exactly, Coed, exactly. Now, I know a lot of people struggle with things, and I think it's completely fair. Like, I think it's not wrong to be open with the idea that, you know, we all get things wrong, we all make mistakes. I think it's very important to recognize that, you know, everyone out there that you might be looking up to, be like, oh, they're really managing their ADHD well, they're really doing this and that well. They might not be. It's a whole thing. You don't really know, but everyone's got different kind of setups. Everyone's had the ability to learn. Like, if you were diagnosed younger, you may have had an opportunity to learn, but you also may have been the kind of person who you were diagnosed because your parents needed something to point to as to why you were different, but they didn't actually help you set up any coping mechanisms. Or, you know, if you were diagnosed by an educator, it might be that the school kind of got you through your, you know, the requirements, but actually didn't set you up that well for future. So just because you knew earlier doesn't always mean that you should have a better set of coping skills. Like, I was diagnosed at 17. I still didn't do. I took meds for a couple of years, but I stopped taking it seriously. It wasn't until my late 20s when I was like, actually, my ADHD is having more of an impact on my life than I ever really thought about actively, and tried to do something about it. But it's not easy, for sure. The whole thing. I'm sure there are many people in chat who've had late diagnoses, but there are probably also people in chat who've been diagnosed from a very young age. It's a real balance. The healthcare in various countries is very varied and can be better or worse. Not only because of the quality of healthcare as a whole, but also depending on the individual doctor that you get. And that can make a surprising difference. It shouldn't, but it does. Which I'm sure many of you have found. Like last year, late. It's never late, but it's later in life, sure. Never too late to start kind of making steps with that, Pan. Bunch of dungeons around here. I could run some of those. You can't hide how dysfunctional I am, but I'll pretend I'm being inspirational by not hiding it. Exactly. You were born at a young age, James. I have heard that. You were born at an exceptionally young age. You were diagnosed at 21 with ASD and 28 for ADHD, only to find out that you were also diagnosed with ADHD when you were 21 with your ASD. They just didn't tell you. That sounds like the healthcare service that I'm aware of. That sounds exactly right. Yeah. Yeah. I've got some great stories about doctors who should really be able to read medical notes and be able to communicate information when it comes to medicine interactions. That one's a really fun one. Because you'd think that when a doctor diagnoses you and gives you medication, they look at the other medications that you're on and say, ah, that's a problem. I've got a great story after the ads for that one. Don't you worry. Speaking of the ads, though, they do start in about 10 seconds. Well, Twitch says they start in about 10 seconds if they deliver them on time. I need to get up and do my stretches. My shoulder is very bad today because all of my nerves in my back are all tight. Probably from doing quite a lot of streaming over the weekend and not resting enough, but hey. Nah, I'm a bit of a sucker for having some fun at the moment, so hey, so be it. We will be back after those ads. Thank you all very much for chilling. No one likes pre-rolls, so we do have to run ads. It's one of the things that happens on Twitch. But it's also important that I take a rest and that you do too. So please make sure that you're grabbing a drink, standing up, stretching your legs, you know, taking your meds, getting the laundry out of the dryer, going to check on your, you know, your pets. Go outside, maybe look at some grass, remember what it looks like. You can probably ignore that email from your boss. It's not that important. But it can wait 5 minutes for you to go to the bathroom or get a cup of tea. Look after yourself, it's the important bit. There's only one of you. If there's more than one of you, I'd like to know where my cloning tech got leaked from. These ads are about to start. Indeed, unscrungle. And, oh, jeez. Diagnosed with ASD, it's 4-5. Oh, I'll go through all of these when I'm back. I'll be right back. Whoop. Ow. Ow. Shoulder, ow. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for bearing with during the yapping session. I'm actually at the bathroom, which is quite a nice break. Let me go back after I've killed this very annoying iron elemental, and we'll read through some of those messages. So, jeez. Excuse me. You're dyslexic until you didn't know you were dyslexic until you were 30. The last 20 years have been easier. That's really good. I'm glad that after you were diagnosed, and I think that for a lot of people, diagnosis just leads to being able to understand and be able to put into words some of the things that you've been thinking and feeling all that time, things that you didn't even know were part of it. That you can finally be like, oh wait, that's why I am how I am. Has a surprisingly freeing effect. I found that when my back problem was at its worst, when I knew what it was actually being caused by, I got an immense amount more peace about it than I had before. It's a whole thing. Ham said, I did physio at least once a week for 2 months, all the way through to 18, and abruptly stopped because of life struggle. It took me years to work up the want and motivation to go back to it, but here I am now and feel better for it. Exactly, Ham. It's a bit like, if you haven't been to dentist for 5 years, it's one of those things, but one day you're going to have to go again. The sooner the better. You're going to have to deal with that. You're going to have to rip the band-aid off. You can't slowly and steadily everything in life. Sometimes you have to be like, you know what? Going for it. Happy to have healthcare coverage. My GPs are useless who doesn't understand mental issues. I've got to the point where I threatened to report to the overseeing medical board. That's exactly it. That's why it's important to get secondary medical opinions. So I've got a couple of medical, not horror stories, but not great interactions, which is why I'm not very trustworthy of doctors' first opinions. I recognize that I have a bias towards not trusting a doctor's initial view. When I was 12, my back issue started up, and I was told until I was 15 that I was faking it. until the symptoms were so visibly physical that they could not be ignored by the doctors, at which point they said, that's what, okay, so we can see that you weren't faking it. We apologize for thinking that you were making up for 3 years. We're going to sever your hamstrings instead. I was like, and at that point, we went and got a second opinion, and it turned out that actually, at 17, when I was getting close to my hamstrings being severed, we went to go see a chiropractor who took one look at me and said, your posture is completely uneven. Go and get a scan of this part of your back. Turns out I had a prolapsed L3, L4, and a prolapsed L4, L5 disc. That's what was causing all the problems, funnily enough. But the doctors didn't get that. Not only did they not get that, because the tramadol they put me on, which is obviously a very, very strong painkiller. This is the story I promised you guys about medicine interactions. Tramadol is a very, very strong painkiller. Very, very strong sedative. Very, very kind of powerful. One of the stronger ones you can get without it being a real problem in the UK. That's what I've been on for about 4 years at this point. Obviously, a teenager who can't walk properly in lots of pain, they also were like, we'll put you on antidepressants because, you know, teenager who's in pain, depressed, must be a depression thing, not just a teenager being in pain. And then when I got my ADHD diagnosis, they added ADHD meds on top of that. Now, the problem is that all 3 of those are interactive drugs that all work on each other. And they can create things like serotonin storms. And they can just shut down your body's ability to produce or process certain chemicals. So, yeah, getting a second medical opinion is important. If you don't agree with what your doc says, you should definitely get a second opinion. I'll be honest with you, most times you should probably get a second opinion just because it's safer to do so. But I can guarantee you it is a horrible cocktail, and led to some wild years. Keep scrolling through. Touch the grass. No, don't taste the grass. Gee, stop eating grass. Stop it. Okay, we caught up to before the ads. That was only 5 minutes ago. Do I remember the Shire Master? I'm need more context. You're not my dad. Battle Cat. Oh, so yeah, we've got Battle Cat Bailey on. Yes. You're trying to make a littler ham. You can't make a littler ham. Actually, well, little is an absolute. You'd have to have tiny ham. It would need to be tiny ham as another absolute, or smallest ham, littlest ham. You'd need to somehow change the absolute. Littler is still little. The little ham is also littler ham. But littlest ham could be different from little ham. Micro ham would also be different, correct? And now disappointed ham, amazing. Yapping is a forever thing, agree, Curly, agree. Hello, J. Dealan Fire, how are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Also, hello to Just Eric over on YouTube, I think. I don't know if I said hello to you at some point, but I think I did I think I did I think I did see you. Hello, Mojo. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Being diagnosed early was an odd thing, as you were pretty much in weekly cancer until you were 18, but all that did was take away a lifeline for a while. And the transition between child healthcare and adult healthcare is also a difficult one, because if you're diagnosed before 18, getting healthcare as an adult can be very, very difficult compared to getting healthcare for a learning disability as a child. Hello, Winky. How are you doing, buddy? I was being nice about you earlier. I'm glad to see from your second message that I don't need to be. How are you doing, bud? It's good to see you. Winky, have you slept? You were put on morphine for a few months, the teen messed you up? Yeah, putting teens on things like OxyContin, morphine, etc. is wild. Yeah, antidepressants to chill you, ADHD to stim you, and yeah, sedatives for and painkillers are a strong sedative just to really go well with the you know, you've got one to bring you up, one to bring you down, one to bring you every which way inside out again. That's how meds are meant to work, right? Stability. You've terrible luck with doctors. You've only ever had good doctors when you go to the hospitals and you're 36. That sounds unfortunately right. A lot of GPs and local practices in the UK don't have what I've experienced as great GPs. So when you do get a good GP in the UK, fucking lock them down. Never leave that GP if you can help it. Eating grass is about it. The silicates in it are really rough on your enamel. Candy Panda, why do you know that? Have you been told off by your dentist for eating grass? I would believe it. Half ham also work? I wouldn't call him half ham. That's not very nice. Did they try putting on fentanyl patches? No, I did not. I was... Nah, luckily I didn't have to go on fentanyl patch. That was never recommended to me. Jesus, that sounds horrifying. Nellis, the front half. Not played Albion for a few years now. Last time I played Rage Quit for 3 people hunting down in Blacksets and ruining your fishing. I mean, Blurry, this is my second week playing Albion. So I'm by no means an experienced player, but we are going to go into our first black zone later today, is the plan. So that might happen to us. That'll be great fun. Winky is still sleeping. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Who needs sleep? Apparently not Winky. Apparently not Winky, Curly. Apparently Winky is absolutely fine. Just raw dogging life. 9 to 5 before the... 9, yeah, well, exactly. There is that. Oh... My local health center, you need to know 3 or 4 weeks in advance to be able to book a disappointment. Oh, sorry, book an appointment. Sorry, sorry, my local practice, it's booking a disappointment. That's how I see it. Yeah, at which point either you've died or whatever was bothering you might have gotten better. It's one of the two. It's basically just become a, you only go to the doctor if you've got a chronic condition, otherwise good luck. Like, what? Doesn't seem to be the way it should be, but hey. Is raw dogging life? That's how Winky does it. Not their problem if you're dead or it's better. Exactly. It's not on their stats. Winky is a dog parent. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, after our maybe half an hour long healthcare rant, I might have given myself a bit of a moment. The rise of that canine phrase is one of the things I hate most about this timeline. There's quite a few things to dislike about this timeline. Winky is now the dog father. Yes. Winky steals animals. Winky will attest that the animals are free, but we have seen Winky commit animal theft, yes. However, I wouldn't be able to testify against Winky in a court of law to that, regard, because I can't be sure it was Winky. It just looked a lot like and sounded a lot like Winky. Only go to the doctor when wife is shouting you have to? That's... It's fair. If it looks like a duck and sounds like a duck, take the duck. But what if it's actually a surface-to-air missile launcher that just quacks? What about that one situation, Winky? That one very specific example where the duck is in fact a surface-to-air missile launcher. Winky's evil twin Dinky. I love that. You made a huge mistake by taking the duck. Or you made a great kind of a great purchase there, Winky. I offer nothing, obtain a surface-to-air missile launcher. What have I got against ducks? Well, first of all, it's my icon, so I'm allowed to hate them as part of the protected class. A bit like I can complain about, like being a cripple when I'm using my cane. It's the same kind of rule. Second of all, ducks are messed up. Like, ducks are a wild set of creatures. Hilarious, but also kind of wild. They're not actually a great creature. Wait, guys, isn't every missile launch technically launching from surface to air? No, Winky, because you can get torpedoes, which are basically missiles in the water. Why do you have them as your icon? At this point, just for a meme, Curly, to be honest, because it, like, actually, you'll know, Curly, you'll understand. When a chat member changes their chat color, it's just enough to throw you off. Like, it's the same kind of thing. If I change my image, people would just be confused about who I am for a little while. I don't want to confuse people. I'm sure it'll happen at some point. What do you mean? Do you not understand that when you change the chat color and a streamer isn't expecting it, it confuses them sometimes? Winky and... Oh, Spook. What? Spook. Okay, I'm just not... I now won't recognize this Spook as the same Spook that I've been talking to all day. This is a different Spook. I'm really hoping that Winky and Curly both know what's up on that one. At this point now, everyone's changing their names. What sick fuck would do that? Exactly. There you go. Curly knows what's up. And Winky knows what... See? That's why I haven't changed my profile image, because I don't want to confuse people and give them that strange, uncanny valley. Good. 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 Perfect. You're stuck, Pink? That makes sense. That happens to me if I hold my breath for too long. Oh, Winky, we could swap profile pictures. That could be fun. I'm down for that. I could set it as, like, Bailey or even Suki. Oh, Winky, I could set my profile image to be that cat sticker that I sent you the other day. The one of just the, you know, just Suki's head where she's popped up above the... Ow. I could just do that. That would be perfect. It's even ever so slightly not, like, horizontally level, so it'll really upset people, which is part of what I enjoy. Like when there's drops and I put like two non-matching brackets in there just to mess with people. Like one square and one curly square bracket just to really upset people. We could get one rotation per year. I could. Oh, we could know what day it is by what rotation of the cat face I have. That would be a lot of work. I would forget to do that. It would probably replace Daily Bailey at that point. The daily rotation. I prefer Daily Bailey. Streamer I mod for. Another mod changes their name color on the regulars to mess with the streamer and the rest of chat. By now I'm so used to it, it doesn't upset me anymore when he does it. It would help, but they've got a long username with lots of S's in it. That makes sense. I'm just gonna write this all down for no reason at all. That's fine. That's fine. We need a script that allows me to slowly rotate it. That QR code is part of our D&D fundraiser for Humane World for Animals Blurry RNG. So if you want to donate to Humane World for Animals, that is still up and open. It's open for... Nos said it had a 48-hour grace period. So I put it up on the screen earlier because people were asking. We did a charitable D&D game last night with myself, Winky, Ivora, Mr. Greggles, and Noslove to raise money for Humane World for Animals and stopping animal testing, which is very, very important. Test on the humans and said there's more of us. And we're also big and dumb enough to be able to consent to them. You've cleaned up your Kronos document, now it's only 412 lines. That's horrifying. Well, that's my point, Winky. Just pay the humans, and we're dumb enough to be like, I like money. I'll let you, you know, inject me with this magical cancer drug that might or might not turn me into a hippopotamus. Fine. For the right price, I would probably take a drug that has a 50-50 chance of turning me into a hippopotamus or curing my super cancer. Everyone's got their price on that. Some people might even do it for free. There you go. Classic Buster said that, to be honest, I'll do it for free. Done. The whole thing. You watch documentary on human trials and holy shit, there's been some real messed up stuff before? There is, yeah, sure. But that's why, ultimately, it should be the kind of thing that you should consent to the possible side effects. They should know what they are when they make the drugs. If you don't know what they are, you should pay more for the risk. Don't test on innocent animals. You can't consent. Because half the time, the stuff that happens to animals also doesn't happen in the humans, and vice versa. Leave the animal testing to the vets trying to make animals better, and the doctors trying to make humans better can do their own human testing. Different drugs, different processes. Done. Ooh, a solo encampment in a level 4 area. That sounds like points. Dead. They're all dead. Good charity out, Albion Online feels. I've actually been really enjoying it, Jim Mustin. Yeah, I mean, it's my first time playing Albion as a player, so I'm about a week in. I've probably got about like 2 days of total game time, including leaving myself logged off, which I definitely would never do in a game in town for a long time. But it's actually really fun. It's been quite easy to pick up. My only criticism of it is the same as at every social sandbox. How do I know what I want to do? There's so much cool shit to do. That's what it comes down to. Like, how I'm like, what do I want to do today? I kind of want to keep gathering iron so I can get higher tier resources, but I also want to go killing stuff. Have I played it as an NPC? I've not played Albion as an NPC, no. Nice. You bet money. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, just there's probably a certain level of economy of scale. If you had the investment into human testing in the same way you did for animal testing, in terms of like the buildings, the locations, the labs, then you wouldn't have to worry so much about the cost of that because you'd have everything on hand. You'd have facilities for it, you know? So sunk cost is not a reason. Like, sunk cost is a fallacy. You shouldn't change your view based on a sunk cost fallacy. That's not going to work for anyone. Anyone else around this area? I don't think these guys will count, but we can try. Nope. We'll wait for a second for Spenny's to respawn. We need one. Magic the Gathering collection isn't sunk cost fallacy. Let's say it all together. I'm not sure. I mean, ultimately, if you're still enjoying Magic and you're still collecting it because you love it, then that's not sunk cost fallacy. That's keeping it and collecting it because you're still interested. If you're not getting rid of it and you're collecting more because the feeling is, oh, you've already got so much invested in it, that is the sunk cost fallacy. It depends on your own individual intentions here. Unfortunately, there's nuance. I know, the internet's allergic to nuance, but there is. Rare solo cash. Nice. What we got? Ooh. Don't mind if I do. I love me some resources. That's great. This. Kelly doesn't know it yet, but I have a brand new booster box of Strixhaven, and I'm going to beat her with it. Well, she will know now. Winky, you told her your entire cunning plan. She got you monologuing, Winky. You've given it all away. I can't believe it, Winky. Revealing your plans at this early stage. Rookie error. A plan so cunning. Also, yes, Winky, yeah, don't beat her with the box, please. Please beat her in a match with the container, like with the box cards, rather than actually just picking up the box and beating Curly with it. Yeah, Alpha makes a very good point. I would probably have to intervene. I wouldn't want either of you to get blood on a nice Magic the Gathering box. That wouldn't be very nice for either of you. I think you'd both be quite upset about that. Of all of the things to do, I think that's what you'd both be most upset about. Getting blood on a very nice box of Magic, that wouldn't be right. It would just be wrong. Both of you respect the game too much for that. Throw one card at a time at Curly, but they might get bent. You don't want to bend the cards when you throw them. Winky, would you consider opening that box on stream? What someone has asked. Over on the YouTuber. Ooh. You would open that box on stream? Sure. Well, there you go, just Eric. Winky has answered. Hello, Jazzmaga. I'm doing okay, thank you. I slept funny, so I've got a trapped nerve in one of my shoulders, which hurts like a bugger, but hey, that's new. Oh, Winky, that is kind of true. Although the business expense has to be solely and wholly for business here in the UK, so the partial business cost if I was to use it for non-business activities. But no, I'm doing good, thank you, Jazzmaga. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you, good to have you here, and I hope you are having a lovely and easy Monday, comparatively. I know that Mondays are never fun for anyone, but I hope that you're all having a reasonably okay time with it, that it's not taking too much out of you guys, that you can just, your boss leaves you alone, you know, you can have a little bit of time to kind of deal with the morning slowly rather than wake up to 1,000 screaming emails. You know, I just wish you all have a nice kind of peaceful Monday. It'd be nice. If I go buy a box for stream with the intent to open it and wouldn't have bought that box, hadn't have bought the stream, I think that counts as a write-off. You let the IRS figure it out? Yeah, well, that's exactly it. The IRS are known for being very kind and understanding, right, Winky? We're 87% on ores. I'm running out of iron to harvest. The IRS are famously able to take a joke. Yeah, exactly. Woke up at 3 AM with half of everything work-wise broken. Oh, God. I do hear that Curly and Winky are doing a Magic game on stream. That's what I've heard. Yeah, that sounds... You heard it here, folks. That's only the finest on Winky News Network. WNN. Winky, I don't know how Magic works. I've got my plastic crack. It's enough of a problem. My Warhammer addiction isn't enough. Winky, Winky, do you know of which you speak? I can't genuinely. Winky says my Warhammer addiction isn't enough. I only have one bookshelf. Yeah, Winky, that's just the Warhammer that's in here, and it's also not including the stuff that's down there, or the oh wait, this is in the wrong spot. Oh. Do this one. And load. So you mean the Warhammer that's just there as well, and the Warhammer that's there? You mean that Warhammer, Winky? Yeah, that Warhammer. That's just the Warhammer in this room. There is also some more in other rooms that I also need to deal with at some point. It's a problem for future Chronos. I'm working through it. Yeah, it's a respectable addiction. Okay, respectable addiction is fine. Vinyl collection, no, those are the Warhammer Imperium magazines that I'm going to be working through at some point when I've got a bit more time. So I can do one magazine a week of going through it with chat as a separate segment. That's going to be a YouTube thing. If you're interested in those will be YouTube only streams / videos. So that's one of my plans for later on in summer is to start working through those. Once I've got my painting setup done, I've done the tier 3 sub stuff for Twitch, which is we're done for this month. Next month, if we hit the 300 points mark, I have to paint. Right, I have to paint this and its legs and assemble it all properly. This will be a huge task, painting an Imperial Knight. Here are his legs. Well, Ham, it's mostly so I can just make a YouTube video as well out of it and just have it kind of up and live for people. Am I enjoying the full-time streamer gig anyway? I mean, I want to go back to doing corporate work. I have said that. I want to go back to doing corporate work at some point. If I do I can do contracting work. I can do all kinds of things. I kind of want to see what my options are. But on Wednesday, I've got a call with an old recruitment friend of mine who used to do recruitment for the field that I'm in. So I'm gonna I'll have lunch with them, a bit of a chat, and we'll go from there. That's my plan for Wednesday. So yeah, it'll be nice. It'll be nice to get back into consumer protection as well, because I felt I was making a difference, and it was nice. Like, consumer duty in the UK was really important, and some of the stuff that we put into place in large companies for that has really changed the landscape of how financial services affects every single member of our country. So those kind of changes, making positive changes inside of financial services companies, especially now when banks are once again getting a little bit predatory, finances are getting tight around the world. We're not far off of recession fears, etc. Making sure banks doing the right thing wouldn't be a bad time to be doing that. Also, getting paid in the US dollar sucks right now. I'm going to say it. A year ago, the US dollar was about 0.84, and a pound to dollar was 0.84. Now it's 0.74. So that's not nice. America, fix your currency, please. That would be helpful, because Twitch pays in dollary dues. Kelly, of course you can speak about contracting work. I am more than happy to speak about contracting work at any point. Drop me a DM. Kelly, my DMs are completely open to you no matter time. You never have to ask to DM me about anything. You're happy Poland has a government branch that really does make a difference to protect consumer rights? Yeah, in the UK we have something called the Financial Conduct Authority, which is a regulatory body created by the FSMA, Financial Services and Markets Act. Yeah, Financial Services and Markets Act. Which regulates all of our financial stuff. So it's a government and legislative created body that is run separate from politics, which is very nice. If you don't like USD, I'd hate to show you what CAD looks like. Well, computer-assisted design is quite complicated, Winky, so I'm not too interested in there. But I don't see what relevance computer-assisted design has to currencies. Curly, don't worry. I think that there are a lot of streamers I know who feel that way about asking for help. Never have to worry with me. It's absolutely fine. My DMs are always open to you, like I said. Ooh, more iron. Got a sort of job interview type call tonight to work myself. It's only going to be part-time. It's a good second job income. Good for you, bud. Good for you. It's a time when, some of us will need to work twice or might want to work twice if you've got the capacity to, so be it. Like, if your work lets you, do it. I've debated moving to Australia since my trucking experience can help get a job there. I mean, I would always ask, when someone's looking to emigrate somewhere, I always like to ask why, because a lot of the people I know who have emigrated to places like Australia have done it to run away from not feeling happy in the UK, and my answer there is normally that it's unlikely, unless your issues are environmental, that running away to another country or moving to XYZ or going traveling will actually fix the problems. They might just give you some distance to fix them yourself. But I'm always very interested in learning why people want to emigrate to a different country. So, you get paid weekly in US dollars. It's a roller coaster. I can imagine that. Yeah. Might run away to Australia. It's the opposite of what England used to do, right? We didn't run away. It was the opposite of what you went to Australia for. So it makes me laugh. Australia's a great place. I know a number of friends who have moved out there and had a great time and have completely started lives over there. So if that's what you want to do, so be it. But I also have a friend who moved over there to run away from her problems and moved back within a couple of years very, very miserable. So it's something you need to be very, very careful about. Running away from problems versus looking for a new start can look quite similar. You're in the Australian Perth? What if you're in the US, which sucks booty holes? If you're in the US and you want, like, if you're in any country and you want to leave, you know, that should be an option to you. But obviously we run into a lot of issues there about, you know, immigration, citizenship, and, you know, the various flags based on your spawn point in the world. It's kind of dumbassery. Everyone adds value, or should be adding value to the economy of the area they're in. How's the rent on the moon? It's great. Thank you. It's very, very cheap. You want to say in Australia, the wildlife is nice and friendly, trust me. Not what I've heard about Australia, but then again, I'm not an expert. The drop bears love the tourists. Yeah, I've heard that the drop bears can be bad at this time of year. I'll take the tin just because it's working. You don't want to move somewhere that loses the war to birds? Ah, you'll love the UK then. I've won the Jack War. The Jack War has been won. The Jackdaws were defeated. On the moon, great view, no neighbors, quiet, vibrant, good for stargazing. Would the moon be good for stargazing? I feel like we need to ask Mahoodles. I'm not sure the moon will be great for stargazing. I think you might get your eyes burnt out. Fine. A little chilly, yo. That's the problem. You need a really good blanket. Yeah, definitely need a really good blanket for chilling on the moon. You never felt home in Serbia, smooth Middle East. Now maybe once it's clean, but feel better here. Holy hell, Serbia's in a bad way. Price of everyday items the same as here, but you get €2,000, you get 2,000 cleaner here. I'm glad to hear that you were able to change your life, and it's gonna be a different proposition for everyone. That's the whole thing. Like, everyone's got different skills, abilities to adapt, you know, capabilities and capacities. It's gonna be a very different experience for everyone to move. Bring a space heater? Yep, that, you know what? Solved. You went to the UK 12 years ago for your master's degree. You want to go back again someday? Fair. That and the radiation might be quite strong. Yeah, what's a bit of radiation between friends, you know? With a bitter life. Oh. Right, let's put this remote back. And that remote back. Where does this one live now? It lives next to the other one. Done. I'm not sure it's the kind of glow up you want, although I feel like Mira would be very interested. You might become a ghoul. Maybe going to the moon without any kind of shielding does turn you into a ghoul. I would need to ask Mira as our resident ghoul expert. Oof. Shoulders and nerves, not even once. Ooh. I have got the massage gun that I use for shaking the paint pots that I could use to try and disperse the issue in the shoulder. Actually, no, my next set of stretches should help as well. That's the whole thing. 91%, nearly there. Being 112 per, so if we get another 100 iron, that'll be the level. Just under. Pin is worth less. A ghoul up, yeah, exactly, a ghoul up. I mean, some of the places I haven't been to that I want to go to is I'd love to go and see what, like Southeast Asia and the Indonesian islands and kind of nations are like around there. It's not an area of the world I've been to before, and somewhere that I would like to experience at some point. So that's one of the places I'd like to go and see what life's like over there. Japan is on the list. I was speaking to Admiral Baru about his Japan trip, and apparently it was absolutely amazing. He really enjoyed it. Hello, Lee Kong. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome on in. You have a friend in Singapore, and it's amazing there. Okay, what's amazing about it, Ashes? Go before China and Taiwan goes off? I mean, yeah, that's people have been saying for 5+ years, though, so... You want to go to Japan so bad? Winky, why don't we just run away to Japan together? It'll be fine, right? You're only in China, Winky. You know, I saw you in China on the WoW servers, so, you know... It's only just across the water for you, right? True and real. You're good? I'm glad to hear it, Lekong. Thank you very much for being here, bud. You'll run away with me to Japan? Amazing. Looking forward to it. We'll get a date in the diary and let everyone know. I guess you can bring Evie as well if you want. As long as she knows that she's the third wheel. Someone was once very close to convincing you to move to the Philippines. What was it about the Philippines that was so convincing, Ham? Well, I think I might speak to Premier 2, or Pete as he now goes by on Twitch, when I see him at TwitchCon, and just kind of ask a little bit about what's good in Japan. If he was recommending people come over and visit for a couple of weeks, what would he recommend they do, kind of thing? Because Pete's a great dude, absolutely, really, really kind, really awesome guy. How are we doing? 93%. We're getting there. We are getting there. The Philippines? Yeah, I feel like Japan would be Evie's kind of jam. I feel like there's a lot about Japanese culture Evie would enjoy. Pete is great in Japan. Isn't that a good enough reason? It is obviously the main reason. Soccer was saying, you met Pete last TwitchCon? Pete's a great dude. Pete is one of the people who was super encouraging to me when I was starting to stream. He gave me, like, I think, my first big raid. It's probably thanks to Pete that I got such a big, like, a leg up on the platform, so I'm very grateful to him for that. Him and Pete and Annie Fuchsia both gave me a huge amount of advice and support before I started streaming, that I really appreciated. They were incredibly kind and supportive, but they didn't really need to be. He likes the food. I mean, who doesn't like Japanese food? Like, cost of living is lower, sunny most time. Stuff like that. Fair. Little Ham. I mean, that's always going to be the way of the European nations have a high cost of living, but that's kind of the trade-off, isn't it? Plus, it's always an option for you in the future, Ham. You know, it's not like it's a never say never thing. Friend was nearly electrocuted at a resort due to water behind the wall hitting the power outlet. Jesus, that's wild. Well, okay. That's kind of insane, but, you know, one of those things. More of a drink. Philippines only has 2 seasons, though. Hot and wet hot. That would be my issue, personally. The wet hot season would be bad. You lived a year in Thailand? How was that, Royal Icing? What did you enjoy about it? What was the best bit about living in Thailand? I'd love to know. I'd love to hear a bit more about it. Okay, chat, the ads are going to be here in about 15 seconds is when Twitch says they're going to be served. So we'll probably see in about 5 business days. I need to go and do my my decompression of my back, so I will be right back. We take a 3-minute of ads here, and I do pause where I can, so most of the time for those ads. I don't want you guys to miss out on anything, just because, you know, we're trying to skip pre-rolls, and if you can't afford or don't want to have a sub, you shouldn't be penalized. But, you know, appreciate everyone who does subscribe. Appreciate everyone using their Prime subs. You do get to see some fun ad screens, which are always very, very joyous. I've actually got a new one from Queen I need to add for my starting now screen. Yeah, that does remind me, but I can do at some point. But yes, please do make sure that during the break you're getting up, looking after yourself. If I have to look after myself, you have to look after yourself. That's the deal. Otherwise, it's unfair. It just wouldn't, it wouldn't be reasonable otherwise. Are you really going to follow me that far? Of course, Twitch hasn't delivered the ads yet, so I can just stay fighting the elementals, etc. So be it. Why not? Hot, hot, cold, hot. Okay, that's... New Zealand is similar, only way to choose between wet, hot, and wet, cold. I don't want either of those. Thank you. Can we have neither, please? Ooh, there, bear it back. Back in time for a snack, I see. Mmm, delicious. Have some grapes. Hello, everybody. Ads, be gone. Be gone. You love the kitty? Thank you, Curly. We do love our ad Baileys here. He's just the best boy. A great cat, you know. Hey, dude. Hello, Memnus. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Alpha BHH tipped £35. If possible, 1. Balrog theme, LOTR, 2. Pikachu theme.
Alpha, thank you very much for the 35 tip in the TTS. If possible, Balrog theme, Lord of the Rings, or Pikachu theme. I don't know what the context for that was, Alpha. Oh, you're in the painting for the model. Ooh. Okay, I can write those down. That took me a second. That took me a second, Alpha. Thank you. Let me add your name onto the bottom of that. That's Alpha's. Alpha currently can't sub on Twitch, or can't change the sub, so that's their version of the tier 3 sub. Yeah, it took me a second, Alpha. That's it. Don't worry. It's just because my brain is fried. Thinking of the Balrog, not the Balrog, the Bronto bomb last night, the Brontosaurus bomb, definitely took a lot of my thinking ability. It was ridiculous. I'm almost ashamed of myself. I'm not. But if that had been an actual campaign, there's no way I would have done something so ludicrous, but my god, that was funny. That's all right. No, my pleasure. Thank you very much for the tier 3 sub tip. It's a Monday. What did I say it was? And Res Ion Ice Wind, thank you so much for the 6 months resub tier 1, 11 months in total, buddy. You are incredible, dude. I really appreciate you being here, Res Ion. Thank you so much, man. Dude, after the game, I just got in bed for 2 hours, just existed. I did the same. I went upstairs after bed. That's right, after it was finished, and I got into bed, but I had to, like, it did take me about 2 hours to decompress before I could fall asleep. It would be a Space Marine painted as Pikachu. So I might even put, like, a fake Space Marine face on it and make them into an infiltrator if I can get one that's got a flat face mask. All kinds of options. You loved the reanimating high five in the end. It just felt right, you know. It went so well. With the largest headache, you and Evie went to Farmer Boys and made rum and coke. Fair. You know what? Why not? Why not? When you say you went to Farmer Boys and made rum and coke, what do you mean made? You just buy rum and you buy coke and then just... Is Farmer Boys like a supermarket? Or is it like a... Like, what kind of shop is Farmer Boys? Yep, okay, that makes sense. Must have been the most loudest, most satisfying clap. It was that good. I mean, the real clapping sound was the Brontosaurus that was enlarged and hitting the Tarrasque at terminal velocity. That was the clap. It didn't clap back, for example. And then, yeah, the little high five at the end to res the, at that point, you've got a really, really confused ex-Brontosaurus, Doug, being like, revivify. That's all it was. It was just carnage. My boys is fast food. We got burgers and got Coca-Cola and put rum in it. Okay, so you got fast food and added rum. That makes sense. I just needed the context of what restaurant and what shop was which. Thank you, Winky. I love that we now have a canon giant lake of red terraced blood jello that's just the fountain of youth at the peak of Collarbone. See, I feel like what you would probably do is that people would bring, like, family members on long pilgrimages, trying to immerse them into the jello lake to regenerate them if they've lost limbs and stuff. That's what terraced blood is really, like, known for. It's known for, like, its lizard-like regenerative process, like regrow lost limbs, for example, you know? It doesn't bring you back to life, but it does, like... It does, like, lizard-like regen. You're like, okay, I'm just gonna, like, heal myself of all of these limbs. Although that does imply that... Oh, wait a second. Winky, if you're making a settlement, you need to make a burgers place that does the best burgers. Bob's Burgers. From Bob's secret ingredient. The secret ingredient is that Bob makes them from his own limbs, which he then regenerates using the blood from Thorny's Folly. They are Bob's Burgers. Oh my god, no, but that would work. That's exactly the kind of thing that someone's gonna do. They'll have a cow and then they'll dip the cow in the lake each day, so they only have to have one cow. So gross, I'll take 2. There you go, we've got customers already. Hello, welcome in, Peishi Free. How are you doing? Sounds very relaxed, almost lazy behaving people. Very cheap with food and basic items between 20 and 45 degrees. Pollution, light discrimination do exist. You had a pretty good time. Okay. 45 degrees is hot. Congratulations on managing to break Winky's collarbone even in D&D. Thank you. I think I've actually disgusted Winky so much that he's needed a moment. I mean, look, Bob would pass every single animal welfare inspection. The inspectors would be confused why they never see any animals there. They just, you know, they get them fresh each day. That's what it is. It's just, you know, fresh animal each day. They get their meat fresh every morning. If we dip you in there, would it fix your spine or would it stay the way it is? Well, that comes down to Tarrasque blood and the way that the magic is written in the world. Theoretically, it would regenerate you to your optimum... And in D&D, regeneration doesn't really have set hard rules like that, but realistically, the way that magic works in D&D, you'd likely regenerate to your version of yourself. So if you'd internalized that you as a person had that back condition, then quite possibly yes. But given that most people don't internalize that they've lost an arm, it's the kind of thing that would allow it to be healed, but I don't know how Tarask Blood works. The DM would need to homebrew the hard magic behind that regeneration in order to give you rules that you could exploit like that. And yeah, theoretically, if Bob was a vegan, Charon, and Bob only ate non-animal products, then yes, you could genuinely say they are vegan burgers. Because they're burgers made from a vegan. Done. Bob's vegan burgers. This is I might have come up with like an actual like evil shopkeeper arc just off the back of this one idea. Grass-fed, oh my god. Free range, exactly, Drizzle, yeah. Grass-fed and free range. Bob's vegan burgers. I mean, Private Jaws, it's made from meat. It's just Bob. It's Bob meat. Ooh. Forgotten champion. Why is your health low? Oh, you are an elite enemy. Okay. Did you kill someone? Is that what you did? Would potions be an issue? Is that only... Well, would prions be an issue? Is that only brains? Probably only brains. I don't know if D&D has hard rules for prions. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure they're that aware. Hello, Kaibo. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. The tracking target that someone else was hunting. Oops. If you regenerated a player from a hand, what would happen if you found the other hand, regenerated them again from that? I think when you regenerate someone from a hand, the rest of their body disintegrates because that's not low-level regeneration magic. I think regeneration only works on a living creature, so what you're talking about is reviving them just from a low level. And they're already alive, so their soul's already back in, so there isn't anything to revive once you've already revived them. So I would assume that another hand elsewhere would disintegrate or just become inert and not be able to be used. I have this toxic trait that I want to play more D&D all the time, but I stress so much DMing and planning. That's I can see that. Yeah. Oh, Jarocal's smashing that. Jeez. We're at 99 on the ore harvesting. Come on, more ore. More ore. Question from a D&D noob. What's the deal with the Vecna hand? Is it Vecna even? It is the hand of Vecna and the... Oh, God. The eye of Vecna, I think? That basically, Vecna is a very, very powerful lich. If I recall correctly. And therefore... of such magical power that even, you know, the desiccated hand or eye of Vecna contains magical properties. Needs to be technically alive when it comes into contact with it, so if you cut off right before... but a Gower, at that point, the regeneration would just meld you back with the body that you've cut it off of. It would just heal it. The very real head of Vecna... That's where the eye's kept, you know. Where else are you going to keep the eye of Vecna other than the head of Vecna? It just... absurd. Absurd. The Vecna hand that Starin took a bite from? Yeah. Wild. I mean, spoilers. Clearly spoilers for Baldur's Gate 3 that no one has ever played before online. You know what? I'll fight these guys. You'd like to plan actual campaigns instead of one-shots? Winky, I'm so in. There we go, we just hit expert ore miner. Amazing. I'm fairly sure I can turn this off now. We're quite a long ways off on stone. Do a little bit more of that until we're full, then we'll go back to town. Luckily, people tend to leave all the stone, so stone should actually be a lot quicker to level up. Winky, I'm so ready. I won't even choose a ridiculous bullshit character. I'll choose something that's actually fun. And I won't do stupid shit. Okay, I'll do some stupid shit, but I won't break your campaign stupid shit like I won't Brontosaurus bomb the BBEG. How about that? Good deal? My character will probably have a weird gimmick, but I won't break the campaign weird gimmick. How about that? I mean, Memnus, I don't know what exactly is... When you're saying what is it true? I don't know what you mean by it, but I can say that I resigned. As the rest of the mods, you can speak to Thor. It's only my business, but I've resigned and I'll look for work elsewhere. My plan, I'm currently taking a bit of a break for a couple of days. You enjoyed the multiple sword gags? I'm just kind of accumulating more and more swords. Yeah, that's kind of it was just great fun. I just really enjoy playing D&D with and the others. It's just great fun every time. Anyone looking forward to Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred? I didn't really enjoy Diablo 4 that much, so I probably won't go back. Are Thor and I still friends? What was the reason behind the resignation, if you don't mind me asking? I'm not getting into the reasons behind my resignation or anything like that. It's not remotely relevant to anyone else on the internet outside of people looking for drama, unfortunately. Tortoise Cronus didn't break the campaign. I didn't make that character as powerful as it actually should have been. So, if anything, I did well there. That's the main thing. Like, Turtle Cronus was meant to have, I think, like 2 more points of AC than I thought he did. So it was meant to have like 23 AC or something ridiculous at level 3. No worries, Memnus. Tortoise Chronos was completely fine, like I said. Turtle Chronos, Tortoise Chronos, or Tortle was good fun. That is a character option still. I might do a combination of Tortle and other things. Like, Tortle Monk was good fun, but I have really enjoyed the Druid characters that I've played recently, and I wouldn't mind taking the Healing Druid that I actually made for yesterday's session and taking that through a full campaign as well, because that's less gimmick and actually more kind of cool Druid flavor I've not played before. I was doing a Circle of Dreams Druid, so there's actually some like quite cool stuff that you can do inside of that. And like I've got an awful lot of healing that I could have done that I just didn't get around to doing. And if you've played through from, say, you know, start level 3 as you would for, you know, people who know what they're doing, work your way through the progression of magical items that one would have aimed for, you know, the things one would have done as your character to kind of build towards that would have given you a really kind of cool character with a lot of fleshed out abilities, a lot of synergy that you can do, a lot of fun stuff, a lot of like kind of cool skills and abilities from quite, you know, from quite early on to work really well with the party. By myself, my character was fucking useless. I'll be real with you. If my character had gotten closed in a fight, I can do 1, maybe 2 attacks a turn depending on my form, and it's just going to be melee magical damage. Like, it's just going to be whittling down an enemy. It would end up being basically a DPS check. There's not that much I can do in combat that's smart or cool, but outside of combat, made a great fun character. Oh, so well, Classic Buster, that's why they care. They want ad revenue. That's mostly what it is. But some people do care because they want to know where I stand or where Thor stands or where we stand with each other. So, you know, people think that they are entitled to information sometimes, but, you know, they were very clear that they said, if I don't mind me asking. And I did mind, so I said. And they were fine with it. So, it's fine. June live stream on the 30th of April to talk about update on 1.4 and the Water Wars DLC. I'm very much looking forward to it, yes. It's going to be great fun to see that dev stream and what the future of the game looks like. I'll see Winky, Maya. So a couple of things I probably would have changed. If I could have taken Evie with me, I would have just made her say the word mountain above the Tarask, which would have done the same thing without any of the spells. I could have just flown her up and it would have worked. You could have done, I don't know, the concept of dissolution. You could have summoned the concept of oblivion. There are all kinds of very cool word concepts that we could have pulled out of that dictionary. I would have enjoyed her pulling out the concept of division and just separating everything in half. Like the whole universe splits in two, including the Tarask. That would have worked. See, the problem is that a giant tungsten cube wouldn't necessarily work because that's 3 words. That's not like a one-item named thing. There's not giant tungsten cube in the dictionary. If you'd just done tungsten, you as a DM would have chosen how much that was. Quasar would have definitely killed us and destroyed the planet. That would split atoms too. This is what I mean. It's about finding something that's powerful but not too powerful. Meteorite is what I did. Now, Meteorite was my idea, Quartermaster Flynn. She can't take that one. I just created it with a Brontosaurus. Like, you still vote that she should have pulled the word God? See, I don't know. The problem is that God in D&D is not like, there's no being called God. You have a God. So when you say God, which aspect gets channeled of the actual deities, and how does that work without the actual gods descending to smite you? You could make a roll to see which god came out. See, that's dangerous. Also, can't the Tarask... I feel like I remember that Tarask can kill gods. There might be previous versions. I think the 5e Tarask is a bit weaker than some of the earlier ones. I did like the attempt to summon Mr. W, though. That was quite funny. I was hoping Mr. W would be there and get hit by the Brontosaurus bomb, but that's not relevant. Fingers crossed for Asmodeus. No, don't summon Asmodeus. No. I still want to know what the size up from Gargantuan in D&D would be, because they don't allow for that in the most recent version of 5.5e, and that's what we did last night. We were double Gargantuan. Asmodeus, Lord of Hell, one of the worst and most evil demons. Yeah, definitely a great guy to chill out with. Definitely the one that you want around, right? Pancake bot was also an interesting idea. Winky should explore further. There's a lot there. There's a lot. Asmodeus, more like Asbrodius. That makes sense. Also, unrelated, we need to check you for demonic influence, Clouded Cheeto. Speaking of Brontosaurus, the latest Dino Blade promo featured a very large sauropod. Amazing. Ooh. How has Brendan Lee Mulligan's Cataclysm been? I've actually seen it, JB. The problem with watching like a TTRPG that's episodic is like, I just don't have that much free time to keep up with it, and once I'm behind, I struggle to catch up. It's why I've always struggled with Critical Role. Apart from like watching it slowly, like when I used to do my commute to and from work, I would listen to it, but even then that was only like kind of an hour each way. So... didn't catch up too quickly. Size up from Gargantuan, fluffy, clearly. Double Gargantuan is Colossal, and in previous editions continues scaling with Colossal +1. Okay, so they don't have Colossal in D&D 5.5e, according to the player handbook. Unless it's in the DM's guide, which is the whole thing. Vox Machina on Amazon, there is that too. That is true. Beelzebub, nice. I like that. I'm going to use that. I did enjoy the character, Howderboy. Or Gooderboy, if you're, you don't have the ability to say the Howder. Yeah, the Critical Role, the Critical Role spin-off, 4-part Calamity. Oh, I haven't seen. Ooh. Honestly, this is ridiculous. Human body should be better at sleeping than this. Oh. What? That was really weird. I like stretched my shoulder and just immediately felt the need to yawn. Fifth Ed was a very big simplification. If I compare, like, 3.5 or even 4 to 5e, 5e is very, very simple. The problem is that I think that simplicity also allows for quite a lot of bullshit. You had anxiety nightmares all night and thought you were literally dying this morning? You're so stiff, you hear me? Oh, jeez, like, that's... Is your sleeping environment okay, Esplody? That sounds wild. I hope that you're alright. The body is good at sleeping, it's actually the brain that messed up. How it makes the body sleep? I think it's also that I've got a very scrungled set of nerves and a bit of a habit of getting trapped in my back. Oh. Yeah, see, I can put my head all the way down this way. This is fine. But if I go this way... Oh. Ah. Yeah, it's a trap nerve in the shoulder blade area. That's all it is. Oh. Good morning, Turtle Tamer. How are you doing? My apologies if I've missed anybody saying good morning as the US time zone does wake up. I hope you are all doing good. It's lovely to see so many of you on this lovely Monday. Need a heat pack? Yeah, I may do. I may go grab one at some point. If it gets real bad towards the middle, towards the end of stream and stuff, I'll put some deep heat on it or something. More like pasta that raises up in your brain. That's totally fine. I mean, it's probably like half of life is learning to deal with the stimulus and like the triggers for various problems. Like, whether that's difficult stuff you dealt with in the past, whether it's pain like your back, whether it's, your knees hurt when you stand up funny. We all have to learn our way around things, just different challenges. But I hope that it clears up for you, because having that kind of disrupted sleep is never the one. I mean, you say you're old when you pull a muscle in your back sleeping. I probably was in my mid-20s when I managed to prolapse a disc in my back by sleeping. So, like, I don't know what that is. That's beyond old at that point. That's like decrepit, right? Isn't that how that works? If old is just pulling a muscle, then surely like actually like kind of breaking the functional parts of my spine while sleeping is kind of worse, right? If someone stands up funny, it's usually a comedy show. Nice. You ever tried traction? I used to be in a neck brace and lifted off the floor by it to allow my body weight to stretch everything out. They have like tilt tables and stuff that you use in the UK for things like that. You can decompress by hanging from a bar and stuff. The compression of my spine isn't necessarily the problem anymore. It's just making sure that I don't allow it to compress. So by hanging from that bar every day, it should help my back over time. My spine from Temu has actually been it's kind of been improved over time. It's more like from B&Q in the UK. That's it's a bit DIY spine, You remember waking up after your first spinal surgery at 9, moving like an inch and exploding in pain? Yeah, see, my first surgery wasn't until I was 18, so... Speed running 90? I'm not going to 90. I'm going to get to 75, and then I'm going to get an unlimited bar tab, and I'll just drink my way out from there. Leave me in peace. If I want anyone like having to pay for a nursing home or anything for me, that's my plan. That's what we'll do. Fuck it. Dear oh dear. Poundland special. I don't want to talk about Poundland specials. That sounds real dirty on Twitch. The people who don't know that Poundland is it's like Cost Cutter, a corner shop in the UK. That sounds odd. They might get confused. I would be so down for a mecha suit for your legs and spine. I noticed that in, which film is it? Oh, no, Captain America Civil War? The one where, is it Don Cheadle who plays Iron Patriot? He gets taken out by an EMP and crashes to the earth and basically causes, like, large spine damage. And he gets kind of a cool leg brace in the rest of the film so that he can walk and still function. That's the kind of thing that I need. War Machine, that's the one. Not Iron Patriot. Iron Patriot was the first variant? Is it Civil War? See, I can remember things. JB, I think you'll find the difference there is that I caught that Poundland's a difficult term for people and explained it rather than just kind of rolling with it. So my options are either something like what War Machine uses, or upload me into a computer like so I can basically be Jarvis and I will be a sarcastic online British AI all the time. That would be great. I would be so down with being like a sarcastic Alexa variant that I'd be like, really? You're wearing that with those? Okay. Well, at that point, I've transcended my physical body, so I would be an artificial intelligence. I would be on a machine. So I would by definition be someone's AI assistant. That's how that would work. Now update to Wednesday. An exosuit sounds sick. I agree. The Crisis suit, the suit from Crisis, that's one I would get. I'd be fine with. Apart from the whole like it corrupting your genetic sequence thing, which I vaguely recall from Crisis 2. Apart from that, love the nano suit. You push it difference between Poundland and Pound Town. Oh my god, Freya. One's a collection of Poundlands, right? Or do you find Pound Town in Pound? Like, you don't want to find Pound Town in Poundland. That'd be really bad. You'd love a Tau Crisis suit? Yeah, but I don't... I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not sure I would trust any Tau technology because of the way that their ethereals are. I just don't... I don't know. You're not sorry? I know you're not. That's the worst part. And by worst part, I mean best part. Obviously. Every time I move my neck, it hurts, but fine. Loosen it up. Oh. Bruh. Fines, not even once. Who needs them? It's a great song to loosen up to. A great song, like... You've missed having an Englishman to horrify? Well, good news, Freya. I don't plan on going anywhere, so good job. Proud to be of service, I guess. Is that the John Wick saying? Isn't it, I have served, I will be of service? Isn't that the way that they show their allegiance to the table? It is, there you go. I'm remembering my catchphrase as well today, apparently. I'm able to access some of that long-term memory and pop culture references. Look at that. I've received an, there was dialogue in the John Wick movies? Yeah. There was just Peter Serafinowicz describing guns. It's basically softcore pornography. And for dessert, the Benelli. Sorry. That is my favorite scene in the John Wick film. Oh, I don't know. There are some great scenes in the John Wick films. The high table accepts your field. I'd be down for that. I feel like it's just... They've got the right level of pageantry to call themselves the high table. However, I wouldn't be able to take them seriously because I would basically be like, does the high table have, you know, have a marijuana leaf flag on it? Yep. Does the high table get through an inordinate amount of snacks? Do they need a lot of eye drops before they go on a Zoom call? You know, the kind of things that you'd ask questions about the high table. Like, As a Doctor Who fan and librarian, the scene where he beats the holy halibut with a book tickled me no end. Yet the book kill is one of the really good John Wick kill. The book kill, the horse kill, those are very, very good, good scenes. The pencil kill, that one's quite a good one. Still not as good as the pencil kill from the Batman films. That's an incredible pencil kill. The way that Heath Ledger does that scene in the Batman films, with hiding the pencil. Oh my god, that's a great scene, that one. To introduce you to just how horrifying the Joker is as a concept. It's, oh. Does the high table need a high chair? Only if they've smoked too much, yeah. You guys all had the same high table, high chair joke. I love that. Heath Ledger was... I think that Heath Ledger's Joker was absolutely great. That, the film, the Batman film with, that's Bale's Batman, isn't it? It's Bale and Ledger in that one. Yeah. I'm very sure it's Bale. That's probably my favorite of the Batman films, because that's the one that focuses on, you get to see Harvey Dent and the fall from Harvey Dent into Two-Face, and ultimately that's what really sets up for the final of that, like, trilogy. Final of that trilogy, or the first? Can't remember what the exact order is, but I think that Ledger's Joker is just incredible, an amazing job. Also, it's got Michael Caine as Alfred, like, who probably one of the best Alfreds. I mean, I really enjoyed the Alfred from the series Gotham. I think he did a really good job of the kind of the ex-army, somewhat fatherly, but also not willing to cross the line between butler and kind of friend or family member Alfred. That worked really, really well from the Gotham series. But Michael Caine's Alfred for Bale's Batman, oh, what a great character, what a great actor for it as well. The combination of having Lucius Fox played by Morgan Freeman as well. Right, did I ever watch Pennyworth? No, I haven't watched Is Pennyworth a spin-off from Gotham, Freya? Is that one? Ledger was Dark Knight, Tom Hardy was Dark Knight Rises, and the first one's Batman Begins. Yeah, so it's the second one. And then again, Tom Hardy as Bane as well did a fucking great job with the voice and with the entire character, the way the character moves and interacts, the brutality of it. Again, very well done on that one. That said, difficult for me to take Tom Hardy seriously anymore because he just does such a good job in Peaky Blinders. My god, he does a great job of playing the leader of the Jewish gangs in London. Crazy how much Ledger and Hardy put into those heroes. I would probably attest that Ledger and Hardy's work in those two makes those films stand up quite well to test of time, just because of how good their acting is to make them a legitimate villain. But even, I mean, in the third Batman film, you've also got, oh, what's his name? You've got Cillian Murphy, who, in order to not spoil the film for himself, did his scene completely blind to the context of the film. So had no idea what he was doing, and he's in the Peaky Blinders as well. So another great actor who was also in the third Batman film, and in Peaky Blinders. Tom Hardy in Venom was pretty good. I agree. Yes, Cillian Murphy. Yeah, Sycorax Murphy. Yeah. Pennyworth is a TV series about the young Alfred, so it's a separate series entirely. Okay. Hardy's has been top tier. First thing I saw him in was Star Trek Nemesis. He's also very good in, oh, what is the name of the film where he plays both of the brothers? I think it's the Cray twins. They were British gangsters, for those of you who don't know the Cray twins, who were pretty brutal guys. Was it called Gentleman? Is it that one? I get confused between that one and the one that has Colin Farrell and a bunch of other people in it. I always get a few of those characters. I get a few of those films mixed up. Gentleman was Guy Ritchie. That was called Legend's the one. Legend. Yep, thank you. It's helpful having chat to, like, kind of filter some of my brain's outputs and tell me which ones are correct and not. Thank you, I appreciate it. You didn't follow the Batman 2022 and didn't feel excited about it? I didn't watch it when it came out. I didn't really care that much for it. I watched it on the flight to TwitchCon last year. I actually quite enjoyed it as a standalone film. I was surprised at how well Pattinson did as Batman. I just didn't really buy him as Bruce Wayne, if that makes sense, for Pattinson. I don't know if that makes sense. That sounds slightly crackheadish. Hello, Volkarma. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you, dude. Terrifying performance. Tom Hardy is both Craze. Yeah, I mean, as Reggie Cray, he did a really, yeah, just a great job. He's played the Craze and Al Capone. Yeah, I mean, like I said, done a very, very, very good job with those. You never watched Black Hawk Down? Black Hawk Down's very good. It's a little bit dated now, but it does portray a very difficult day for the American forces. And ultimately, one of the formative as far as I understand, that the events of Black Hawk Down have fundamentally changed and shaped the way that the US responds to air threats and their interactions inside of cities and military operations ever since. It's a very, very formative bit. It's a bit like, you know, you've got things that are shown in various TV and film, which is reflected well. You don't do well with war movies. Do you mind if I ask why that is, Freya? Because some people have different reasons why, and I don't want to make a comment that's not reflecting your experience or your problem with them by mistake. I tend to find that a lot of people don't like war films because they don't like the lack of character development, or they don't like the lack of kind of like social context given to some people's actions. It's just all action. The visuals stick with you in a way that's not good for your mental health. Absolutely fair, and therefore I completely understand and wouldn't recommend any to you. Absolutely fair. If people say to me, oh, I don't tend to like war films or action films because I don't like the amount of development in them, I would always recommend the Band of Brothers series to them. But given how you've said it, with the visuals, I cannot recommend that to you. It's pretty brutal at times. It's not as bad as certain elements of things like Saving Private Ryan, but it still can be bad at times, and the loss is very, very difficult at times. But I think if you really want to understand some of the depths of the wars in Europe, Band of Brothers and The Pacific that were made by HBO both do a very good job of giving some idea of the brutality of those wars, but also the camaraderie between people and how far men went to support each other in those wars as brothers, and the things that they put aside to support each other as well. It wasn't about race or color or religion or political belief. It was about fighting evil and doing the right thing. And that's why I really do enjoy an occasional rewatch of Band of Brothers, because as a person not in the military, understanding military camaraderie is not something you can easily do. If you're friends with the veterans, sometimes you can understand a little bit of how they see the world, but you're never really going to see a bunch of like military veterans interacting with each other in that way. And I think they do a really good job of showing some of that inside of a very difficult, you know, TV show, and very difficult time, showing how, you know, stress was worked out or not worked out, some of the losses, the depths of it, but also some of the highs of, you know, their time with each other. It's 10 episodes. It shows everything from Normandy all the way through, you know, France, concentration camps, you know, Netherlands, all of the campaign that the 101st Airborne went through. We're about to be at the ads, so I appreciate you guys listening to me yap about TV shows and films. I need to get up and grab another drink because this one is empty pretty much. But I will be leaving you guys with the music and with the ad screen once that starts up, so never fear. Please do look after yourselves. Feel free to keep chatting about TV shows that you recommend to each other in the chat, because Masters of the Air is one that's on my list of things to watch. It's just been on Apple for a long time. Or it was on Apple when it came out, and I haven't gotten around to it. But please do stretch your legs, grab a drink, get yourself a snack, take your laundry out of the hamper, take your meds. All of those things that you should do. I'll leave you guys with some more dead mouse. Once those ads start up, Twitch will eventually serve you ads, because that's what Twitch will eventually do. The funny thing is, if I press run 3-minute ad, it pretty much instantly serves them, but the auto-serving, for some reason, can take up to like 2 or 3 minutes sometimes. It's very frustrating. It's a bit like you're at work and you ask your manager, hey, can I take a break? Your manager's like, yeah, at the top of the hour. And then you get there and it's like, okay, when I say go, and you don't know when they're going to do it. There we go. Whoop. Hello, I have returned. Good old bit of dead mouse. Excuse me. Why is it so warm in this room? It's probably the computer. Ah, yes, the pre-rolls are off. Welcome back, everyone, after the ads. Thank you for sticking with. I appreciate you guys. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you are doing good. We are playing Albion as part of their Crucible event. As a new player, it was very nice to be invited to join their kind of semi-competitive event where you know, you can bring your community members in. You can all try out the game for free. You know, your group's efforts towards the goal create points at the end of the event. You know, there can be some prizes, etc. Or, you know, just taking part as a group is good fun. We've got a decent sized guild, about 35 people. Nice. And people are having quite a lot of fun. At the moment, we're working on gathering, so gotta keep my gathering frame up. You see, gotta make sure I keep up the example for the community. You see, it's very important. Thank you, Phil. I guess. I'm glad you like the AFK screen for the ads. Bailey is majestic. He's a battle cat. He's very powerful, majestic, and cute. Oh, mirrors in chat threatening people, or Balthazar's checking people. Okay, Balthazar is threatening people for Mirror. That's why, with the mirror check. Nice. Good job, Balth. Mirror will be proud of you. Thank you very much, Phil. Oh, I need to check the DMs on that thing. Trip to IKEA next week to look at the standing desk. Very nice. I need to see if I can find a standing desk that will support the weight of 2 PCs. I don't think I will. I think it might end up being one, might end up being floor mounted. Need to rewatch the end of the D&D stream yesterday. How was it? It was it had a really big impact. Oopsie. Really impactful. I would describe the end of the stream as impactful. Why not wall mount? Because I don't hate myself. I don't want to wall mount a PC. That sounds like a lot. Impactful. For the animals or for me? The animals were saved. We saved all but one animal. What? Oh, hang on. Why did you put that into French? No, okay, 0 animals were hurt. The Tarrasque is not an animal. It's not a beast. We did save the animals. Did I catch my tail? No. Every time I got there, I couldn't find it. It was really weird. It was very confusing for me. We'll try again. Baldasamus? Something like that. A Brontosamus. We did a Brontosamus. Look, how much in total was raised? If I switch these overlays over, you can see it for yourself. The total amount raised was 6,259.45. It is still open, so that's the reason why I've got this link open. You can still contribute now after the fact if you want to for Humane World Stop Animal Testing. So I wanted to leave people with that opportunity to do so. We are still going to leave that open. It's open for... Nos said 48 hours after the fact, so it's still going to be open today and tomorrow. If you did miss last night and you do want to contribute towards Humane World, please do feel free to use that link and I will try and keep my eye on the notification above my head. Well, I can't see obviously because it's up here. It's way up there normally if I get notifications, so it's difficult for me to keep track, you know. Hello, Legendary Trail, my man. Good to see you, dude. We are doing well, thank you, yeah. Crap nerve in the shoulder aside, I'm doing very good, thank you. How are you doing, buddy? Are you alright, Mivixov? Oh, yeah, nice. Nellis provides you with the link. Sweet. Thanks, Nellis. Making sure I baked in the fursuit. I'll be honest with you, I was surprisingly okay because I thought about it in advance. I had a fan at my feet level, keeping my legs cool. I had a fan at my head level, keeping my head cool, and also I had the window open so I could let the cold air in from outside. So I didn't get too warm in the fursuit of the Wilfred suit. For those of you who didn't see, if you've seen the comedy Wilfred featuring Elijah Wood and Wilfred the dog. That was Doug. I picked up the costume specially because I said at $250 I would put the costume on, and $450 we would put the nose on, and we did. We met the obligation. You guys smashed it, and we raised, well, this channel raised $1,736 so far for the Humane World. So absolutely amazing. Did I happen to take monitor positioning advice from How to Be Quiet? Dude is constantly looking up. No, Taffy, I didn't, but that is very funny. But there's only so much that I can really do, because I've got the screen down in front of me. I've got the camera right here. I've got a screen above where I've got my OBS feed, so I can see my OBS and one OBS chat feed. I've also got another chat feed down there, which also has activity feed on it. Over there is some other stuff, but like, without using the ability to like make it look like I'm always looking at the camera, there's always going to be looking around, because the amount of screen real estate that one wants for streaming is quite high. You want to be able to see a lot of kind of useful info or have it to hand. So, not as bad as the bath suit from Spaceballs. Yeah. The Winky didn't know that I had about 3 or 4 solutions based on depending on who I could take up with me as you know, in my form for flying animal. Had I taken up somebody whose bag of rats was full, you can basically accelerate the rats out of a bag of rats and turn them into a rattling gun. Just by making them drop at terminal velocity, and the rules on damage would mean that the full damage, the Taras would take half of each rat's full damage. So they all turn into pate, but the Taras would slowly be pelted to death by rats, especially if I enlarged the rats. Greg and the voice changer was hysterical. It was great fun. Genuinely, all of it was so much fun. I'm really glad we did it. It was just good fun. It was just a great thing to do for a good cause with my friends. You thought the rats were immune to damage? Well, exactly. But they take the full damage. So the Taras would take the full damage. Just because they are immune to the damage doesn't mean they don't take damage. It's different. Did I ever see the original Australian version of Wilfred? So much better. I have not seen the original Australian version of Wilfred. I don't know how strange that would be, and I'm somewhat scared. And concerned for all of you. Then again, I know that Australia has gotten used to their bogan problem, so I guess what's one more thing, right? But I'm really glad that a bunch of you had fun. It was really good to see so many people having fun in chat, interacting with other communities. I think there was about 600 people watching on average in total, which was really, really awesome to see, and you guys all rock. So thank you for helping us fundraise so much, so quickly. Such a good cause. I know that Nos, who works for Humane World, works very hard, and I think to be able to actually be part of the campaign rather than overseeing it will have made a really nice change for her. So thank you all for being there and supporting her, us, and the charity, really. It was great fun. You missed it? Not a problem, Meredith. If you want to watch it, it is on YouTube. I know Nellis has got a link. I can share that again if needed. But I just appreciate all of you guys for being here and enabling us to do that. Because, you know, the fact that even if you missed it last night, the fact that you're here now means that we've got, you know, a bunch of people who are interested. You know, we've got a great platform to be able to share that information with viewers. So anyone who comes in now and asks about D&D or hears about it can hear that we did this fundraiser. So, genuinely, just because you couldn't make it last night, or you were busy doing other things, I still thank you for being here today. And if you want to watch it, you can. You should be able to enjoy it if you want to. It's Pritch from looting. It was fun as fuck. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. You didn't watch it yesterday? You've got every opportunity to watch it whenever it's not coming off of YouTube. I don't plan to take that VOD down, so don't worry. And if you do want to donate, the link is still live. If you want to scan that QR code, you can do so. Or use the Tiltify link in the !D &D command as a thing. I'm at 880% capacity, so we're not far off of a full inventory load. Yeah, I can't go through that one. Padre Marcelo XP, another player. It was, yes, it was a fundraiser for Humane World for Animals, as part of the Stop Animal Testing campaign. Thank you, Nellis. You're a legend. Harvest more travertine. So as a reminder for the rest of this week, we will be on tomorrow with some more Windrose and some more Albion. Wednesday, I've got some real life commitments, so I will not be around. And then Thursday and Friday will be live as normal, doing a bunch of things, getting up to a bunch of mischief, which will be great. We'll definitely be doing Windrose on Thursday. So that's set in stone, or set in the water. It's on the log. Yeah, or yeah, don't despawn the ox, because if I despawn the ox, my character's legs will basically immediately break. Windrose is low-key lit. Yeah, I'm really enjoying Windrose. It's a great fun game. They've done very well with it. Sounds like a busy and fun week. Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a busy and fun week. Yeah. I was saying, Phil, that I've got to do some IRL work on my CV on Wednesday, so I'll probably be unavailable for most of the day. And I'm also seeing a friend who, you know, which will be good. It's all related. So I won't be around on Wednesday. There won't be a stream on this Wednesday, but there will be a Friday stream to make up for it, so don't worry. Yeah. And the one I know, I've resigned. I'm looking for other things, but I'm not in a huge rush because ultimately I've been fairly smart with how I've paid my salary, so I'm giving myself an extra like 2 weeks, well, but in a week or two of like breathing room before I deal with recruitment agencies. Because as many of you know, recruitment agencies are not always fun. Yeah, Miss Sapley, I may very well do. Mostly because in the UK, the area of work that I was in is consumer protection. It's working mostly on financial services regulation and making sure that people aren't getting fucked over by banks and by financial services contracts. I've always enjoyed and found that work reasonably meaningful. That's what I was doing beforehand. I would like to go back to that. It's work I do because I wanted to, not because I had to. The work that I was meant to do, I left. I did not want to be in a solicitor's firm. I saw how fucking awful it was, how bad the culture was, and I was like, nah, fuck this, not being a solicitor. You work at an ALB? All right, fair enough. You're always free to drop me messages on Discord, etc. I am pretty bad at picking up Discord messages, so if you send me a message and I don't reply, you can open a mod ticket on my Discord server, and the mods will be like, Kronos, answer the damn tickets, and I'll be like, okay. Sell your CV data to some shady companies. Surprising when I start sending CVs, get called from strange companies about selling me stuff. That sounds about right. Yeah, to be careful who you provide it to. You work for the public sector, less harsh on you than the public sector? The private sector, you mean? I think ultimately people are going to have bad experiences in whatever workplace that you're in. It's about finding a place where you are happy, comfortable, make a difference. And the moment that you aren't, you don't necessarily owe them anything. If you're not being treated the way that you deserve to be treated as an employee, leave. Resign immediately. You don't deserve that. Ooh. Looks unharvested. Half people in my team left the private sector so could pay cut to work in the public sector. We're all in IT. That sounds about right. Yeah, I know that private sector IT can be treated pretty poorly. You know, I said the primate sector. That's where the monkeys work. Always monkeying around. I'll take the 6 uncommon iron ore, though. That's not bad. How much of that have we got? Yeah, not too bad. It makes 4.1, 4 plus 1 gear, so I guess I can get it to the community for building or enchanting. You say they took a pay cut. Did you factor in how much it would take to match their pension contributions? I'm sure they did, but getting into the details of someone's benefits is probably beyond the normal remit of Twitch chat. Does my bull have a name? Yeah, Mike. He's an ox. Prayer. First name Mike, last name Ox. You detested your job when you first started. Here you are 2.5 years later getting praise from senior leadership and getting promotions. You'd not have guessed you'd be where you are. Depends on the job, but you might depend on how long you are there. It's also going to depend on how much difference you can make, how much you're listened to, how much room you are, and it's different for every single person. Like how much room you're given to progress and how your viewpoint is respected and listened to. It all matters. Well, I know that we've all stuck out jobs that we've not been happy in because it's, you know, it's easier to do so for a while than it is to start something new and take the risk. It's a whole thing for everyone. Mike's a Longhorn? Is that Freya? I'll take your word for it. I don't know Mike that well. Why did he not harvest this one when he harvested the other sand? I'm so confused. Why did he not harvest the sandstone? Oh, Cognac, there's a few ones. Like Isaac is a good name for one as well. There's a few good names that one could use. Don't worry. You didn't see it? Maybe not. Maybe not. Weird. Maybe they were scared of the ox. Happens. Feeling inadequate, maybe. He just couldn't stand up to Mike. What a ridiculous joke. Maybe it was polite and left it for me, but I'm not harvesting tier 3 stone. Ah. The resource wastage. Can't believe it. It's so inefficient. Ravatine. And we'll probably kill this ghoul. He gets too close. $30,000 silver. Take that. The design of those trees is so pretty. I really like them. I like a lot of the artwork in this, to be honest. It's reasonably simple, but it's still very kind of neat. It all works very well together to create kind of a cohesive, good feeling, as it were. That. Pengarn. Okay. A buffed dungeon. The art is very clean. They do a very good job with it, yeah. I do wish you could zoom out further. That's something I do wish I could do. Because you can't zoom out any further than this camera currently is. So I'd like to be able to zoom out a little bit more. Other than that, yeah, I think the game's art's very good, very cool, very neat. I've definitely picked up some drinks, but I don't know what I did with them. Hello, acute Sasquatch. How are you? It is lovely to see you. Do that. Nice. Nice art equals super high realism. I agree with you. I think that seeing nice art is more important than just it has to be. The photorealism isn't the only art style. Thank you, doing pretty well. Going home to sail the pirate seas after work. Well, I hope that you enjoy. You like me? The photo with my coffee. My house is 700 square feet. I still lose my mug. Luckily, I don't drink hot drinks. But yeah, I have been known if I've got like a drink to put them somewhere sensible and then lose it. It does sometimes happen. It has been known to happen. Not that anybody in chat could prove it. I think I've remembered where I put them. Yeah, I did. I put it behind my light. That made sense. Somewhere sensible and safe. Where I can't knock it over onto myself. You think the goblin stole the coffee? I'd believe that. Yeah, cool. I'm just not a big fan of hot drinks, to be honest with you. I never have been. I don't know. I don't see the hype. And that's why when people ask what my favorite kind of tea is, my answer is Long Island iced. The whole thing. Whole thing. How do I do tea time? Long Island iced. Or tea cakes. A Brit without tea? Travesty? You're the second person I've met that hates hot drinks. It's not that I hate them. I just don't see that. If it's a cold winter's night, like, I might have, like, a hot chocolate or something, I guess. But, like, coffee is ridiculously bitter. Just no need for it. And the caffeine just ends up making me sleepy. Tea, it's okay. But, like, it's just a bit unnecessary. It performs a function of heating you up. But, like, I just don't need a I'd rather just have water. Thank you, Programmer's Port. I'm not alone. And if I don't necessarily like tea, does that not make me more American than the British who, you know, you would have tried to upset by throwing tea into the harbour? Because I would have cheered you on. What's my opinion on soup? Depends what the soup is made of. If it's a leaf soup, then I'm not a fan. If it's, you know, like a rice... Ooh, actually, what's my favourite kind? I do like a nice, like, sweet potato soup. A carrot. Meat soup, maybe? You like iced tea? It's pretty much Long Island iced tea. Yes. Yes, the best kind. The Long Island iced tea is the best kind of tea. It contains 5 alcohols and is very effective. You make a coconut milk and sweet potato curry. That's very nice. A curry soup. Ooh. That sounds... that's the kind of thing I would like to have. See, a soup is different. Soup is food, just liquid. Tea is not really a soup. Tea is its own food group in Britain. It's, hard to describe. As soon as you cross the border, tea becomes something else. Yeah. Long Island iced tea is gin, vodka, tequila, white rum, and Cointreau. Or triple sec, rather than Cointreau. Same thing, but... Cream of mushroom... Cream of chicken soup is very good. If you're sick, chicken soup is the one. Yeah. Coconut milk and sweet potato curry soup. It's just a very interesting blend. I'm intrigued. Highly intrigued. I think it would be very nice. Like, you can get like a spiced carrot soup, which is very, very nice. They're kind of curry. Kind of curried carrot. You kind of the nice warmth. I'm really glad that all the sea shanties has meant that the shuffle is now picked up that we love sea shanties, so there's just a few of these enclosed in this playlist now. You know what? Fine. I know that some people, though, are not soup fans. If you are not a soup fan in chat, please speak up. Let us know that you're not the soup fan. You're not the soupiest. We are at 1000% carry weight. Amazing. 82% of total. Curried carrot sounds good. Spiced carrot stew is very good. You're not a soup fan? Stew, not soup? Oh god, we're gonna start, you know, the food wars. It's gonna happen. There'll be a fight between the stew and the soup supremacists. Supremacists. Okay, so why no soup? Those of you who are so adamantly anti-soup, why are you no soup? Stew good, soup good, pasta forever. We already know pasta is king here. If you don't like soup, how do I feel about chili? I do like chili. Chili is... I love me a good chili. Being from East Europe, I think if I would not like soup, then they would send me to the gulag. Sounds about right. And in the gulag, you would get given soup. How difficult for you. When I eat food, I want something solid with a good texture. Is that... That sounds about right. That's some people... I don't know. I'm just... Soup performs a function. Copy pasta? I assume you mean cold pasta, but copy pasta. Oh, no, you don't mean... You probably mean copy pasta as in the actual copy pasta. Okay, fine. So be it. You like eating copy pastas? I won't stop you. Bring us sugar and tea and rum. More sandstone. We'll go grab all of these tier 4 resources up top. Jalapeno cornbread. That sounds very nice. In fairness, yeah, if you weren't meant to eat data, it wouldn't be called bites. You do make a very valid point, Acute Sasquatch, yeah. When it comes down to a texture thing for me, I agree. Texture in food is very, very important. It's probably one of my bigger things that I would get hung up on. It's something like hot dogs being tacos, sandwiches. Depends on which culture you're in. Want texture but have soup? Get a sandwich, crackers, or yeah, exactly. You have to add bread to soup to make texture. Half a bite is a nibble. Amazing. Okay, that guy just absolutely decked that elemental. Fine. Sure, I'm not even gonna stop him. Fine. I'm British. Anything with gravy is basically I'm a fan of, like a roast dinner. Oh yeah, a lovely like roast chicken, roast lamb maybe, Yorkshire puddings. You know, the full works. Roasted vegetables. Nice thick northern style gravy. Yeah, that's what you want. That's what you want from food. Be real. That's all I want. Chips and gravy, 100%. Chips and gravy is great, except for the fact that chips and chip shop curry sauce is also very, very good. And that's a difficult choice to make sometimes. Do you want chips and gravy or do you want chips and curry sauce? Toad in the hole, excellent food as well. Yes, sausages in batter. Done. It's beige, therefore it's probably British food. Done. You like to get a big Yorkshire pudding and put your roast in it? Good, it's good. Yorkshire puddings are very it right now. Like, Yorkshire pudding wraps are very popular. Like, you go to a harvester, you know, Yorkshire puddings everywhere. Gold, you're happy. You want poutine so much, but they don't sell it near you? I'm sorry to hear that. What's poppin'? Hello, Skystorm King. How are you doing, buddy? Bangers and mash? Not saying it that way around is wrong, Red Falcon. Why would you say mash and bangers? That's wrong. Whoa. That's a cultural crime if I've ever heard one. Varp, fair. That's a texture thing. Makes sense. The sweet potato coconut curry soup. 1 can of coconut milk, 1.5 to 2 with vegetable stock. Seasons taste with turmeric, cumin, ginger, and cayenne pepper. 2 or 3 sweet potatoes chopped. Slow cooked till the potatoes can be mashed, blended, done. Sweet. Oh, nice. That's a very easy recipe, to be fair. You like a good peppery lamb, call it a bread bowl, and you're allergic to pepper? Fair. Maybe don't eat the things you're allergic to that much. You really just like mash most of the time because you've had too many bad mashes where you can have nice creamy ruined by lumps. That's definitely a thing with mash, yeah. A poorly made mashed potato is just not even worth it, you know? It's just not the one. It's barely worth even trying. Oh. You've always called it mash and bangers? I can't believe it. That's wild. Yeah, thank you very much, Explody, for the recipe. We do appreciate that. Sharing the curry recipe with us. Now I want curry. Damn. %86% of our full carry weight gathered. Most people don't know that pepper actually weakens when it's cooled. Yeah, it's a whole thing. But pepper also burns really. A lot of people put pepper into food. Well, depending on what type of pepper we're talking about. Black pepper. A lot of people put that in too early in the cooking process, and sometimes it just burns. Wanting curry is a constant. It is a British staple of wanting curry. One always wants a curry in Britain. That's a good noise, Orcs. Are you going to play the next song, Spotify? Apparently Spotify got upset. I should probably go down here and harvest my way along this wall. You dated an Indian lady for a while? OMG the food? Oh, Indian food is the one. It's butter chicken and naan. Indian herbs and spices are just incredible. It's a hugely wide and diverse world of flavors. It's great. I can harvest sandstone, yeah, that's fine. Biryani and a dosa? The good old chicken tikka masala being the national dish of the UK kind of makes sense, I'll be honest with you. Like, it's that kind of tracks. You're finally back on the train with the streak? Oh, well, good to see that, Hoobs. I've only seen your streak. Thank you, Hoobsy. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh, big yawn. Still didn't get very much sleep last night. That's half the problem. A little shouty Bailey this morning wanted attention and wanted to come and snuggle up. He's very adorable. In America, can you get Indian takeout? And if so, what kind of food does an Indian takeout have? Or is it more like you don't really have that much Indian food, you have more like Mexican food just because there hasn't been a huge amount of Indian influx into the culture? Is there like a difference in that? Or do you still get Indian food the same way that we do? Because you can get Mexican food in the UK, it's just less common. Whereas, like, if you go to a town and it hasn't got a curry house, there's something wrong in the UK. Oh, you can get chicken tikka masala in the US? That's important. That's a good bit of cultural transfer that you guys deserve, as well as Canada. Canada definitely deserves chicken tikka masala. Amazing. Everyone loves butter chicken? Of course. I'm not remotely shocked. Was that? That was wild. Okay. Surprisingly close to death there. Avoid that. Let's not die. That would be nice. We should maybe try using a sword at some point. My character's never seen a sword. He's like, what is that? Strange contraption. You're probably allergic to mango, so you haven't had a lassie and you're very sad about it. I am sorry. Mango lassie is a part of the takeout, you know, process. How's PvP going? We haven't PvP'd yet, Var. I'm just trying to get my not my wood harvesting, my stone harvesting up a little bit as well. And just kind of waiting to get the stream started, make sure everyone's on, you know, people are enjoying this before we just yeet ourselves off needlessly. We don't want to die yet, right? I want to at least make enough money back to pay for my gear before I run in and yeet it into the void. Given that our market value is worth 500k, it's just about worth it. Our Indian place led to me making basmati rice in our rice cooker where I add some water to the water before you cook it. Yep. That's some butter to the water, sorry, not water to the water. Of course you add water to water. I'm going mad, you hear, chat. What is this large toothpick? What is this large cheese stick? Hello, did you hear the word cheese and you wanted attention? Yeah, the baby. Yeah. Hi. Who's a good boy? That's the wrong cat cam. How did I select the wrong cat cam? There we go. Let's do this. And then we'll make it large. Okay, you're going out. Okay, fine. Fine. You know what? Fine. That's for when he eventually comes back. That's for when he comes back. Taffy, thank you for the 100 bits for enlarging the emote, buddy. That's awesome of you. That's a very, very BBQ emote, to be honest with you. Chicken katsu curry, not Indian food, if I recall. Katsu is Japanese, is it not? Or Indonesian? Japanese, there you go. Oh, excuse me. So Bailey had a flying visit. Why am I so tired? Gosh. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that, chat. I do promise I went to bed. Otherwise, Mira would probably cut me. Va, thank you very much for the oversized emote. That's horrifying. Wow. Whose emote is that? Simon Shake? Amazing. Hey, look, it's Alchemist. Nice. Harvesting iron. Alchemist, grab the iron ore, my man. Take it. You collect the iron ore. You do what you need to. Oh, I can hear the Alchemist is fighting. I spent several hours being extremely chaotic dog. I was a completely I was just vibing, you know, just vibing. Japanese curry has its original root from Indian curry, you believe? Interesting. Don't quote you, you're not a curry scientist. Imagine your job being a curry scientist. It would be amazing as a role to have. Var with the 5 community gift subs to Artemis Rancer, Miss Becca Rooney, Zaka Boyle, Hofdeme, and Kvasir. Thank you so much, Var. I really appreciate you being here. How is your Monday? Japanese origin from the word cutlet, Japanized in katakana, and then re-borrowed back into English as katsu. Wow. Okay, fine. That sounds like English. Thank you so much, Var. You are an absolute legend. Hope you're doing good today. Food science is fun, but less delicious than you would imagine. I have a friend who is a food scientist, and she does tell me that sometimes it can be fun and sometimes it's awful. So I kind of have an idea. Apparently you can get very sick of foods and flavors very quickly. Which I can understand. I love how English will just play ping pong with a Japanese word, just try and kind of make katsu. That's great. I enjoy that. Chemistry is fun until it's not, and even then it might be fun for other reasons afterwards. You took a okay, Shruinator, I need to hear a little bit about chocolate science. Please enlighten us. I think it's important for all of us to know a little bit more of the science about chocolate. You found your Good Eats cookbook? Ah. You love chemistry but big nerd. We have a few chemistry fans in the house. If you like chemistry, you'll probably like Wazit's content. Who does cool chemistry experiments here on Twitch. Chocolate tempering is part science, part dark magic. Only if you're using dark chocolate. That's obviously it depends on what type of chocolate you're using, and that's the type of magic it is. Which makes sense. The ads are about to be here, chat. I need to get up and go and stretch my legs. Go and do some dips on the stairs where I dip my heels so that I can stretch out the muscles in my legs again. So I will be right back. Milk magic is messy. I'll take your word for it. Please do grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. I can't believe it's been 40 minutes since the last ads. That's insane. So thank you all very much for being here and for being so chill. We will pause for the ads so you don't miss anything, and I will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for bearing with. I'm right back here, and we are going to keep going with some more Albion. Hope you guys are having fun, and welcome back from the ads. Breaking my own heart. You start class, get 1 or 2 pieces of chocolate, describe it with your senses. Then we get into various details about how the chocolate was made. But also things like white chocolate has no cocoa solids, some history, various types of chocolate, pairings, additions. And the last day you made a 1" by 1" by 6" chocolate bars with whatever add-ins you wanted. That sounds pretty great. I'm going to be honest with you. Now I'm kind of jealous. That sounds like great fun. Where do I sign up? You don't know who's doing your work schedules, but a 5-hour day before 2 days off is kind of neat. That's a nice way to end the week. I used to like to either... when I was doing the schedule for, like, the mods, like, for example, like Ham and Jake, who are often in chat, will attest to this. I would often try and put their most difficult day of the week immediately following, like, their longest day would be immediately following their time off, so that they're dealing with the hardest task when they're the most rested. Because I generally found that that was just what worked best for them. Some people might find it different. They might actually want to do their final hardest day right before their time off. So we used to kind of adapt it depending on what was needed. But I've always found that, yeah, start with the hardest days and kind of work down the difficulty tier to breathe out before the weekend is probably a reasonably good way of doing it, kind of thing. So I'm glad to hear that you've only got a 5-hour day. You don't think you ever noticed it? You noticed it a couple of times, Ham. You commented on it a few times. Normally back last summer. I also forgot that you were here, Ham. Cheeky little bastard. Sneaking around. Can't talk about you behind your back if you're here. That's unfair, isn't it? Rude. The final quarter elective, you took it alongside another class called Beer and Wine in Western Culture. What the fuck kind of... What kind of courses do you guys get? This is bullshit. Where was my 2nd or 3rd year law elective? Where I could have a cheese and wine tasting class or something. Like, come on. That sounds incredible. That's true. I don't remember any of my shifts when I used to have 2 shifting patterns, so... You're playing Obra Dinn? Oh, you're having fun, Ham. Hello, GA Earth. Hello again, buddy. Welcome back. I hope you are doing good today, dude. Good to see you. 2 days in a row. Thank you very much, bud. Hope you enjoyed yesterday's stream. Cheese and wine tasting sounds like the right night out for lawyers. I was advised in the 2nd year of university by a law professor to remember that lawyers have to network quite a lot. So to be very careful about learning how you can drink as an individual, what you can take, what you can't tolerate, where your line is, where you are drunk versus just having a good time. And the perception of other people to think that you've had enough to drink or slightly more to drink than people should think you do. Because generally that means you can speak to clients in a more open manner socially, but also still maintain control for what. There was a whole, like, 1-hour lecture on how to network while around alcohol as a lawyer. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think most people listened to it, but it was surprisingly interesting. We were university students, so telling us how to drink, we were like... Please, hold my 2-liter bottle of beer, for a second. Brew. I think the electives we got in, I think our final year, we had advocacy, medical law. God. Commercial law? That might have been a requirement. I think commercial law is a requirement. I'm fairly sure there was a shipping law one. Medical negligence was its own separate area. I know that. Medical negligence law was a whole separate topic. And you had like a placement elective where you could go and help out legal services in the local cities. That was a thing. I'm trying to remember quite a long time ago. Hold my pilk. Yeah, hold my white lightning. Hold my space bag. Oh my god. Imagine a hold my beer, but rather than a beer, it's just one of those like... What are they? They're like basically like baubles, but they're full of alcohol. They're like booze balls or something, aren't they? Is that what they're called? Is that what they're called? Booze baubles? Buzz balls, that's the one. Imagine like just a hold my beer moment, but rather than a beer, just someone hands you a buzz ball. Like, how confused are you gonna be? How long have I been graduating from college? I mean, I'm from the UK. We don't... The college in the UK ends when you turn 18. University ends when you're 21, so I've been graduated for... well over a decade and a bit. Oh dear. That was a long time ago. Isn't teaching an Englishman to drink kind of similar to teaching a fish how to swim? Yes, Strike. I'd say you're broadly accurate. Broadly accurate. About the surgeon, his second fatal mishap? Oh my god. Jeez. It must have been the greatest year? Ah. Ooh. Ooh. So, yeah, in the UK you can legally drink and buy your own alcohol from the age of 18. You can legally drink if you're given the alcohol by a parent or guardian from the age of 5. And being given by the parent or guardian means that if you take it from their cupboard, that's what that means. So people in Britain start drinking in fields around the age of 12 or 13, it seems, or onwards, pretty normally. So we don't have the same, like, oh, you turn 21 and you can drink as the US has, because that's ludicrous, let's be honest. Like, everyone's been drinking for years anyway at that point. So, like, turning 21 isn't a big deal in the UK. So it wasn't a big year. You stopped drinking at 18? Fair. I stopped drinking in 2023? Jeez. I will still have a drink if I'm out with friends and, you know, there's a big occasion, or like I'll have a drink for New Year, but like most of the time I just won't bother. Like I have for the stream for you guys, I've done the shoeies and stuff, but even then, like, it's just doesn't really, it doesn't matter. It's 18 is here as well, Austria? Yeah. I'm surprised by that, actually, Dreamdaver. I would have expected that Austria went down the German route, where you could buy beer and weaker kind of drinks from 16. Because I think the German rules are much better. The fact that you can buy alcohol below a certain percentage of strength as a German from the age of 16 makes a lot of sense to me, I think. You hate beer? You forgot that? I think, is it beers? Is it just beer? I don't know. I can't remember. Beer and wine? Wine's pretty potent by itself. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, if I'd started at 16 being able to drink wine, then, you know, like, I'd probably... I don't like most beer, but Weiss beer, I'm definitely a fan of Weiss beer. The Germans know how to make a really, really nice wheat beer. Like, a real good, proper Weiss beer. Ooh, that's the one type of beer that I do actually like, because it's quite light and sweet, rather than the kind of bitterness that you might sometimes get. If you're not a fan of beer because it's too bitter or sour, if you get the opportunity to try a proper Weiss beer at some point, I would recommend it, even if you like a small amount. The nice thing about the UK is if you go into a pub and you ask, I say, can I try, you know, a small amount of the X that's on tap? they'll let you normally. Like 9 times out of 10, they'll just give you a tiny little kind of like an inch or so at the bottom of a glass to taste the flavor of it, see if you like it. The thing I find about beer is, and I think a lot of people don't drink it right, and for a long time when I was younger, I know that I didn't drink beer right. Beer, you're not meant to take small sips. It's about taking a larger mouthful most of the time. Sipping beer, if you don't like it, actually makes it worse. If I recall correctly, I could be wrong on that. There's a lot of the... okay, I can't put those in. That's... yeah. There's a lot of beer is the, like, the scent of it is actually half of it. Sipping will get you all the bitters. Yeah, it tastes more bitter if you sip it. Yeah, exactly. Maybe I know what's up. I'm not imagining it. Maybe. I might be imagining it. Beer makes you sneeze? I'm guessing it's the carbonation. Sounds like beer sucks, you gotta chug it to make it better. I mean...
nice island you've got
if
there.
that's your view, feel free. You can drink a soda. Interesting. It could be a hops allergy, although making it sneeze versus having any other kind of effect. I know that a lot of people can have a hops intolerance where you'll end up with like kind of digestive issues or really extreme gas if you have hops. That's what I know a few people have got problems with. Expert's Time of Spells is nice. Not that. Okay, well I think that we might be able to yeet ourselves through a portal. Leather makes you sneeze. Okay, now I'm interested in knowing what's going on with chat. Why most lagers in the UK taste like shit? Well, it also depends on the lager that you get as an import. Like, some lager just is kind of awful. Like, not all lager is good. That's the other thing, so there is that. Ooh, where was I going? I was going to the repair station and then to the auction house to get the level 5 pickaxe. And we're going to a level 6 area to go and try and get some of the progression points that we need. Okay, we will stack all and sort all. You're a weird American, you can't stand coffee, beer, or wine? Doesn't necessarily make you a weird American, which means that you just don't like certain things. Like, I like some wine. Wine fulfills a purpose, in my opinion, and it's probably not a good way of drinking wine. I'll be real with you. Don't use me as an example for drinking. That's... When I used to drink, I would often be the designated driver, and the last time that I drank wine was my friend's stag do, where I drove us to, I think it was Cardiff for that stag do, and when I got there, everyone had been drinking in the car all the way, so I wanted to catch up, so I just torpedoed a whole bottle of wine. Like, you just down it in one go. And the straw means you don't have to, like, wait. I need an Avalonian pickaxe, so... Oh, those are expensive. Okay, I don't want that for... I'm not taking one of those into the dark zone.
Got everything?
Oh dear lord. Well, exactly. I think you mean,
Oh, good lord.
oh, good lord. There you go. A better sell price than June. I'm looking forward to the update for June on the 30th. So on Thursday, the June devs are doing a stream for Chapter 4 and the Watership Expansion. So we will be tuning in for that. We are very interested to see what that might include. I'll be honest with you. Okay. So that's the whole thing. So we've actually got news coming out for from Funcom on Thursday for that. So we'll tune in to do that, which will be interesting. And see a little bit more about the future of the game that we can what we can expect. Right. Let me go to this. Let's go Albion. Switch back to Switch. Do that. You don't check it out on Wednesday? Well, I mean, the update won't be out on Wednesday. It's when they're going to talk about it. So, I'll be, I think Wednesday, so Thursday is going to be our Windrose day. So we'll probably, while we're playing Windrose, do a little bit of a tune in for that. But it's not this. Energy manipulator, is it down here? Queen said that there was a way to get to the black zones this way. Evil Kool-Aid. Okay, wow. This do. What's this way? Energy manipulator. What is this? Favor for rewards. And then what's up here? Oh, that's the 4 sterling. Oh, that will bind me to that portal. Let's start with a road to Avalon first, rather than starting with the random actual end game content. Yeah, I mean, beer's a very broad category. You are right, yes, Shrewinator. Yeah, beer covers, you know, bitter, lager, all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of things in there. Wheat beers are, like I said, wheat beer is, I would recommend Weiss beer. I think the
proper German
Weiss beer is real nice. I go this way. I know there was a tier 6 area this way anyway. Where is my Albion stuff? Well, the ones only last for a week. You can switch them manually by entering another portal through the black. Okay. I think I want to start with one of these. These roads of Avalon first, and then go from there. We do, hang on. Who's the singer for this? Is familiar. When I was drinking a bit more regular, I was big into well-made craft stouts. Yes, these stouts have an awful lot of flavour to them. That would be quite overwhelming, I think, for people who don't like beer, full stop. So that's definitely not the one to recommend. Yep. Also, drink water. Yeah, you definitely should drink water as well. No one is saying only drink beer, chat. We're not dwarves. Stop it. I'll grab these. If you want to get that node that's got the rare stuff in it, he should, but he's waiting for me to run there to fight the enemy that's next to it. I'm not going to do that. Fine. Fine. You were too slow. Hacks 4. What? Legion broccoli. Not the brassic vegetables. Instructions unclear. Never drinking water. God damn it. God damn it, Sindri. Vodka is just potato water? Not really. It's not just potato water, it's hyper condensed potato water. The only beer you've ever liked is often called piss water by beer fans. Beer fans can't even agree between them what's a good beer and what isn't a good beer. Like, let's be real. Don't listen to beer fans. They just want to get drunk. By the time they're drunk enough, all beer is beer and they're happy anyway. So, like... I don't drink water with lack of taste. Still hydrate with squash, though. That's... lack of taste in water. I mean, I guess. Okay, chat. So we're going to yeet ourselves through the portal into the black zone. And basically just hope for the best. Okay, before I do that, though, I'm going to do this undead encampment, because that means I've done progression for my character and for the guild as well, so I'm not even wasting my time. I'll almost certainly get killed immediately upon entering. That's what I'm expecting, to be honest with you. I like how he just throws his own minion. That's very enjoyable. Nice. Okay, well, that's 10,000 of the fame that I needed. Nice. Then we can go kill this guy. Well, re-kill this guy. They're undead. Do you kill undead? What's the terminology here? What are we talking about? Let's be real. Do you kill undead? And alternatively, do you exterminate them, or is it re-terminating them? Because they're already exterminated, they're dead. I need answers. How you exterminate? They're already exterminated. They were terminated, now they are exterminated. Destroying is correct. Destroying I can work with, thank you. That helps. Rock, how do you define murdering the dead? Exactly. We have questions that we need the answers to. You exhume them? You said exhume is when you dig them up. We need to rehume them. Well, why would I don't know. I don't want to go through that while there's someone standing there. That seems like it's not safe. I'm just going to quietly harvest this stone. They are terminated. They're post-termination, therefore you must exterminate them. But that means that you're removing the fact that they are terminated. So you're returning them to life. There's a we need Susie Dent. That's who we need. We need Countdown's Susie Dent to let us know what you would do to undead. Do you exterminate them? Because they are already exterminated. How does this work? We need Susie Dent. Use equipment you can afford to replace easily. No shame in running. Your trusty steed makes mountain survival significantly easier. Watch your weight. Inspection time. Use protection when you enter a new zone. You've got a shield for 30 seconds. Invisibility shrines are available in the exitable outland cities before traveling into dangerous black zones. You can use these shrines to hide your direction of travel until you reach the slightly calmer areas away from the portals. Man's players cannot use spells. Dismounting next to a player also causes all spells to go on a 5-second cooldown and disables auto attacks. I'm in danger. Hang on. That's loud. Let's turn that down. I'm in danger. You hit a player while dismounted or get hit by dismounted, your mount will despawn. Okay. Don't be dismounted then, is basically what I'm hearing. That was my entrance portal to Pengen. Can I travel around? Okay, you can really travel around in these. I kind of just want to see what's around in places. You see what I mean? We're in danger. And then I can just resume the Spotify. Gravity and Elemental. Okay, well, I mean, I can do this. I can... Ooh, I got some resource that I don't recognize. It's an additional type of fame, potentially. Okay, I don't see how many people are in chat. Or in, like, the local area, not even in chat. I'm not in Eve anymore. My bad, they're not in local. I'm deeply afraid. Pine logs, okay. I still need to work out what that is. Re-terminate. I thought re-terminate sounded right. That fist is might. Okay, what is might, Crystal Chan? That's good to know. When limited undead, you're forming an autopsy? I guess you are. Although an autopsy is with the intention of finding out what killed them, and I know what killed them. It was, you know, well, it's going to be me. Again, to re-kill them, I need to find out what that's called. That's the problem. Go down this way again. So we got some elementals. What is that? Pathfinder beacon drone. Okay. I don't like the lasers. That's rude. Let's not do this. Unlucky. No AoEs for you guys. Just the resources for me. The dead are reanimated, so what's the option of animated? Deanimate? Reinter? I think you reinter the undead. Hello, John O'Clock. Bailey is doing very, very well, thank you. Yeah, he's doing good. He's currently having a cuddle outside, I think, with Spare Human. What a scout conduit drone? Okay, I'm gonna fight it. What it? Oh god. What is it doing? I don't understand how fighting that works. Let's go and try and fight that better. A fire mage would just cremate them? That's true, yeah. We interrupted whatever it was that they did, and we're free. Okay. Pathfinder Hunter. That's 2,800 health. We'll try and fight it. Oh. I don't want to fight the Pathfinder and the Mage. That sounds like a bad move. They are separated. Yes, separate enemy spawns. Oh my god, what the hell was that? He's got a great attack speed. Wow, archers can do an awful lot of damage. That said, I do have healing, you know. That's a lot of that's some nice points. Okay. Does anyone know anything about this area of the map? The roads to Avalon. I can't say that I do. That was These guys are basically light mages or like mechs of some kind. $13,000 fame for killing one of these guys though. So like leveling down here would, well, I say leveling, you know, gaining fame down here is very, very doable. This is, yeah, I understand this is a wormhole space. Yeah. Yeah. I'm seeing that now. Okay. Well, I'm not, they're difficult enemies, but they're not impossible. We are tier matched with them. I don't know if I want to fight the heavy drone, but I think we're going to have to. Are you just a melee drone? Okay, nope, you do something special. Oh, you do like a ground slam, okay. Don't want to get hit by that. Please, no, thank you. Denied. Haha. So, Rhodes is wormhole space. Okay, so are there rare resources that a hemp dryad? Yes, I've not seen one of these before. Hemp. We require some hemp. Okay, well, I think we should go to a tier 6 area then and see if we can get a Roads to Avalon and a tier 6 area. Oh, there you go. Harvest resources from 7 resource mob types. All of them. Nice. All 7 mobs. I don't like how many of these guys are dead on the ground here. How long do dead bodies last for in the game? That's the question. That's the question. At the same time, how is everybody doing out there? What are you guys up to on this lovely Monday? Well, I hope it's lovely for you. I hope it's not, you know, cold, wet, and grey. Those are the worst Mondays. I hope that everyone's having a bit more of a chill time than that. How was everyone's weekends? Did anyone get up to anything particularly interesting or cool? Nice, another achievement. 100 might. There's a hunt down here. A tier 4 to 8 person hunt for that. I don't like that there are no people down here. Okay, there's an enemy mob. 2 enemy mobs. Okay, I feel a little bit safer where there are enemy mobs. I'm an idiot. I've allowed my mounts to despawn, which we don't want. I don't need to be moving around unless there's AoEs. Like, the AoE I just let hit me, of course. Just to show chat what an AoE looks like, nothing else. Should not allow my mount to despawn at any point. I might need to get away at some point. You realize that PoE 2 0.5 was delayed this weekend? I'm sorry to hear that. It's obviously not the news people want, although, like we said, games being left with the correct time to cook is very important. That is always the view. If the game's not ready, the game's not ready. It's games like Kingmakers, for example, that, you know, we were excited for last year, which we've not heard any news on. You know, it's important that games not be released in broken state. We've all seen how bad it is and how annoying that can be. So we don't want to be dealing with that again. No one wants to deal with another No Man's Sky or another, you know, looking like that. Payne's being a jerk, but you got a heck of a deal on Alcohol Inc. Marcus. Cool. You're exercising the drowned on a remote island in Windrose. Proud of you. Good job exercising the drowned and making sure that, you know, you're the power in those waters. Good job. What is an Avalonian chest? That's what I'm wondering. Avalonian chest. Hello, Blinded Owl. How are you doing, buddies? Good to see you. Oh, okay, well, I fought my way through this, but actually I could just kind of run my way through this. This is out of range still. Out of range? Oh, I upset the hemp dryads. How does this work? Okay. I like how his friends are completely ignoring the fact that he's just in massive levels of combat because it just didn't hit him. Other chests are basically dungeons in the open area. Color indicates group. Greens are solo, duo. Blues are 3 to 5s. Oh, okay, so actually it's a dungeon, not a chest. Interesting. Okay. Okay. This guy is a bit tougher than I expected. I don't like it. He's got some very fast monk abilities. Kind of cool, though, the staff. I like that. Cool enemy to fight. But can I get to the chest? That's the question. Like, can I actually loot something there, or... Okay, that's 2 of the large floating eye things. Fuck that for a second. Reset them and deal with the other ads first so I have more space to fight them. Oh, okay, I have to kill him as well. My bad. Bastard. Okay, so that's how those work. Good to know. Fight these 2 at the same time. Okay, that's my bad. No. No. Okay, another one. Those 2 are dead. Sweet. We can do some of this. The only bad thing with Kingmakers is they have a release date a few times. Yeah, they just removed the release date last time I heard. Oh god. Let's not fight both of these at once if we can help it in future. Nice, okay. What do we get? Oh, just Okay, so there is a chest that we can get here. I just need to actually get to it. I'm guessing I need to defeat this Avalonian monk to get it. Okay, this could be rough. Do this and just allow some of my cooldowns. Right, I need them because of the timings I chose to do. Oh, chat, the ads are here. I cannot pause right now, so I will take the, I'll do my stretches after these ads. I do apologize. I didn't see those coming. Like, I didn't see that attack coming. Nice. Enemy slain. Wait, still do I 4 creatures? Oh god, I didn't know it would summon all of them. Hang on, okay. Not do them all at once. Do 2 at once. I will have to do a quick AFK for a couple of seconds after I finish clearing this dungeon area out. I do apologize. We are in a PvP area. We did kill the big boss right before the ads started, or just as the ads started, but I need to make sure I clear. I can't just leave myself AFK in this area. Ten seconds off of all of this stuff. Okay, the main thing is the summoning bot is gone. It can't summon any more bots. Now we've taken out the other one. Now we can just take out this Pathfinder assault drone, which we know how it attacks works. So it's got 2 different types of attacks. It's got a shot, then it'll do a roll, and then a shot, then a roll. That should be all of the enemies cleared out of the dungeon, so we should be able to loot it, and I should be able to go and grab my food. Nice, okay. Oh, I could go to a random area. You know what? We're just going to yeet our way through this portal to Wind Ripple Fen because it's a blue area. And try it out. Why not? I've not gone through 2 before. I don't know if I have to go through the same. Yeah, going AFK in this area would have been a real bad move, so I'm glad I didn't. How do I get up to the portal? That's annoying. I thought there would be access on this side. My bad. I could have missed it. That is the other option. Some of the enemy types are real cool in this area. Like the spearmen and those monks with the staves were very, very cool. I should have just gone on the roads, to be honest. Whoop. Okay, well, that's when the ads are over. Nice. Where the hell am I now? I'm all the way up here. That's where I want to go, because I wanted to get to here. So actually, that worked out really well. We've gone from Fort Sterling here to Penghent, which has taken us through the road to Avalon. We've actually come out here. So if I go to Drownhorse Base and then to Cairn Clock, will actually be the tier 6 area I wanted to be in. So I will be right back 1 second. I'm also going to top up Bailey's food, so just do this. I'll be right back. Whoop. Definitely didn't send you to the wrong screen there, chat. What are these? Monitor lizards? Cool. I haven't seen these enemy types. These must be forest enemies. Probably what you get the hide from in the foresty swamp areas. Cool. Ooh, frog. Pine logs. Okay, so this is the area where you're going to get lots of wood rather than stone and ore. Also, lots of hemp. Okay, why not? Gather some of this while I'm here. Did I stretch? I did, yes. Apologies. I had to go AFK and just check on bees' food, do my dips of my my heels, just kind of stretch out a bit. Although my shoulder is still bothering me, as you all know. You don't need those. If anyone tells you that you need shoulders at a character creation, they're lying to you. It's part of Big Shoulder's plan to mislead you about what you need in your body. We can grab hemp. Hemp can be used to make all kinds of things, like plastics. I think... fuel? If I recall correctly, you can turn hemp into biofuel. T-Rex is a good example. Exactly, was it? Exactly. Doesn't need shoulders. Perfectly functional without them. So the forest area has different resources. So where we've got lots of ore and stone where we're from, this area has lots more hemp and pine logs, etc. that, you know, we can harvest. We want to get those materials. Head and shoulders should just be head. Everything should be head. Become the face of Bo. The face of Bo knows what's up. Just calling it how it is. No, you might not like it, but that is true. The face of Bo knows what's up. He's been around for a long time. When you click the scroll and select Conqueror's Challenge, you can see the reward for getting might. Scroll. Conqueror's Challenge. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. You have to spend quite a lot of time inside of those to get the reward. There's a whole, like season pass style kind of unlock thing. Grand Conqueror's Chest? Jeez. Okay. Interesting. Looks like the tier of your chest that you get from that depends on the overall might that your overall guild grabs as well. So there's a guild v guild PvE in that, if I understand correctly. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. That was rude. Leave me alone. Also, if I go into a tier 6 area, I've just realized this, to like a tier 6 wormhole, that's not going to work because I've only got tier 4 armor, and if I come across any enemies, they're going to absolutely ravage my biscuits. Big Shoulder's in cahoots with Big Bag. It's all a conspiracy. Well, Big Bag wants you to buy a bigger bag, I'm guessing. But I'm not an expert. Hello, Sin76. The game is going really well, thank you. Yeah, for a free-to-play, easy-to-pick-up game, it's been really good fun. Like, we're enjoying it. The community's been enjoying it. I've been enjoying having a play. I'm really enjoying the gathering aspects of the game. I'll be very open and honest about that. Like, gathering is very fun. I like gathering the resources to sell them because I love money in-game. It's great fun. Like, who doesn't want in-game money to, like, you know, make things and buy things? Great. Right. The monitor lizards are well animated. I like the tails. I'm a big fan of the art style as well. The art style is actually quite nice. It's kind of fantasy stylized. It's simple but very effective. And I think it works very well. I'm pleasantly surprised by it. They're in bed with big stuff. Oh, you don't want big stuff. Big stuff is... That's too much. So, yeah, we're taking part in this as part of something called their Crucible event. So, guilds can basically work together inside of the guild to... if I do exclamation point... Crucible? This is the Crucible leaderboard. So I can go and look and see how our guild is doing. We're at 165 points. Incredible. That was the wrong link. Let's open my own stream. Why don't I do that? Details. This button. We've got 5 points from owning a guild island. We've got nothing for PvP. We've got 20 points in PvE. So we've done Nightfall Abbey. And we've also got random solo dungeons. We're not doing too badly on this one. Brestle and Sanding. I don't know. I think this is the Mists, but I'm not certain. Open world fame, we haven't done a lot on open world fame yet. We're not doing too badly on them, like, you know, open world mob counts, but a lot of our strength has been in crafting and gathering. Like, gathering is the bulk of our points because we are all goblins and we love them. But this is what I want to do today. I want to target myself at earn fame from gathering ore T6 plus. If I can get 200,000 fame from gathering ore, that's another 20 points, which is huge. So I want to kind of try and see if we can do some of that. That's kind of the goal. And then also yeeting ourselves in and through the PvP area, which we've just done. So far, we haven't died. That means that we've been lured into a false sense of security. What's Bailey's current status? He was eating a second ago. I think then he was having a drink. And now he's probably causing mischief somewhere. Much as your meteor attack was fun yesterday, don't you? As a lore guy, I think you stretched the rules a tiny bit there. Yes, I should have polymorphed Greg rather than myself and slungshot him, but we only had 3 minutes left, Arathon. Winky said 3 minutes. And then after like 30 seconds later, we finally got into the swing of it. We didn't have very long. So rather than going down the full complicated bit of it, we just kind of did a snap like a snap, very short second notice way of doing it. What we did was very doable. It just needs to be Greg was the projectile rather than me, and then we would have been fine. Okay, well, it looks like all the tier 6 nodes are going to have been looted. This was my concern. Just taking tier 5. Really a bit of titanium. Is there ever enough cheese? There is if you cast enlarge on the party's cheese sticks weapons. Yeah, that's what we did last night. There were cheese sticks, and then we cast enlarge on them, because why not? Why would we not want more cheese stick? More cheese. Arathon, what were your comments on the meteor then, if you think there's points that we've missed? You're going to concentrate on one? Arathon, the new rules on... Okay, Arathon, you've gotten confused between fall damage applying to me when falling and improvised damage using me as a weapon. Very different rules. Fall damage is not improvised weapon damage of any kind. They're different. They're separated by the DM's Guide 2024. The being hit by something falling is not the same as taking fall damage anymore. But the polymorph and enlarge, I could have done that if I'd done enlarge on Greg. With one of my abilities. Hello, PC Tech. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Instructions unclear. Raise turtles to think their dog's initiated. You know what? We could make a dog turtle druid. That could be fun. I am doing alright. I've got a trapped nerve in my shoulder, so I'm in quite a bit of pain. But other than that, we're doing alright. Ooh. I just can't look that way. Who needs that, honestly? It'll be fine. It's one of those things, it goes in a couple of days. It's one of those things. Right. Okay, so this is the tier 4 exits. That's why we're getting tier 4 materials. Internet, if it just happens, it's human bodies are dumb and they suck. So it'll be fine in a couple of days. It just takes time to free itself up. The nerves to die and for my shoulder to be freed. Oh, hello. Oh, it's been harvested. The issue will be that I feel like there's lots of other people who are in this area looking for exactly the same resources as we are. Stinky feet. Fair enough. Well, at least he's open and honest about it. Isn't Bailey's bed to the left of me? Yeah. That's why I've got a camera on his bed. Arathon, what is the normal type for being hit by something twice your size and weight at terminal velocity? There isn't there. If X gets hit by 2X at terminal velocity, X dies. That's physics. Oh, Chromio, my pleasure. It was just great fun messing around. Those kind of things wouldn't work. The things that we did in that campaign wouldn't be something you would do in a campaign, but in a one-shot, absolutely fine and fun. The rules are a little bit... When non-regarding the size and speed? What do you mean non-regarding the size and speed? That's the whole point of that ability, was the size and the speed. That's like saying, oh yeah, well, if a car hits you, you're fine if you don't regard the speed and the mass. The size and the speed were the point. They were the objective. Winky in a long lemon costume? You have to speak to Winky about that. If you want to get Winky into a costume for D&D, you have to speak to Winky. I don't control Winky. Catapult Rock still deals bludgeoning damage. A boulder shown by dying still does bludgeoning damage. Yeah, but you're still thinking of you're too deep in the numbers here, Arathon. It might still deal bludgeoning damage, but you're talking about X getting hit by 2X at terminal velocity. The numbers there, you're going to obliterate X. That's the point. The costume was... I was actually impressed at how non-hot the costume was. I was a bit worried about overheating the entire time, but actually with the window open and a fan on me, it was just about tolerable. I definitely couldn't wear that kind of standing up and walking around like the actor does. Like, the actor who must have worn that costume day in, day out for filming it, I'm very impressed, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, genuinely, that's hot work. And being under, like, hot camera lights as well at that point, wild. The bullet turns into a car mid-fight. What happens to the pumpkin? Yeah, exactly. Ooh, more iron. I'm disappointed by the lack of tier 6 that we found so far, but I will find one. I will find at least one tier 6. Legally required. I'm running along the roads, it's a dumb part. Need to go this way. More tier 4s. Tier 5, okay, the right direction. More tier 4. That's gonna be near the road again. God damn it. Give me tier 6 resources. Well, Bailey's not here right now, Joel, but I'll settle for being the second favourite British streamer. Thank you. Oh, it's already been harvested here by someone. Lots of titaniums, tier 5. Okay, tier 6 area. My first uncommon titanium ore. Don't mind if I do. D&D rules say that at, after 20 10-foot spaces, you are at your maximum fall speed, so terminal velocity. Rules as written. If I recall correctly, it's 10 foot per. And again, we had 3 minutes. Arathon, you're getting way too deep into this. We should stop talking about it. 10-foot meow? Do I? Do I mean a 10-foot meow? I'm not sure Doug would say 10-foot meow. I think Doug would say 10-foot woof. Ooh, why are you glowing red? Merciless suppressor. Ooh, a wisp. We could go to the mists. Still nothing here. If you take 20 times 10 foot into account, why are you doing... It's D6 per 10 foot, but it's not, though, because that's my... Oh, Arathon. Okay, Arathon, this is the last time I'm going to say it. We're not going over this again. If you have a problem with it, you can DM me about it, but genuinely, you're getting confused between improvised damage rules and full damage rules again, and misapplying the two of them. We're talking about speed here. The speed... The game says you are at your maximum speed at falling after 20 of those increments. DM said it was fine. Please move on now. Genuinely. It was a charity D&D stream. We don't need to do an after action report, and I don't need to go and... Like, the DM said it was fine. Read the rules and was like, you know what, fine. The only thing, like I said, that was wrong was that I can't do polymorph and enlarge on myself. I'd have had to have done that on someone else, so I should have done it on Greg and slungshot Greg instead. If we go over the surprise rules, there are certain surprise rules as well. Yeah. Roll for persuasion on Arathon. Oh, my D&D stuff is covered up by my Warhammer stuff, unfortunately. Do we know if these have a set respawn time, these nodes? Because if so, you'll be able to farm them. Oh, no, don't run into the glowing red enemies again. Did I do my Warhammer stream? What do you mean by my Warhammer streams, Acute Sasquatch? I'm working through painting and assembling all the models, yeah. Like, we've got some here which are... They've got people's names on the bottom, as you can see. So we've got... They are in the works. I just can't drop everything and do all the painting in one go. I'm working through it, Acute. I only have so many spoons. Also, as I was talking to Womprat, my best option when I start getting tremors from painting is to stop rather than push through them. Var, thank you very much for the 10 gifts, Sir Bomb. You're an absolute legend. Dr. Nerd Rage, Snoozy Apple, Awesome Sorstin, Cracklin7, Yukon, Indigo Silver Bell, Dev Bites, Fresh Avocados, Stale Pompano, and Florence. Thank you very much, Var. You are a legend. And Nellis, thank you for the pin there. I've just seen that. As soon as you popped up. I've got a bunch of tier 5, but still no tier 6 yet. I feel like the only place to get tier 6 is actually going to be in the higher level areas, because it's just going to be completely out-competed here. Unless we happen to come across one as it respawns, and we just kind of stand here and wait for them, but that kind of seems a bit boring. Arathon, you are skilled at this point. Do I have a model in the thing, Esplodi? You are on the bottom of one of... That one... You might only be the ones that are in this room. This... Not that one. Sector. Yeah. Still going through them. Catch you later, Kaibo Colwyn. Thank you so much for being here, buddy. I do appreciate you greatly, my man. Weak Diddley, Judge Freak Alpha. Exploded, yours is not in this room, funnily enough. Unless it's down in... Wait, later. You don't see it painted? Wait, you're the painted small one or the painted big one? It's not painted yet. You will see, when I'm finished them, Explodey, the people will be at it with them, but I haven't actually got it all finished yet. There's only so much time in my days. Do you like this game, Snooze the Apple? Yeah, I've actually been really enjoying this. It was my first kind of week playing the game as part of their Crucible event. And actually, yeah, I've been really enjoying it. It's quite easy to pick up. It's quite simple to kind of get the hang of at an early stage. But there's a huge amount of actual depth to it long term. And I'm kind of really excited for getting somewhat into depths of some more of the game. So like, we've only really gone down one path so far on staves. I've got all of the other weapon types that I could still try out. I've got all of the crafting that I can still do, which is the entire side of this tree. I've barely started on the game just by doing gathering and by running around killing stuff. So, I think the game's pretty good. Are those 3D printed? No, these are all bought. These are Centurions. Yeah, don't worry, I will at you in my Discord. I'll make a channel for them. But no, these are all... Hang on, if I do this button, this is the actual camera that's better for it. Oh. It's just that they are primed, so you can see that it's been base coated. Yeah. I don't know what the respawn time is on these rocks, but I would like them. What unit is that? That is a Centurion. So they are well, they're basically like infantry dreadnoughts. They are as close as an infantryman can get to a dreadnought without actually being interred in the old time. You got into Warhammer last year with my streams of the game. I'm really glad to hear that. It's a great, a very good franchise. It can be expensive though, so don't let it get ahead of you. I would feel bad if you got the Warhammer itch out of control. That would not be good. That's a little loud, so we're just gonna skip the end of Guiding Lights, because while it's a great song, it's a little loud for people who are trying to chill during their work day. So let's remove that one. I was hoping to find like a tier 6 Runite or Elemental, but I don't see any of those around, so... I'm kind of just waiting for these, like a chick. Waiting for a chick to hatch. My nephew likes Warhammer. He bought him a giant demon lord thingy. Do you mean Be'lakor? What's it? Be'lakor the Dark Master. That one. This guy's got a battle pig. You wish you liked the Age of Sigmar dinos, people? The lizard men? They are... Wait, is the Age of Sigmar lizard people? Or was that the old one? The old one was lizard men. I don't know if Age of Sigmar uses the name lizard men still. I know the old world much better than I know Age of Sigmar, I'll be honest. What is that? Uncommon granite treasure? Ranger. I can't harvest uncommon granite, so... not much I can do there for it. Let's go and see if I can find the Albion resource respawn timer. Tier 6 nights have 5 charges, but specific respawn times are not documented in standard sources. Okay, that's unhelpful. I don't understand how these respawn. Tier 5 node takes 40 minutes to completely refill, so 12 minutes to 40 minutes. Going from 4 minutes a section to 8 minutes a section. So you're talking 16 minutes a section, so one of these should theoretically respawn in 16 minutes. You want to do the two-handed axe, though. That's quite cool. Arbol the Undefeated is all you need. I've not done or seen Arbol the Undefeated, so you'd have to tell me a little bit more about him. Getting into Age of Sigmar has not been something I've ever actually done, so I only have so many bits of mental energy these days. As I'm getting old, you see. I don't. Now I've been here. I've got the sunk cost fallacy of I've waited here for a few minutes already. I don't want to leave so I don't miss it. This is a bit like how I imagine people feel at slot machines when they've been pulling their same slot machine for a while. Like, after a while of pulling that lever, you're more likely to get a win, so you have that kind of sunk cost fallacy of doing it. It's I just really want some. I just want to find one tier 6 ore, just one. Just give me one of them. There's 4 here in my sight. You bet Sabu can harvest any granite? I'm not sure Sabu could harvest just any granite. Any granite is quite a big claim, you know. That's a big, very big claim. Any granite? That's. He is an expert, but I don't know if he could harvest any granite, just hands down. What is this? What are this? What are you? Do that. That there. Load his hands be down. Well, where do you just keep your hands up all the time, Var? Kind of weird. Do you not get tired? Just constantly stand there like. Hands down is kind of normal, you know? Unless you want hands up, Var. I can't believe Var is part of Big Hands Up. That's wild. Imagine being cursed by constant jazz hands. That's a great D&D curse. Winky, if you're here, constant jazz hands. D&D curse. The curse of jazz. That seems like a Mr. W curse, I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah. Spirit fingers as the lower curse? It could be. Twitch doing Rust to show inventory? Yeah. Thanks, Balthazar. Some wild magic consequences there, or issues in the Feywild? It could be any of them. I was a bit sad. One of my my spin to wins was roll on the D10,000 net library of magical effects, and because I wanted some chaos magic, you know, and I love the D10,000 net library of random magic effects. It's just great. You don't think Arbol exists in Age of Sigmar, but he is in Classic. He's a servant of Khorne who can never be defeated. Should he lose a battle, he's transformed into a Chaos Spawn. He rides a Flesh Hound into battle. That sounds about right, actually. That sounds like Warhammer 40k lore. I'll be really honest with you. That sounds entirely right. Yeah, I'm not surprised by any of that. What's this worth? 600 each for uncommon titanium. That's very nice. Ooh. Jeez. Cat, send help. Oh. It probably shouldn't make those kind of noises, but fine. Call a bongulance? No, don't call a bongulance. Call a bondulance for the strong. I was talking about earlier, was it? I was talking about chemistry being done on Twitch. Alternatively, it doesn't have the same kind of scaling respawn time, and we're just being lulled into standing around for hours on end. I'm not sure if I'm being baited by the Runite ore. Those of you who know about Albion, do you know how quickly tier 6 resources spawn? Have some liquid, good sir. I will have some liquid. Thank you very much, Yoshisuke. Thank you very much. I'm fully hydrated. Ooh, do you ever drink too much and suddenly you see stars for a second? I don't know if that's everywhere. It might just be me. You might be the first streamer to get your name right. What do they normally say, Yoshisuke? What do they normally say? I try quite hard to try and get people's names right, but I'm not always very good at it. I will be honest. Like sometimes, especially if I've learned your name wrong, my brain can get stuck in like. LCF board guy is a really good example because for a long time my brain was like, LFC board guy. I don't know why. I just got the two letters the wrong way around. Like, when you move your neck, you see the stars? Is it because you're moving your neck backwards and looking up because it's nighttime, Aerolith? Is that why? Yoshi see. Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, I just wonder. Thank you for answering, Yoshi. If we're not calling a bondulance, can you call the physiotherapist? Oh, yeah, okay, call the bondulance instead then. Yeah, the physiotherapist is scarier than the bondulance. I don't actually know if the rough wood level 1 is worth anything. It's not bad. It's better than nothing. I see stars when I get up too fast. I think that's quite a common thing for people though. That's an age DLC. Yeah, like you say. D6 respawns 7.5 minutes to 23 minutes from what you were able to find. Thank you very much, Dr. Fectus. I appreciate you. Well, we've been here for over 7.5 minutes, so look at that. Look at that. Dr. Fectus, you did it. Well done. Sure, it spawned in front of us as we were complaining. That's always the answer. Amazing job. Dr. Fectus, I'm proud of you. 10 out of 10. Okay, sweet. We got our first Runite ore. 843 per? Jesus, okay. Look at that. Never really got into this game even though I've been interested. How do you describe it? I would describe it as it's a social sandbox game, so there's a huge amount that you can do. It's got very good kind of early game systems. The gathering feels very fun. It's very cooperative in terms of like you can do very good with a small group of people. And it's very low pressure. Like I found that in all honesty, like running around and gathering is a lot of fun. You can just do it from your phone very casually. As a free player, you're going to be just as kind of able to play the game if you want to. You don't need to sub, although you do have an advantage by subbing, I guess, in the game. The subscription or the membership definitely does give you an advantage, so that is the pay-to-win element to it, I guess. But at the same time, the game itself is really solid. It lands really well. It's stable. It works on mobile, on PC, and now on Xbox. Like, the game's doing pretty good. I'm really enjoying the early game, but again, a social sandbox game is very much led or kind of made or broken by the end game. I'm not there yet, so I can't give you an honest, full answer as to how the game is, only my experience so far. The pay-to-win is not predatory, to be fair. I would be honest with you, compared to, say, EVE Online's pay-to-win, this is not predatory pay-to-win, but you definitely have an advantage by having the membership, like, for sure. That kind of makes sense. They need to keep the game going somehow. Trade-off, really. Hit the Skyflower and the uncommon titanium again. It does run on potatoes. I've heard that it runs on very potatoes, like strong potatoes. Like, what would endgame be here? I guess tier 8, you know, PvP, having a high-level guild, doing the high-level dungeons. Like, today was the first time we went into a PvP area. We're definitely not at the endgame. Any problems with griefing guilds? I've not seen a griefing guild at all so far. I wouldn't recognize a griefing guild if I saw one. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'm assuming you mean like guilds that will come by on stream and like target you and harass you kind of thing. I've not seen any of that. Wild. That said, they might be being more careful about moderation because they're in the middle of their Crucible event and it's, you know, you've got streamers and new time people, but I've not even seen griefing public members. The game's been very welcoming, very helpful. You know, we've got a good group of people here who are all new, and we've actually been able to, you know, ask help from people and get support from the community, and it's actually been really nice. The devs have been very able to help us, you know. We had a bunch of questions around how the progression was working or not working for our guild rankings. The next day, they put all of the details back on, like, up onto the tracker for us, so everyone had full information, so people could stop asking the questions. It was good. Like, they did the right thing. They provided us the information we wanted, and we went from there. I've been very pleased with them. PvPers love people who swipe the credit card in this game. They basically donate get them by not knowing how to play their builds. Oh, 100%. I mean, I yeeted myself through the PvP area knowing that I don't know how to PvP. I was very open with that with chat. Like, I was expecting to die immediately, and I'm surprised that we made it out alive. Hello, Just Eric and Volkama over on YouTube. You guys are doing good. Those on a guilds tend to get bored fast and leave. Yeah, making content at someone else's expense in a game is never, I think, that fun, but hey, that's just my view on it. How much is granite worth in comparison? $93 versus the titanium ore, which is worth 300 each. And we'll harvest it. It's good for leveling up our stone cutting, so be it. You had a PvP encounter on the corrupted dungeons, was fun. How did it go, Pan? Did you win? Are you winning, son? In the early release, guilds would own a tier 6 areas by murdering anyone who entered. This luckily is a yellow area, so it's not PvP enabled. Or if you are PvP, you only get knocked down if you're flagged, I believe. What do we got here? Challenges? Okay. Much as I love PvP, I feel like most people don't like PvP. They just want to win. That's the difference of it, isn't it? It's people who take the winning too seriously and get really butthurt when they lose. We've all come across it. How many people in chat have come across somebody in PvP who's been really butthurt when they lost and they've tried to grief or like swear or use slurs because they don't know how to PvP properly? People take it way too personally. Like, oh, you lost, but you can put 20% health. That's real good for your first PvP, bud. Good job. Well done, man. Okay, chat. The ads are going to start supposedly in about 10 seconds, knowing Twitch in about 10 weeks. So I will be going AFK to my next set of stretches. I'm going to go check on B as well, so I can give you guys some more news. And we will go from there. But in the meantime, please do grab a drink. Please do look after yourself, you know. Thank you very much, High Class One. I do appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Thank you for being here, dude. Ooh, the ads were on time. Yuck. Which obviously heard I was complaining. Welcome back, everyone. How are we doing? It is great to see you. Thank you all for being here. Ooh, thank you, Iron Ore, for respawning for us. Appreciated that muchly. What skills are those? Those daggers are cool. I'll harvest the granite. Mostly because that's going to give us some more good progression towards our Destiny board goal, which is 55 currently. So we're halfway there. We'll be able to harvest tier 6 stone at that point, which would be good. More stone. And we're getting 168 per for that towards our other goal as well, which is quite nice because we're very close on stone to getting the 10 points. We're only 5,000 fame away. So if I'm getting 1,068 per, if I can harvest 100 of these, we'll be more than over that limit. How do I like Albion? Now I've had time to immerse myself in it, I'm really enjoying it. I've only really engaged in the PvE aspect, so I know that from a social sandbox perspective, I'm still yet to engage in like guild v guild or any of the politics of the game. I've only really dipped my toe in that regard, so I know I haven't got the full view of Albion yet, but so far, I'm actually really enjoying it. It's really good fun. The gathering is very kind of cathartic and very easy to do. Even the dungeons running well with some friends, like a small group. It's very, very simple because you've only got to manage, really, 3 abilities for healing, and then I've got 3 abilities for evasion or support. So actually, like, I'm really enjoying Albion. I think it's much simpler than a game like Eve, for example. Eve is still very, very complicated, and it's very hard to pick up new. This has been very simple, I found, to pick up new for a lot of people. It's been a lot more flowing, I would say. It's been easy to pick up the information and to share with other people to get a basic understanding. I wouldn't say any of us are experts who have started the game yet, but we're certainly beginning to understand our place in the game, how everything fits together much better, which is a really nice progression to see for everyone. What means there are many of you out there who are currently in chat who have either played Albion already or have picked up as part of this. What is your view on Albion? Please do share it with us. It would be good to know, ultimately. It's a good my first MMO. I would say that. I would very much agree. That's your speed. You can't wait to get free time to try. I mean, honestly, you can literally install it on your mobile and just kind of pick it up casually and try out the gathering and stuff from your mobile. If you haven't got time to join, you completely understand it. Do I think it will ever get complicated with time like Eve? No, because Eve has always been complicated. Eve didn't get complicated with time. Eve has always had a level of complexity which is above that of other games. This will not get more difficult. It's currently on phones, like people in chat are saying. It's on Xbox. They will not be making it any more complex than this, as far as I would understand it. I think that would be very unlikely. And if they were, because you already have the understanding of the game, I think it would be easier to re-pick up those changes. It certainly wouldn't end up getting as complicated or as complex as Eve overnight. And therefore, you'd have the gradual progression, kind of, if it did get more complicated, that you'd be able to come to terms with. Eve's learning curve is near vertical, yeah. Because when you undock, you have to pick up all of the information immediately, and that's not easy. Like, just not. You have to be aware of what's in local, what the nearby threats are, where your friends are, you know, what's good to do in space, what you want to do to make money, you have to apply all of those immediately because there's so much threat in many of the areas of space other than high sec. It's fun, but you wish there was more quests with specifics. You felt like they hand you tasks and generate a goal like completing an area event. Yeah, kawaii, because it's a social sandbox, so you have to set your goals. That's the definitive point of the game. So yes, if you are the kind of person who can't set yourself a goal in a game and work towards it long term, you might struggle with certain parts of this. You know, if you, like, I've decided that I want to level up ore today, so I've logged on and that's what I'm trying to stay doing. I've gotten distracted like 3 times, sure, but I do keep coming back to leveling up my ore and my stone carving abilities, which has basically been what we've been trying to do. Ooh. The complicated part of Albion is need for in-game knowledge in PvP. You need to know what gear piece in the game does so you can play out the fight correctly. So the PvP is the complicated part. So if you don't want to engage in PvP, or you're playing on mobile, you don't have the ability to do that right now, you don't have to worry about it, which is, again, quite nice. I like that. Thank you for the answer there, Mindsplit. It's very helpful. Dungeons for 2 days give plus 20% fame, so extra fame is always good. Yeah, that's true. Am I filling up journals while I gather? I was. I've stopped doing that today. Harvest more iron ore. We're getting much faster harvesting iron than pretty much any other ore type. Although, while I'm kind of I should have picked up the Avalonian pickaxe and just taken the risk of a 300k pickaxe through. That's how I would have died in PvP. That's Sod's Law. You always die when you stop respecting the threat. I'm safe in PvP so long as I respect the threat, right? That's not respecting the threat, damn it. It's a whole thing. Do that. Do this. This. Around. Okay, there we go. Have I named the bull? This one is called Mike. He's an ox, not a bull. You almost died in the black zone? Oh, I'm glad you survived, but what nearly killed you, Alchemist? Did you get PvP'd, or did you encounter a rough set of enemies? I like the polar bear. Kind of neat. Oh. Granite. He's gonna go around there. Looking at who's got the better skills for a titanium. That guy does, of course. It's Fort Mount. Oh, okay. It's the yeah, Mike the Ox. Exactly. Son of Isaac. Uncommon travertine, that's going to give us some XP. 81 out of 140, not doing badly on that. That's quite nice. Then we can yeet ourselves into another black zone then at that point. Just yeet ourselves into the tier. I mean, how much money have we got on us worth of stuff? Yeah, 200k's worth isn't bad. Probably don't want to waste that much. I mean, the stone's not worth a huge amount, but the ore is. You saw that you were fighting back and left to attack another player? Interesting. So he was basically looking for an easy gank, and then you decided to mess his day up a bit. Well, I'm glad that you fought back. Nice. Good job, Alchemist. Proud of you, PvPing. By the way, yesterday I looked like Wilfred from the show, my D&D stream. It's almost like that was intentional, Red Falcon. That was, in fact, the goal. I'm glad that it worked. You know how it is. You know, good to do a little bit of charitable fundraising. It was very good fun. It was really good to chill with Winky, Evora, Nos, Mr. Gregors to raise some money for such a good cause, you know? Stopping animal testing is really important. And I'm glad that we could kind of come together and earn and kind of enjoy what... Oh, I can't hold that. Kind of enjoy doing things as a group to raise money for charity. Like, that's like the whole point, you know? I know. Hello, hardware junkie. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you, man. How is your Monday going? Okay, so this will be locked for 2 minutes after I harvest it, after I kill it. So if I leave that dead, I harvest these. That's safe. I can harvest the other stuff and then go back for my extra loot. Loot max, you a little dizzy? I hope that you can feel better soon, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Apparently, Red Falcon, the Australian version is better, and I've not seen that. So that might be something I'd put on my watch list at some point. The original Australian version, apparently. If anyone's seen it, you can confirm. If you're a little dizzy and hanging in there, maybe you should hang the right way up, hardware junkie. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe you're hanging upside down again. We've spoken about this before. Didn't even know there was an Aussie version. Neither did I until somebody in chat said so earlier, Red Falcon. So, you know. What if you hang sideways? You'll end up with, like, one really strong leg. And then, you know, one really strong arm, I guess, if you're hanging from your arms. That's kind of weird. I think we call that lying down, Shrewinator, to be honest with you. Okay. Everything around here is apparently uncommon. Fine. Not gonna complain. The view is fine. It's fine. I don't think you wanna do that. You always have a really strong arm and a really weak one. Only if you're neglecting to balance out the weights you're lifting, Acute Sasquatch. When you're going to the gym, you should make sure that you work out both sides of your body equally, and also you space your muscle groups out, so that you don't end up with like all of your muscles in your legs, and like nothing in your chest. Like when we were at DreamHack, we did see a person who had clearly skipped leg day, and absolutely like mentally built torso and chest and shoulders. But the legs were not there. It was like you could probably push them over with a single finger. He looked very top heavy. Not very efficient. Normally, a Donut 1 is much better connected. Well, that's just because of natural use. Peak physical condition is like looking like the Charger from Left 4 Dead. Oh my god. Your muscular pinky is really useful. Ah, yes. Your writing pinky. Yeah. Yeah. Wild. There probably are some people who have like worked out really weird muscle groups in their body to have like an absolute hench pinky. So when you're drinking your tea, you just kind of, and you can just lift weights on it. You learned the Steam controller has a release date of 25-ish minutes ago? Oh, awesome. It's May the 4th. Very nice. Hello, Blade Punter. Don't worry about being late, buddy. You are one such person with a strong pinky. Is that from all of the weightlifting, Cloudachito? You've been working on this in case you were needed, in case the call to arms came one day and it's the aliens. They're here. We need somebody with strong pinkies. Is there anyone on Earth who can save us? Is Clouded Cheeto out there? Pinky curls? Is that what you've been doing? Maybe you're when the aliens come that can only be defeated through Pinky Curl strength, they're going to call on you, Cloudachito, and I hope that you'll answer the call. It's very important, you know, very important. I'm glad that you can make the sacrifice for our planet to fight back against the aliens with your strong pinkies. Thank you. We will forever raise a finger in your honor as we drink, you know, our drinks. Kind of style. Oh, okay, I don't know how that happened. It was your purpose. You were born for that one purpose, to fight in the Pinky Wars. That's what all that doom scrolling is for. You're secretly being tricked into building up the strength in your pinkies when you rest your phones on them. Why, like, things end up with like a weird kind of like angle where you have like your phone, people have it like the finger underneath here. What that is. You're doing pinky curls every day and you don't even know it. The whole thing. What was your favorite British TV show growing up? At what point of growing up? Because, like, that's a lot of different stages. Like, when I was a kid, Thunderbirds and, Stingray? When I was a kid, yeah, I used to watch, the old Thunderbirds and the old Stingray, like, TV shows from the 60s. Those were great. When I was young, that's one thing I distinctly remember watching. How's my quantum stabilizer doing? He's doing very well. He's currently asleep in the living room. Yeah. In-Betweeners is solid. In-Betweeners is alright. Yeah. In-Betweeners is good. Skins, very good. Skins is a classic for me. That was good. That was when I was about... First season I would have been... around the same age as them, I think. Maybe a bit older. That was probably when I was, like, kind of 17. I don't want to think about how old that was. Jeez. When did that, when did this, 2007? Makes sense. Skins was good. I heard that Skins had a US version, and I don't want to think about how that was, to be honest, because Skins was so good that I feel like the Americans would have spoilt it. Misfits, also a very good series. That was very enjoyable. Nathan, a great character. Many people here will have enjoyed Misfits. That's where a bunch of people on a council estate doing community service get struck by lightning and gain magical powers. Misfits, great fun. Did you ever, like, Mind Your Language? I'm not sure I remember Mind Your Language. It doesn't stand out. Misfits was great even as an American. I'm glad that America did get to enjoy Misfits. Thingy with Noel Fielding. The one that I always forget the name of every single goddamn time I try and think of it. I don't mean the IT crowd, I mean... Okay. Misfits had Ramsay from Game of Thrones, yes. Yeah, the guy who went on to play Ramsay. Misfits was the British show with the weird powers, exactly. Same vein as Stingray, Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet, yeah, all part of the same group. Yeah, Klaus from Umbrella Academy was Nathan, yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, the guy who plays Ramsay in, is it Ramsay Bolton in Game of Thrones? He's in Misfits and actually does a very good job in Misfits of acting in that, so I'm not surprised he did a very good Ramsay Bolton. Ramsay Bolton? I think it was. No. Yes, it is. Haha. Amazing. My memory is surprisingly functional today. I mean, you couldn't watch Misfits after, I think, episode 3, something about the writing and direction. Fair enough. It's not for everyone. The kind of things that I enjoy won't be for everyone. That's for sure. Really enjoyed Blackadder. I enjoyed Blackadder, and then I went through a period of not liking Blackadder, and then I went back into liking Blackadder again because I hadn't overwatched it. Blackadder is very good. Laurie, Atkinson, all of them, very, very good actors. Landed really, really well, to be honest with you. I think Blackadder is a very, very solid set of shows. It's also got a lot of very fun, very good comedy inside of Blackadder. No, that's a pumpkin. Red Dwarf's very good. I didn't enjoy Red Dwarf as much as I enjoyed other shows. It's good, but I wouldn't put it up there with like Blackadder for me or Misfits. I wouldn't put it in my top TV shows personally. I'm still trying to remember the name of the TV show that Noel Fielding was it. It's like the thing that he's known for as well. Mighty Boosh, that's the one. I always forget its name every time. As soon as I see the word mighty, that's it. I can get Mighty Boosh from that. Faulty Towers I enjoyed. Faulty Towers is very good. Haven't seen that for a long time, actually, now I think about it. Very long time, which I'm going to rewatch. I haven't rewatched Firefly in a long time, although I did hear that they're remaking Firefly. Or continuing Firefly, or doing a Firefly origin story, or something about Firefly. There's only one season. I think that's why Faulty Towers holds up so well. They didn't over-continue it. They didn't prolong it. It didn't outstay its welcome. It was very funny and succinct. Animated series with original cast as VAs. I love that. I love that idea. That's great. That's going to be really good. Between the end of the series and the movie, perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's what we want. Bring us back the Firefly lore franchise. It was good. It was a really solid, like, fun world. I think they could have done so much more with it, and I'm glad that it's been uncancelled, at least somewhat. So I really hope that season lands well when we get that. Yeah. Because hopefully that will kick off interest in Firefly as a whole. You got mixed feelings about British comedies for that reason. While it's great, they seem to quit while they're ahead. I'm left wanting more too. That's the balance. I think that some end too early and some go on too long. That said, TV shows that I very much enjoyed when I was younger. Scrap Heap Challenge. If anyone didn't know what that was a UK TV show on Channel 4, I think it was, where two teams that contained a bunch of kind of like basically a bunch of mates who would put things together and engineer things in their garages, a bit like Robot Wars guys, would be teamed up with an expert on a certain kind of type of building or type of engineering, and they'd have to make something from the challenge from things they found on the scrapyard. You had Junkyard Wars. Oh, I love that shit. That was great fun. I cannot count how many hours I must have spent watching Scrap Heap Challenge. I think that it's probably been a formative part of my life, you know, about finding problems and finding this will fit, this will do to fix this issue kind of thing. Scrap Heap Challenge, great fun. I would watch a redo of Scrap Heap Challenge. Robot Wars, another big one for me. Loved Robot Wars. Great. Robot smash fuck out of other robot. Like, what is there not to love about Robot Wars, or BattleBots as it now is more commonly seen as? I think the Robot Wars reboot didn't do as well as it could have done, if I recall correctly. But America has BattleBots, and BattleBots is very cool. I liked watching robots smash the fuck out of each other, let's be real. Like, we all liked that Real Steel film with Hugh Jackman fighting fighting robots, like making robots fight other robots. We all enjoyed that. That's just Robot Wars, but with human shapes. Imagine Real Steel, the film, but rather than just punching robots, they could have spinning blades that can spin with the force of a trebuchet. What about Wheeler Dealers? What was Wheeler Dealers? I'm not sure I remember that one. All these awesome shows were on Discovery Channel. Yeah, Discovery Channel was the shit. That's where you could get things like Gold Rush. If you've ever been long-term, like you've been sick for like a week, you're flicking through the TV and suddenly you see Gold Rush. You can lose a surprising number of hours to Gold Rush if you have a fever, chat. I'm going to let you know that for free. It will suck you in. Surprisingly, you'll start caring about the weekly weigh-in of gold. You'll be invested in people like Parker Schnabel and Tony Beats. You'll be hooked. That's it. 15 seasons later, you're cured, but you're now part of the Gold Rush family. I might possibly have had a bit of a Gold Rush phase. Who hasn't had a Gold Rush phase? I mean, a bit like Storage Hunters, you know, the one where they bid on like the storage bins that they've definitely not set up in advance to be valuable and cool. Definitely not. We've all been there. We've all watched a Storage Hunters or two in our time. Storage Wars, is that the one? Storage Wars. I lose track of all the names. They're all into like a fever dream. I'm not sure what's a real show and what I've imagined anymore. The History Channel is great for learning about aliens, I think you mean, Maury Hunter. It's not brain rot. You can learn all about aliens on the History Channel. Perfect. You can neither confirm or deny watching either of those on Dave. Dave was a godsend of a TV show. Sorry, TV channel. Absolutely love Dave. You could always count on there being something cool on Dave. One of the best Freeview channels we had in the UK was just called Dave. It was like channel like 19 or something, just kind of tucked away on Freeview. You could see things like, Top Gear reruns, you would see like Gold Rush, you'd see, you know, Deadliest Catch, I think was on there sometimes. Like, you know, Dave, with the shows that you watch when the wife is out with the kids, you know, Dave. That's kind of how it kind of seemed. Your teen's Air Crash Investigation was a thing? Air Crash Investigation was a pretty classic one. Big Curse of Oak Island fan. Look, my issue with the Curse of Oak Island is twofold. One, as soon as they find anything, everyone's gonna fucking know about it. And two, the thing, it's like 20 seasons long now. Like, how long are you digging on one island for? How can you get 20 seasons of digging on the same island? What is happening? QI is peak. QI is also great. But an unhealthy amount of time watching Deadliest Catch. It's surprisingly gripping. Maybe they put the dirt back. It seems that way. It's today we're tunneling into the side of the shaft and we're going to discover a lion that had sex with a llama and made a sphinx statue out of golden eggs. Like, what are you on? Why? That's the kind of shit that you expect to hear on those kind of shows at that point. Like, it's a bit like the ancient alien shows. They're like, is this an ancient culture or is it aliens? Well, it's probably more likely that before humans were forced out of Africa when it was green, you know, they were living there. That's why we get our stories of like, kind of like the Eye of the Sahara, why we get stories like, you know, Garden of Eden coming from somewhere in Africa, and then people fleeing east into what became Egypt and what became the settled areas, you know, after the Sahara desertified. That's probably what happened, but no, aliens. It's probably not aliens. It's probably just... It's probably just the byproducts of ancient cultures that were wiped out or lost when, you know, areas of the Earth changed. Alien. If it is aliens, I'll happily be proved wrong. Sure, that would be cool to know. I might shit myself if an alien just kind of rocks up, but fine. You're free to come join. I'm now convinced those people who believe in aliens just don't want to credit other humans for their efforts. It kind of is part of it. You have to remember though that, like, and this is a thing inside of archaeology, inside of a lot of science. Once you've gotten used to an established and entrenched view, humans aren't very good at overthrowing that. So if the view is always, oh, the pyramids are X years old because we found Y remains there, if we find remains that are older than that, we might not necessarily question it immediately because we, in our heads, think, oh, yes, we know that the pyramids are 3,000, 5,000, 10,000 years old. The fact that you already have an established view means you're more likely to reject new information, even if it's the same quality as the information you already have. So I think there is certainly a level of like not wanting to attribute earlier humans to things that we've previously said go back a certain date. So sometimes there's a lot of like unanswered questions in archaeology when the answers are normally they learnt it from someone else. A lot of these like kind of they've just come up with these things simultaneously. A lot of the time it's just humans being idiots, not recording stuff properly. They think ancient humans are dumb. If they were too dumb to do anything, we wouldn't be here. There's a bit, that's what I mean. There's a YouTube channel which has many vids that show pyramid stone would have been moved. Moving the pyramid stones isn't the difficult part of making the pyramids. The interesting thing about the pyramids is when you go inside and you touch the walls, it's like rubbing a balloon on the back of your arms and it's like all statically charged. It's very cool. Do they do anything special? I don't know. People say there's all kinds of weird chemicals inside of the pyramids that are evidence of it being used as a hydrogen fractionation chamber or something, like wild stuff. But we do know that there are things underneath the pyramids. I think some LiDAR scans recently came back showing there are things under the pyramids. LiDAR is one of the best gifts to archaeology and understanding our past that we will ever have. We do now know, Mindsplit, how that was made. I think that was solved about 5 years ago, the ancient Roman concrete stuff. I'm fairly sure that's been established. Yeah, there's plenty of ways that the Egyptians could have made the pyramids the way they did. There's plenty of ways that the ancient Britons before the arrival of the Romans made Stonehenge. Why did they bring the stone as far as they did? We don't know. Like this is the things that we don't know. Why did they do things a certain way? The LiDAR in the pyramid stuff is sketch chance not been peer reviewed. The fact that it's there and yet isn't being further investigated is wild. My like of LiDAR is the Amazon rainforest. LiDAR in the Amazon has revealed thousands of structures that we just didn't previously know were there that have been swallowed up by the jungle. That is why LiDAR is such a gift, because the Amazon rainforest has a lot of lost history in it. The arrival of disease from Europe and war from the Spanish settlers has meant that a lot of... And if you think about, for example, Fukushima, the nuclear plants in Japan, if you go and look at Google Maps images, even 5 years after the Fukushima nuclear disaster, you can see how quickly the natural growth of plants just consumes human settlements when there are no humans left there. To think about how that would have reflected in the Amazon with diseases and the LiDAR scans that are now coming out of the Amazon is incredibly cool. There are whole subcultures of the Amazon that managed to wipe themselves out by paving their entire basin, because that was the only way that they could get rain. The only water in that basin was rainwater, so they paved the entire area pretty much to gather rainwater, and it destabilized the land enough they washed away all of their food crop areas, and they basically starved themselves out of resources. There's all kinds of really incredible things to be learned about civilization from the Amazon cultures. And it might also be the reason why we have a bit of a mismatch in our history. You have early Spanish explorers coming back saying there are loads of these great, huge cities in the South Americas. Some of it will be exaggeration to refund it. But also you will have the fact that when they went back 100 years later, half of it was wiped out because smallpox would have just absolutely eviscerated the natives. The common cold, if you've never had one before, can kill you. So, like, it's introducing viruses that people haven't previously had and illnesses that people haven't previously had back then. You're just going to wipe out huge swathes of the population. So, I'm really excited for LiDAR development to change how we see South American archaeology. Because there's a lot there that needs to be done. I think, the British were pretty bad about gathering up the cultural artifacts of those that they colonized. The Spanish, however, I think it was largely for religious reasons, had a habit of wiping out the populace and the cultures of those that came before them. But interestingly, so too did the Inca and Aztec civilization, supposedly. Supposedly, there was an awful lot of warmongering between the cultures in the Americas. And there was an awful lot of cultural desecration and kind of takeover, so taking credit for things that might not have been theirs, etc. So the archaeological record in South America is very confused, and I think that LiDAR will help with a lot of that to determine the actual truth of what's happened on the ground. You love keeping up on megalithic discoveries and new discoveries that answer questions that haven't been answered. Göbekli Tepe is one that I think is very interesting, that could shape and change a lot of how we see basically the ancient world. For those of you who don't know, Göbekli Tepe is a temple complex in Turkey that was purposely buried. Is the size of an entire hillside, supposedly a collection of dozens, if not 100 something temples, all aligned towards the night sky like 10,000 years ago. Very, very old structures that were purposely buried. We don't really know why. And only one small segment of this hillside has been uncovered. Human migration patterns across the Americas. Well, you've got things like, you know, there are supposedly, and I don't know the hard science on this, so I haven't looked into it hugely. There are supposedly structures in rivers and fossilized records of human habitation or building settlements going back hundreds of thousands of years. You know, so how long has humanity been around for making structures? What happened, you know? Do we really know our history that well? I don't know. I like the fact that we can still ask questions. Graham Hancock makes some big leaps, unfortunately. There are some real leaps in his work. You have to remember he's a journalist at the end of the day. It's designed to tell a story. And wherever you encounter people like this, always consider that they're writing a book. They want you to be interested, so you buy the book so they make money. So always come at it with a certain level of cynicism. Hancock makes some leaps, but Hancock's overall view of archaeologists are reasonably set on beliefs where they might not need to be isn't necessarily wrong. So being too stuck in the entrenched belief system of what happened because you've studied it your whole life, you think you know blah blah blah, a lot of people aren't able to admit that they're wrong easily, particularly in academic fields. And a lot of people aren't going to be the first person to think that, okay, well, this actually overhauls what we think we know is true. A lot of people aren't going to be brave enough to take that step in an academic field. So I agree with Graham Hancock on the fact that I do think that, particularly in academics, people could be a little more recognizant of the fact that actually, just because you think you know the story, don't assume that it can't change or that you know everything. I think people should always be open to the idea that their viewpoints could need changing, particularly in academic fields. You know, there are things that we think about science now that were completely unthinkable before. You know, for a long time, we were told that we were orbiting around, the sun orbited around the Earth. So at what point is it okay to question that versus not? That's a relative thing. So people should always be open to the idea that they're wrong. I do think in certain academic fields we don't see enough of that. That said, there are a lot of people who want to question things that are established truth because they don't understand the evidence. So there's a level of give and take here, and I'm not all on one side. But I don't think that we can say that we fully understand our history. And I think that we're incredibly arrogant to think now that we know everything that we did back then. There's nothing more that we can learn. If you look at things like, I think there's a really couple of good examples of things like Roman tools that were found that people had no idea what they were. They were attributed to worship or to religious reasons, but they turn out to be things like knitting for darning socks, etc. They are functional tools that we assume they are religious or of ceremonial use because we can't answer what they're actually for. So I really do challenge the idea that we know everything about ourselves, our history, and human culture and development, because that's really not true. It's a very arrogant view to hold, I think, and enabled by the fact that we are incredibly technologically developed today. But do we know everything? No, we don't. And why does it matter? It matters knowing what wiped out humans before. Understanding if anything could wipe out our species and the kind of environmental and societal collapses that our species has gone through in the past is very, very important. We'll probably never know what happens to matter when it enters a black hole. Probably not, Mind Split. Probably not. There are some things that are just kind of beyond what we can do. Hello, Chicago Strong. How are you doing? It's going well. Thank you, buddy. It says, you mean things are more complicated than we make them out to be because we think we're the greatest version of human race has ever been? Yeah, that sounds about right. We would never do that as a species, right? He has got a lot faster mining skill than I do. Jesus. Slowly making our way through the mining. It's working out well. I think what we're going to do is go into the black hole. I wonder what the black hole would taste like if it was a pudding. I feel for some reason like a black hole is licorice. Yeah, I think maybe. Yeah. You were about to say the same thing? Same thought. Yeah, I was just picking up on your thoughts. Do you think black sambuca, that is basically licorice. Like that aniseedy, licoricey kind of crossover. The really bitter dark chocolate. Thank you very much for being here, Hardware Junkie. I do appreciate you, bud. Have a lovely rest of your day. You're planning your next vacation in a black hole? You'll have plenty of time. And space. Licorice Pop Rocks. Pop Rocks are what you guys call popping candy, right? And by you guys, yes, I mean American. Of course. Yeah, the ads are about to start. I'm just going to get up and nip to the bathroom, so I will be right back. Thank you for bearing with. We have been live for 5 hours, so it's about time I take a bathroom break, so thank you very much. I can, Balthazar. Who from? I have no DM from you. Yeah, I'll be right back. Whoop. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Thank you for bearing with. A DM from Grandma Sophie. Okay, let me have a look in a second. Harvest this. Ooh, I can't harvest that granite. I can harvest this one. Good job. Your mailman went by and he's legit driving on the sideways walk with 2 wheels so he doesn't have to get out his truck to deliver. That's just, jeez. That's lazy and illegal and dangerous. Putting pedestrians at risk there. Like, someone could just step out onto the, wait, where was my character? I couldn't even select my character then. Weird. Here we go. Your cat is screaming, turn the rain off. You can't do that. You can't. The problem is the cat thinks that inside of the room, like inside of the house, you have that power. Like if your cat's ever seen you in the shower, your cat knows that you can in fact turn on the rain and turn off the rain at will. The cat just might not understand that you're not in the shower right now. Lazy, dangerous, and illegal. I feel like those are Snap, Crackle, and Pop's porn names. You know what? It's been just over a year since Expedition 33 launched. I know, it's been wild. They did really well with that. It was such a great game. Snap, Crackle, and Pop, for those of you who might not remember, are the 3 guys on the Rice Krispies box, if you know what those are. You know, you can just not say things that pop into your head. I do know that, Unicorn Reach. I saw that thought kind of coming through, and I thought I'd just wave to it on the way past as I let it come straight through and to share with you guys. That one's gold. I'm going to be honest with you. That's great. Aren't they like elves or something? They might be. I'm not going to... I'm not an expert. I'm not going to check. They can do what they want in their own time. I don't care. Alternatively, is that Alvin and the Chipmunks spawn names? Because I'm fairly sure there's 3 of them. I also feel like Alvin is probably the dangerous one. Maybe the illegal one. I don't know Alvin and the Chipmunks lore well enough to determine which one of them is the illegal or dangerous one. Or even know the names of the other 2. I just know it is Alvin and the Chipmunks. I think it's because Greg was using the squirrel voice yesterday. I couldn't... Sometimes I was more imagining him as a chipmunk than a squirrel. Simon and Simon with a J and Theodore. Okay, no, Simon without a J and Theodore. Alvin, Theodore, and Simon. So which one is illegal, which one is lazy, and which one's dangerous? Alvin will be illegal if he's a troublemaker. Simon is the nerd, therefore dangerous, and Theodore likes food, lazy. Because Theodore that's the way I would separate those ones, Ulrich, but I'm not the expert. I bow before chat's knowledge of Alvin and his chipmunk brothers. All you need from Alvin the Chipmunk's lore is that Ian Hawke solos the multiverse. I could believe that. Simon is dangerous? Okay. Simon is the nerd. The nerd being dangerous makes sense. Alvin would be illegal, and that would in fact make Theodore lazy. According to all known sources, Alvin is the dangerous and illegal one. You love this discussion? You know what? Why not? It's a Monday. When you join this channel and when you know, if anyone's followed, subscribed, I have never promised solely sensible conversation. I've never even promised coherent conversation. I have promised chaos and that kind of thing. That I've delivered on that many times. But I never promised coherency. That's why you came here, Curly. If you came here looking for coherency, I'm actually not that sorry to disappoint you. Yeah, this is the incoherent chaos zone. That's how this one works. Ooh. Sometimes I might seem more intelligent than I actually am. That's a whole thing. I know long words. That's the trick. I can do long words. Follow age, Red Falcon. You have been following since the 23rd of June, 2025. Do the math. 250,000 challenge points. The guild challenge. I'll take that. I'll have this. The posh accent helps too. That is true. They've spent hundreds of years convincing you that people who sound like me can be trusted and know what we're talking about. It's all a lie, but that's what British culture is all about. You hear this voice, you're like, oh yes, somebody who knows what they're talking about. I think my shoulder crink is maybe more chaotic. You might be right. Gee, you could be correct. I can feel the shoulder pain overtaking me, turning me kind of more batshit loopy. I mean, I'm not crazy. It's not glowing, so I know that no one in the community is nearby. I'm safe. You have to be very careful with enchanted weaponry. Put Sting down. That's not a knife. You know what, Kawaii Cos, you're right. This is a knife. This one's better. This one's... Sweet. This is a knife. This is a knife. At an angle. Yeah. Now that's a knife. I see you've played Knifey Swordy before. The sword that was broken. Indeed. Reforged Angeril from the blades, from the shards of Narsil. Of course you have more than one. What do you mean? You mean this one as well? The invisible sword? That's Glamdring. Red Falcon, those aren't weapons. Those are, in fact, artifacts. And as a British person, artifacts are fine. The Knifey Spoony, oh, the kids game, Knifey Spoony. No, I'm thinking about Knifey Swordy. That's the adults one. The tiny sword, that's Sting. That's that one. That's the home defense sword, Sting, because it's good for, you know, narrow corridors. You don't want to be using a two-hander or a hand and a half for home defense. That's ludicrous. That's more of a keeping the lawn clear of vermin kind of tool. The G-size sword, and the claymore is back up on its sheath. I'm not sure I would trust G with a sword. Imagine I have a Roomba with knives on it. The Roomba with knives is too slow. What you want is like you want a DJI drone that could fly around with swords on the end. That's more effective than a Roomba. Are they sharp, boys? No, I don't keep the sword sharpened. There is realistically no need to. Let me do this. This, for example, not sharpened. Not sharpened, but if you swing any metal edge that is that thin at somebody at speed, it's still going to hurt them. So it's not sharpened. It doesn't really need to be. It would just need to be to penetrate armor, for example. But, like, if you really needed to, you drop that on your foot, that's going to go through your foot. Like, if you drop that point down and it gets a good amount of speed, that could very, very much do some damage to you. Like, you don't need to sharpen that for it to be dangerous. So there's no point for me to do so. I'm already at risk of hurting myself by messing around. I don't just sharpen it and make it more likely that I do myself a mischief and remove a hand. Like... And I think it would be fun. Thank you, Curly. I will hydrate, but I've misplaced my water, so... There's another one. A drone with 100 bottle rockets attached. The problem is that when you fire each of those bottle rockets off, the force is going to fire the drone backwards as well, a little bit. And the weight of the drone is relevant. Yeah, there's no need for me to keep sharpened. Like, also, like, if one of them was to fall off of the wall, or like Bailey was to rub up against it because he wants, you know, he wants to be cute. Like, I just don't want to deal with that. It's just not safe. So he rubs on pretty much every single surface that he can find. So I don't want him ever finding that. That would just be bad. I just want to put a garden fork through their foot as a kid. Confirmed doesn't need to be sharp to be stabby. A really common one is removing a toe or two with an adze. A bottle of water. It is indeed a bottle of water. So an adze, A-D-Z-E, is like an axe turned sideways. It's a sign for moving earth. It is the other side of the axe that was a more common tool than the axe, but one that a lot of people don't know about, as its name. It's basically what became the shovel. Imagine a pickaxe, but rather than coming to a point, it's a flat kind of end. Like an axe turned on its side. Either a straight line or curved. They were used for digging furrows and breaking earth. But if you bring one of those down wrong, you can take off a foot. You can cut straight through the tip of your toes. Well, it's important to pause during ads. Amazing. Thank you for that, Unicorn Reach. Good job. Like a hoe? A little bit, yeah. I mean, hoes are no longer quite as kind of powerful as a mattock. A mattock is another word for it, I believe. I think they were called mattock as well. Yeah. A mattock is an adze-like hand tool. Yeah. Literally by definition. A mattock is one type of adze, I guess, yeah. No, mattock. M-A-T-T-O-C-K. They're all the things that you guys are listing are all adzes. All ads. Uncommon iron ore. Breaking earth sounds so medieval. Yeah, but that's... I understand that for those of you in America, the idea of breaking earth in medieval forms might sound scary, but I can promise you it is okay. Technology did exist before your country was around. It's okay. It's an advertisement. My god. You pay for turbo so you can avoid ads? Well, that's, you know, don't want to dig for that. You have done that? Whoa. We just call it groundbreaking. It's a real new feature, isn't it? It's really new. I know that in the US you call it breaking ground, you call it breaking earth, all kinds of stuff, depending on where you are. It's just colloquialisms. Breaking earth is the definition of what you're doing. It's designed to disrupt and break the earth apart so that you can do things like plow, build, dig for like wells and stuff. It's all designed for breaking the earth apart. A groundbreaking experience. They have enough of those. They live on, like, earthquake lines. They're wild. I don't know how you could do that to yourself. I do. It does make sense. I guess if you're gonna frack, you would need a really big adze, yeah. More granite. 100. We're getting pretty close to the 140k mark. What did the English call it? Can we take out any letters or change it? I don't know what we called it. I think we called it a mattock, an adze, all kinds of things. You have to remember that, like, Britain doesn't have a lot of our, like, ancient culture left. Like, the Romans did do quite a good job of wiping out a lot of Celtic culture, and then it all just became absorbed and accumulated, like, across the next 1,000 years. There are only a couple of places in the US you can live if you want to avoid any kind of natural disaster. Northwestern coast of Michigan, is that literally it? Wild. I like big ads and I cannot lie. Nice. World-ending snow. World-ending snow is going to be quite a lot of snow. Service now's not that bad. That was an IT joke, and I apologize to those of you who just groaned. Service now is terrible. I did. Nice. If my brain's in work mode and someone says the word snow, I think of IT service now. I can't help it. I don't like snow. Service now is not a good platform. If there are any IT directors in chat, I apologize for questioning your choice, but okay, please don't use service now. Big up battles in the States. Snow versus hurricanes versus tornadoes versus wildfires. Probably snow. I think snow has to be the one you choose out of those. Like, wildfires, hurricanes, earthquakes, tornadoes, not necessary. Like, not if you live in the Midwest, you have all of the above. My God. My God, why? Why on earth would you want? Oh. Heat like the surface of the sun. There are parts of... Yeah, I'm... You know what? I'm very happy with the UK. We don't get any of those big natural disasters. Don't have to worry about any of that. Occasionally, it gets so windy that it blows over some wheelie bins. We call it something like Storm Dennis. And then we move on with our lives. And we pick up the wheelie bins and kind of go on. That's about as bad as it gets. If you're in parts of the UK, you get to complain about it raining. Other parts, you don't. That's about as bad as our weather really gets. Like, we saw it snowed less than a centimetre in the last year in the south of the UK. It didn't settle. Storm Doreen yeeting the food waste bin. I can't believe Doreen did that, G. It's so like Doreen. The Northwest has volcanoes. So yeah, we don't have any of those. The closest thing we have to volcanoes is the Scottish, and that's because they both got red tops. You look here, Sonny Jim. What? Am I wrong? DBS edited a video on potential safest place in the US given the effects of climate change. Where is that? Where is it, and how much are the house prices for everyone in the US who's curious? Oh, that was... That Scottish joke made you audibly laugh. I'm very pleased to hear that. Thank you, Red Falcon. The only natural disasters we get in the UK are flooding. No, the natural disasters that you get in the UK are the British. The British are the natural disaster. We're like a flood, a tide. If there's alcohol involved or free stuff, the British are there. We're awful. And we'll make a queue, and we'll look at you awful if you don't pay attention to the queue. That's the other thing. The British are the natural disasters in the UK. We've eradicated the rest of them. We had bears, got rid of the bears. Had wolves, got rid of the wolves. Eagles, got rid of the eagles, gone. Floods, nah, get rid of the beavers. That's fine. We'll get rid of the floods as well. Oh, well, move the floods upriver. Well, that's a problem for upriver. They should have lived in the cities. There you go. Next problem. Pepita, thank you for gifting a gift sub to the British Museum. Very kind of you, Pepita. Very kind. British got rid of the wolves because they weren't respecting the queues. One of the reasons, yeah. Yeah. Also, the wolves didn't really appreciate tea. Ciao. You love some of the English term for things? It's like a 4-year-old name somethings? Yes, that sounds about right. Had snakes and simultaneously got rid of the pagans too? Yeah. I'm glad that we're reintroducing animal species in the UK. We've reintroduced beavers. Otters are on the rise massively. They're doing much better than they were. Reintroducing wolves is a bit of a difficult one because that actually comes with a level of risk, and the way that the vast swathes of the UK are, you just can't have the kind of wide roaming wolf packs that you would normally have in the wild. You found out that tea's not natively British? There's very little that is natively British, including Red Falcon, the British. We're mostly you've got British, you've got the Norwegian influence, you've got the European influence, you've got the Germanic influences, you've got Romans from back then. Like, not even being British is natively British. Like, we do this thing which is really awesome where, like, if you're from, like, Northern Ireland or from Scotland or from Wales, you're from that place until you get really popular. The really good example that I like to use is Andy Murray, who was the Scottish tennis player until he won Wimbledon, and at that point he became the British tennis player. He's adopted. We like you now, and we keep him. That's how that works. That's how being British really is. If the British decide that we like you and want to keep you, you can basically count as British. Or if you're in a museum. Introducing lynx in Scotland's a bad idea. You've got the Scottish Highland wildcats, which are a protected species, and lynx will probably get shot by farmers going after sheep, etc. Not that we appropriate everything, we just kind of assimilate it. We're basically the Borg. The British are the Borg. That's how that one works. Your cultural artifacts will be added to our cultural heritage. Your food and spices will be assimilated. Resistance is food, exactly. Your artifacts will be adapted to service us, exactly. Now you all know what's up. Now you're seeing the truth for what it is. The British are the Borg we got at home. Yeah, they're Timu Borg, exactly. Ranite. Every Borg. Star Trek First Contact is 30 years old this year. That's nice. Thank you for that, Sinbury. Very kind. 4 lynxes were illegally released in the Highlands. Jeez. Are you safe saying this all online? Probably not. The Scottish are coming for me. No! I'm sorry! If you wander around a museum, there's a high chance to be adopted by a British person, only if you're a cultural artifact, Var, yes. If you're a cultural artifact, then yes, you may in fact get adopted by a British person. When I was a child, my family liked your English, Irish, and Scottish exclusively. I had one of those genealogy tests done a few years ago, and it came back as mostly Scandinavian and broadly Northwestern European. Yeah, British is a melting pot of cultures. Like, you basically are... If someone says that you are, you know, you're a quarter Scottish, they only go back about one generation to their parents, maybe one beyond that. Other than beyond that, it's anyone's guess. Why do British people like to make fun of people from the North? See, the thing is, the North is an area of the UK that does very well by having cheap house prices. The South, jealous of this fact, remind them of the fact that they earn more money in the South. There's an ongoing culture and respect war between the North and the South, but both sides agree that they don't like anyone from inside of London. And that's why we joke about the Midlands, because the Midlands is just a containment area that we tell Londoners exists, so they're less scared of the North. That's why. Yeah. And we all hate the French. We had 128 years war that we called the 100 Years War for it. But no one else is allowed to hate the French apart from us. We hate the French the best. That's our cultural thing. There's a queue. There's a queue for it, and we were there first. Exactly. Little Ham and I know what's up. We're on the right level. That's how that works. That's part of. Now I'm giving you guys the lowdown on British culture here, so you know. That's what it is. You don't hate the French. You hate the French. The concept of the French you hate. You don't hate French people. That's different. That's hating the French. You don't do that. You don't. In Germans with veto, the Germans had to get, you know, had to get in line. That's Germany is younger than England. Germany can get in line. Our country is older. We were in the queue first. Germany is younger than the US. Exactly. So is Italy, I think. So if anything, it's the UK. America is in line before the Germans, because America had the whole thing where the French promised to help them. We're like, actually, you signed that deal with the king. Unlucky. He's dead now. So America's probably in line ahead of the Germans. You just miss Prussia. Ah, yes. Was a better time. The Prussian Empire. A base 10 timekeeping system would make so much more sense. It would be... Yes, but then you've got to entirely rebuild how everyone tells time. Although, I did have to explain to Spare Human earlier what happened at the fall of the United Soviet Socialist Republic. And why, like... why Belarus is where it is and what it and does what it does. Why, PvP on the map. Why Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia are where they are, etc. So that was a fun modern history lesson about the dissolution of the former Soviet Socialist Republic. Remember Swatch internet time? That was a thing? Oh, God. The French read phonemes 2 digits at a time and use base 20. I know, base 20 counting past 70 is ridiculous. Why? Why base 20, France? Why? Little Ham, we need to know the answer. You must speak for all French people. Belarus is weird? I mean, yeah. Yeah. Lithuania, Vicky will appear. Only if I say it 3 times into a mirror. French does weird stuff. The French does very weird stuff with numbers, yes. Dunzo, you're already here. You can't appear if you're already here. Hi, Bailey. Hi. Who's a good boy? Hi, sweet cat. Good boy. Look, baby boy. Okay. Brace that properly for you so you can rub your face against it if you want. You want to have a clean? Okay. Hi. Yeah, you still having a clean? The real streamer has arrived? You are right, yes. The real streamer is indeed here. The one true streamer himself. He'll look up at me and meow when he's ready for attention. That's the whole thing. Hi! Hello, little guy. You're such a sweet boy. You're so adorable, Bailey. You're a good boy, aren't you? Go back this way. There's a whole group of lots of people here. You're borderline obsessed with timekeeping methodologies? I do this. He's such a cute cat, honestly. Ridiculous creature. He's just having more of a clem. Hello. Hey. Yeah. Baby. What have you been doing, little guy? Yeah, have you been outside chilling? Okay. You're gonna go into full loaf mode, is that the plan? He's cleaning his paw, now you want more attention. He's a good baby boy. You are. Hi. Okay, you want the Benny Rubes? Okay. He's a good boy. Yes, you play Lemurs. Good boy. He's such a good cat. He's just the cattingest cat that ever catted. I just can't believe how much of a cat he is. You used to have a cat who looked very similar to Bailey, had a wonderful temperament, was the chillest cat we had. B is just, he's just an excellent cat. Like, I mean, he has brought in a bunch of things this week that, you know, as a 16-year-old cat, I'm surprised that he's still catching things, but hey, at least I know he's healthy. Yeah, we're making sure we mine for Lord Bailey, exactly. Exactly what we're doing. That was a gift sub, that's why, Mori Hunter, but it's very funny, isn't it? Who's a good boy? Is you. You getting yourself comfy wumpy? Is that what it is? Yeah, he is. You can get a bunch of iron ore in these areas, it's just the other stuff that you can't get. I feel like the iron elemental should attack you because you've mined the iron ore. It should be like defending it because it's of its nature, right? He's such a sweet baby. I think he probably wants feeding. Thanks, was it? Normally, he shows up at this time to want feeding. He doesn't normally show up for a cuddle this early, which is interesting. Hemp. More hemp. Does AFK listen to about the Baltics? I don't know enough about the Baltic states. Ooh. I can't harvest the uncommon, but I can harvest the 2 standards. I can harvest the uncommon travertine. Can do that. Why don't you get one of those automatic feeder robots? Because I give bait... Those feeder robots work well for dry food, but that's not the issue. For him, it's wet food. It dries out, or he just wants something else, or he just wants attention. The other thing is, sometimes he wants to be fed, but actually he just wants to know that he's got food, and he actually wants me to go through with him to go for a cuddle. Which is why at this time of day I feel a little bit careful about doing it, because if I do, he'll be like, wait, I thought we were going for a cuddle. Why are you going back to your computer? When actually I'm, you know, not. So him eating on a schedule of dry, like his dry food is constantly out. He'll eat as much of that as he wants, but what he's asking for is wet food. He's used to having biscuits out. Dry food doesn't count as food for him, apparently. That's just how it is. There we go. We got another 10 points for collecting stone today. Grab this. My gear damage. The level gone down somehow. Can Albion played solo and free to play? Yes, Balmos, you can. Yep. You will have an advantage from playing with the premium, but yeah, you can play it solo and you can play free to play as well if you want, Balmos. You just won't be able to engage in some of the gameplay loops. Oh, sorry, there you go. B's going for his food. You likely won't be able to engage in like the late game guild PvP, for example, unless you've got a social guild to be with. Yada, I will be likely going back to pick up other work. I'm not gonna just only stream. It's just not something I don't want to only stream as a job. So I'll pick up something else, either corporate work or something, you know, content creation related or community management related. I'll find something. World is my oyster. I've been taking this week to give myself a bit of a rest from stress, etc. So just kind of taking some time, doing a little bit of streaming, kind of catching up with the community, seeing some friends. Like on Wednesday, I'm seeing a friend, that kind of thing. Last week I went to go see a friend on Wednesday. It's quite a nice day for people to be around. You know, keeping myself busy. Plus, as I was saying to chat earlier, like there is part of me that misses working in consumer protection regs because, you know, I was making a difference inside of some quite large financial services firms, putting in things like consumer duty, etc., various regulatory pieces that are needed. So there's a lot of good I can do on that end still as well. That's one of the reasons why I went into that field rather than solicitor's work originally. So got to go keep some banks honest. Always fun. Banks are known for their honesty, right? After 2008, the government was like, we don't really trust banks. They should be regulated. Regulate the banks. Make the corporate monies. Well, then I can stream in the evenings with my friends. I can stream at the weekends. A little bit more people are free. I know it won't be the same people who are doing it for co-working, and we will have to work that one out. But some days I will likely be around because I might see if I can work 4 days a week, so I can, you know, do a day of stream, for example. We will see what is out there. Whether I'm working as an employee or working as a contractor is another question. There's all kinds of things. All kinds of things. But I'm definitely not giving up streaming. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going anywhere. Now I've started, I think it would be rude to stop when so many people have been so supportive all this time. So I ain't going anywhere, don't you worry. Well, exactly. I'll find something. I'm genuinely not worried. We'll have fun doing it. I'll have a laugh. Oh, no. Right, let's see if we can find some more resource nodes up here, because when I came by earlier, it wasn't very searched. Oh, baby. Yeah. I mean, it's all tier 4 stuff, so it's not huge to the end of the world. I just want to get the granite titanium ore more than anything. We're very close on this now. We're at 120 out of 140k. Then we'll unlock tier 5 as well on Expert Quarrier. The sexagesimal system is very useful for other applications. Horrifying. Horrifying. Since we're already timed to how you keep time to cesium atom. Okay, there's no drift because we're aligned to the cesium atom. Yeah, I mean, time is kind of set now. DY76, thank you so much for the Prime sub, buddy. You are a legend. I really appreciate that support. You are incredible. And thank you all for being here. The ads are going to start in about 5 seconds, chat. So I will be right back during the ad break. I'm going to go get myself another drink and probably go and do next set of stretches. Go hang for the door frame again, just decompress my spine because my shoulder is getting quite painful. I will, of course, answer messages, etc. when I return. I'll be right back. Whoop. You guys were worried for a second there, I know. Woof. Indeed. With the cat on the screen, that just makes sense, right? You were cheering for the golem? That's rude. Kind of fair, though. I can see that. I probably deserve that. Probably fair. I'll let you off this once. Right, perfectly hydrated. I'm secretly a dog person. We know from yesterday's stream. No, that was a Doug person. I could see why you'd get confused, but they are slightly different. One is a dog, and one is called Doug, which is the past tense of dig. Did you guys enjoy the character and the cosplay yesterday for the character? Okay, interesting. We have options. Am I a person who likes dogs? I'm definitely not a furry. I like dogs, but I prefer cats. I think, while at one point I definitely think I was a dog person, or I always wanted a dog more, I think having had Bailey move in with me, I'm now at the kind of cat pace. But, yeah. I don't know. I think you can, I don't know if you can only be a dog or a cat person. I don't think I see the division quite that strongly. You saw a picture of me on Vicky's stream? That was from the D&D stream. Yeah, that was the Wilfred costume. Yeah, I think that you can be both. I don't think it's as kind of finely delineated as you are either a cat person or a dog person. I think that's a false choice. Cats can be so chill when they want to be. I think it depends on the cat, the breed, the environment, all kinds of things. There's an awful lot that goes into cats as a whole. I think the reason I kind of like cats a little bit more is like a dog will very rarely do something that it knows is naughty, whereas sometimes a cat, a bit like ferrets, will do the thing where they will look at you, do the naughty thing, and then see if you're going to tell them off. I really enjoy that. I don't know why. It's just mischief. I like mischief. But no, I ordered that costume yesterday specially for it, for the charity stream. It will go into a cupboard somewhere to be used on another charity stream in future. You go, listen here, you little shit. Exactly, you know. Grew up with a dog as your big brother for 13 years, and you raised a couple of cat brothers from kittens and refused to choose between dogs or cats. Should be cats and dogs. I mean, Bailey is not the kind of cat who will get along with a dog ever. He left his house because of dogs, so I'm never going to expect this house to be a cat and dog's place while Bailey is around. I'm just not going to do it to him. I always wanted to get a dog when we moved into this house, but it's just not on the cards right now or at this point. So, while B is around, it will indeed be a dog-free environment. Which is fine. I'm sure B will be happier with that. As a 16-year-old cat, he doesn't want to learn to live with a dog. It's a bit much for him. He's just a little guy. He just wants to chill and relax in his old age, hunting in the garden, you know, enjoying himself, sleeping in the sun. He just wants to be a retired cat, I think, and I respect that. I think B's got a good point there. I very much respect it. Old ass chill dog, maybe. I think that half of the joy of a dog is the young puppy dog stage, and then growing old with the dog and seeing the dog at every stage of their life. I think that's part of the beauty of having pets, in a way. And so, I think you need the whole life with a dog. But yeah, a nice chill dog is probably more convenient. But I definitely think that you need to get that puppy experience with a dog, like the full life cycle of a dog, to understand, you know, the full story, and to really be that lifelong companion for an animal. There's nothing quite like it, I don't think. And I won't have that with B. I know that B is my adopted son. He's my adopted cat-shaped son, but he's still my, you know, he's still my baby boy, and I'll still do what I can for him. But I didn't know him when he was a baby boy, when he was an actual kitten. I met him when he was 12 years old, so, you know, he's had a whole life before he met me. That's one of the reasons why I'm very grateful that he loves me the way he does. Because, you know, doesn't have to. He's not like he's my cat. He just chose to live it. Because he likes it. Your dogs were rescues, and even without the puppy stage, we grew very close to them. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's the right thing. Where are we at on the stone? 88%. Nearly there. I'm his human? Yeah, it certainly seems that way. This is his house. We're his humans. He's just happy here. He just feels safe. And B's very smart. Like, I get to go and visit Suki, and as much as I love Suki and I love visiting Vicky, I know that Suki is not always the smartest of cats. She can be smart, but she can be real dumb. B is cunning and also a shifty little bugger. Like he'll do things to be naughty. He will be sneaky. He's real smart. And sometimes it's trying, but I do love him for it. Like, it's great. He RSPCA waives the adoption fee for their OAPs. A lot of people won't take the old cats or dogs. Oh, bless. Who knows, maybe that what I will do after B is adopt old cats. Like, just look after old cats in the twilight of their life. Does he ever even try attempt getting double dinner? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a big... He will try anything he can to tell us he's hungry. Ooh, move on topics, though, because I'm getting upset thinking about B. How are we doing in Albion? Let's go have a look at our guild's point. What we're doing on resources. Grab this at the same time. 36. Okay, probably Hyde is our next closest, and that's quite a long ways off. Tier 6 is going to be better. What's for dinner tonight? I think I've got pasta. You know me, chat. I'm a big pasta fan. Pasta fanatic. That's for sure. Let me do this. Press this. Grab this. Pasta. I think it's pasta. Probably maybe some mushrooms. But for dessert, I don't normally have dessert. I'll be honest with you, I just have like a large main course. That's enough for me for the day. Big pasta fan, but I look so human. I know. I'm a big pasta fan. A fan made of pasta. It's pasta joke how much you love pasta at the moment. Wow. I can imagine that. My wife didn't believe when I told her you could build a car out of pasta, but you should have seen her face when I drove past her. What? Pasta. Yo, hope things are going well on the up. Thank you very much, Izalius. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. I mean, Moran, sometimes that happens. Sometimes just the right cat will cross your path or catch your eye, and that's the one, you know? That makes sense. Pastafarian? Who knows, maybe. I do love pasta. Chat, tell me what your favorite pasta shape is in chat. We haven't done this for a while. Come on, share your favorite pasta shape. Do it. Just doing the dishes? The dishes are one of the jobs I dislike, because it's doing a stand and doing a stoop, and for my back, that becomes a problem. Stars, flat, Paliatelli. Is flat pasta lasagna sheets or tagliatelle? Rotini? Rotini's quite good. Gnocchi? Oh yeah, you can count gnocchi, I guess, if you want. Yeah. Rigatoni, egg noodles. All of them. I don't even know what that shape is, Shrunator. Tagliatelle is very possible. Assini de Pepe? I don't know that one. Macaroni, Assini. Okay, good mix. I'm glad no one said spaghetti. Good job, chat. I'm proud of you. Yeah, Anakim if you want. Sure, sure. I'm out of costume, as you can see. No longer the charity raising thing. You got some gravity boots up with your back, gonna be hanging upside down for the first time later. Good luck with it. That's a whole thing. Basically little pellets. So like tiny gnocchi then. More iron ore. You see a spaghetti enjoyer in chat? What? Where? No, no spaghetti. That's gonna be someone saying it just to wind me up. I know that. I know what you're like. Specific spaghetti? Spaghetti is just spaghetti. Think orzo, but smaller and spheres instead of oblong. Ah. Okay. I can understand it. But Peter definitely said spaghetti to wind me up. That's definitely a thing. That's fine. Don't worry. I know Peter doesn't really like spaghetti. Peter wouldn't do that to me. Just there's better pasta shapes for everything. It's not hate for spaghetti, it's just that spaghetti is just overrated. There's just a better shape for every type of, like, every pasta sauce you've got with it. There's a better shape than spaghetti. Gotcha, clearly with extra ketchup. Spaghetti with ketchup is basically, I don't know, like noodles and ketchup is just, that's not even Italian food. Stop this. Stop. You like orzo? Egg noodles. SpaghettiOs, that tracks Kawaii's. What do you have, what color of crayon do you have for your dessert when you have your SpaghettiOs pasta? It's impasta syndrome, exactly, Syndrome. Like something you really like? It's a very good pasta type. Meatballs and spaghetti. Meatballs and spaghetti. Just spaghetti. What? Like you could just have something better than spaghetti. Italian meatballs. Like oh, better pasta shape already. Tagliatelle. Like. If you use spaghetti, the ratio of meatballs to pasta is way off. Fish sticks and rice is not spaghetti. Var, you've been eliminated from this round. Heinz spaghetti hoops with sausages. The Heinz ones give you those super processed ones. Now, the Tesco's ones I think are better. My favorite sauce pasta depends on the mood. Like, there's no such thing as one favorite pasta sauce. There's dozens. Hundreds of favorite pasta sauces. Tagliatelle can be very heavy, which is why you do spaghetti. What the meatball part of the meatball isn't heavy. Is that the problem? The weight of the meatball. I don't understand the problem that you're trying to solve. Spaghetti alla puttanesca is just a funny name. I mean, puttanesca is a very standard dish. It's good. It's pretty good hearty food, but not my favorite. I made marinara. Very nice. If anyone in the in-game guild is looking to do some group content, Grogesi is looking to do probably some dungeons or something. So if people want to join up with Grogesi to do some dungeons, you could probably get some good progression, unlocks, fame, etc. Do some cool content. If you're interested. Loosely translated horse spaghetti. I think it's basically like a, it's a bit like Ratatouille, isn't it? Wasn't puttanesca meant to be basically like a peasant dish, like Ratatouille was? It was meant to be a hearty, healthy food that was basically designed to keep you going and feed someone for reasonably cheap. Do ramen noodles count as pasta? No, but that will be considered your answer. If I'm right, I think that's where puttanesca came from, but I could be wrong. Low boil a chini de pepe in chicken broth and a little butter until it absorbs all the liquid. So basically, take it off of the heat. Immediately mix in shredded parmesan and raw egg, stirring consistently. Residual heat cooks the egg. You want it to be spread throughout, not clumps. After that, top with more shredded parmesan. Add whatever seasoning spices you want, black pepper, red pepper flakes, etc. Very nice. Okay. Tagliatelle, tomato sauce. British meatballs, lots of herbs and garlic and sourdough bread. Whoa. Okay, now I'm getting hungry. We're talking about pasta. I should have known this would happen. Oh, no. Let's not leave without my ox when I'm 785% encumbered. Similar to carbonara with the egg part. I mean, you wouldn't use chicken stock necessarily in a carbonara, but yeah, not far off. How much do we get for this? We get 450 rotation every time. Okay, that's kind of huge. Gonna put us at 10,000 away. Ooh, I like the cow. Chat helping as always. Chat's very helpful. It is helping me decide what I have for dinner, to be fair. That's the whole thing. 93% on this. Getting there. I do like carbonara. Carbonara is a very kind of reliable pasta dish as well. You like bolognese? Tagliatelle bolognese is very good, yeah. Rigatoni bolognese, I think, is I would prefer, because I like that you can have more pasta sauce in tube. But tagliatelles are very reliable. If you want long pasta, linguine or tagliatelle is a very, very good option. Yeah. Right, do a lasagna soup. It's very nice when it's... What's a lasagna soup? We're right. We've gone all the way back around to soup chat. We're back at the start again. We've done a full lap of all of the food types. We've completed food. 10 out of 10. 0 notes. What? A recipe found from TikTok for pastini, but pastini's on the... Yeah, Greg is a big fan of pastini. He likes the small stars. Cheesy tomato tuna pasta bake is quite good. Some people don't like tuna with cheese. Some people do. So, I personally am fine with the concept. Lazy lasagna? I don't know. Now that's a cool mount. That's a giant stag, okay. Hard-working lasagna. You love a good tuna mount. Rich soup with ground Italian sausage, meat, ditalini pasta, and tomatoes with basil, oregano, and parsley. Does sound nice. Now I'm getting even hungrier. You don't like tubes? You find the sauce doesn't coat the inside as well? You don't like plain pasta taste? Fair. That's why rigatoni is the big tubes. Big tube means that you can get the pasta inside easily. I do like lasagna. Lasagna is always good. Do you reckon I can mine the titanium ore? Oh no, I need to... I'll just go grab the ox. Fine. Hot take, but you don't like... Okay, Pepita, why do you not like fusilli? Or penne? Why do you not like fusilli or penne? Where is it in America there's deep fried lasagna? Or you want to try that? Somewhere there are 1,000 Italians screaming out in agony at the idea of deep fried lasagna. What do you mean deep fried lasagna? It does sound very Scottish, but even Scotland wouldn't commit that level of cultural crime. That's reserved for the British. Wild. Deep fried Mars bar? Yeah, that's fine, but wrapped in bacon. Why would you spoil a perfectly good Mars bar by wrapping it in bacon before you deep fry it? Or bacon after you deep fry it? No, the Italians aren't screaming about pineapple on pizza because they don't recognize American pizza as pizza. It's different. If we did it to pizza, we'd probably do lasagna. Yeah, fine. You know what? I agree. 94. Okay, nearly there. Very nearly there. Always super oily? Well, exactly. You need the pineapple to cut through the oil on American pizza, so... British lasagna with beans? What the what? I feel like I'm about to get PvP'd. There's a lot of people gathering around me. I don't like it. Highly suspect. You mean Penne and Fusili? Extra thing. Okay, interesting. Yeah, the thing about pasta and texture things is that it often depends on how the pasta has been cooked. And that can be down to even like the amount of seasoning in the water, how long you left it in, whether you leave the pasta sit tall. Like, pasta texture is really, really changeable. So, I feel like you might like those shapes if they're done with a different texture of cooking. Olive Garden in the US has a fried lasagna called lasagna fritter. Supposedly, Comment in Nottingham says deep fried lasagna with ragu. I don't know if nice or horrifying or both. Very difficult to know. Who leaves pasta in water? Well, you don't leave the pasta in the water after you've cooked it. You strain it. But like... Red or yellow zone? This is a yellow zone. Yeah. Well, obviously you strain the pasta, but if you don't immediately put the pasta back into like a sauce, or you leave it to sit on the side for too long, it changes the texture of the pasta. Because the pasta basically dries out, the starch in the pasta like kind of sticks the pasta together, and it fundamentally changes the texture of the pasta. So like, I don't know which bit of the texture that Pepita has a problem with, because it could be down to cooking, or it could be just down to the pasta itself, or it could be down to the water, it could be down to the type of grain used to make the flour that was used to make the pasta itself. Like durum wheat, for example, is meant to make better pasta, but you don't always have it. So there's lots of different things that can affect the texture of food. A bit like texture of mushrooms, depending on how you cook them, can make it vastly different. Even rice. Rice that you cook differently will have vastly different textures. No one says they don't like rice. It's just rice. Well, you mix pasta and sauce at the end so it won't dry. Well, exactly. But if you leave it too long because you get distracted, that'll change it. You know, it depends. I don't know what Pepita is talking about. The problem is, Balthazar, that's my point. There are things that change the texture of pasta that could influence whether or not you don't like the types you've tried. I don't know the full story. Your cousin has gotten big into brown pasta? Fair. Wholemeal pasta? You know what's funny? You spent a lot of time in the lab mixing stuff and doing other weird things, but you can't cook. I mean, chemistry is cooking and cooking is chemistry, I guess. Oof. We're at 851% on the carry weight as well. We're at 97% on breaking the rocks. We're nearly there, chat. Will I get it done before the next ad break? That's the question. Baking is much closer to chemistry than cooking is. I'd say baking is more like rocket science, and then doing pastry is like doing rocket physics. Oh, this'll work. Get 4 of those nodes in a row, that'll do it. It's time to cook Kronos. Don't cook me. No. I'm not. I'm actually, I don't know. I've not eaten enough people to know whether I would be delicious or not. Hard to tell. Hard to tell. You can agree baking is rocket science? Yeah. And then, you know, you basically got like nuclear physics, which is, you know, making puff pastry. Don't sprinkle salt on me. I'm not delicious. I've not been playing League. No! Chocolatiering when they make those sculptures. I would eat a chocolate statue of myself. Yes, I would do that. How long do you reckon it would take you to eat a chocolate statue of yourself, chat? Does this game have decent catch-up mechs for new players? Yes, Vigard, like, the game is pretty easy to get into, and actually a lot of it's just down to getting used to using yourself. The people who've been playing for longer will be better, as they should be, but I'm already able to use only the top tier of gear. So... we're talking a solid statue of yourself made of chocolate, Spook. How long would it take you to eat? No, I'm talking about a life-size statue of you made from solid chocolate. How long is it taking you to eat? As a diabetic, I'd die before I was done. Fair. I respect the answer. No further notes. I don't know if it would be strangely psychologically scarring to smash a statue of myself made out of chocolate with a hammer to try and get at the chocolate shards, but I feel like it's something I want to do now. It might actually be on my bucket list. Can you melt it and drink it? No, you have to eat it. In solid form. You wouldn't, so you might as well try dividing by 0. There you go. That would go bad before you could finish it. Might take you a while, so I'm just interested. I want to see how many people you would definitely kill someone before it was finished. Fair, yeah. Very funny. Next subathon goal? No, I don't need to make a life-size chocolate statue of myself for any kind of goal ever. That would be ridiculous. That would be wild. Let's not do that. We don't need a temptation in the house of just a whole chocolate Chronos, like... $139k, we're nearly there. It says that we're 140k out of 140k because of rounding. Start competing with Bezos, but instead of diamonds, it's chocolate. It is cheaper. What about me with pasta? I think a bolognese is a very solid one-time choice. If I've had to like any pasta over time, a good bolognese, because you can really edit like a bolognese the next day, or even 2-day-old bolognese after it's really let all the flavors infuse is just really nice. Like a lot of kind of beef-based pasta sauces, some time of those works really well to really infuse those flavors. It makes it very nice. But there's a bunch of very good answers for it. Carbonara is also quite good. That's why to smash it with a hammer. That's the important part. Round up 6 days to eat a chocolate U without any sleep. Okay. You probably need to sleep. Mac and cheese? Maybe. Carbonara is a good thing to be freshly made. That's the problem. Carbonara doesn't hold well and reheat as well as, say, a bolognese will, which gets, I guess, better flavor over time. I just love pasta. I just what can I say? Okay, chat, I'm gonna give you guys a poll for who we raid at the end of the stream. We're not finishing just yet, but I'll give you guys a poll. So it's gonna be raid target. It's gonna be a birthday noiter. Or a charity cyclothon. Okay, charity tandem biking. I will put up the poll for the next 5 minutes, and I will run the ads now. There you go. There's a poll. Choose the raid target, chat. You are the ones who get to say. If you don't want to know which one it is, you can try 50-50 it. And I will run the ads now. I will be right back. I just need to nip to the bathroom. I've drank too much water today. Good problem to have. Overhydrated. Better overhydrated than underhydrated, you know? Be right back. Whoop. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. You guys rock. Okay, how do I get home? I'm in Greymarch. I need to go into Cairngorm, Caerfinder. I just need to go southeast 3 times. Okay, we can do that. Hold a candle. Well, I won't collect any more stone. We're pretty good for stone. I will gather more iron because I would like to be able to insta-gather iron, and we're getting faster every time we harvest more of this iron. The more iron we get, the more powerful we are. You guys are doing well on the vote. We are 16-12 in favor of Noita at the moment. Good choice. You guys can choose where we go for the raid today. We'll raid out once we get back to base camp or a little bit closer to home, you know. Ooh. Of course, we had to gather the resources while we're out. It would be a waste otherwise, would it not? So, yeah, the 2 options are, we've got a friend who's having their birthday. They are doing some Noita. I've also got another friend who's doing a tandem bicycle ride with another streamer. So those are your options. The vote is closing shortly, so time to get your votes in. And then we will keep... no, don't want to fight that. Not do that. Granite. I do like that the guild cape has the tree on the bottom of it like that. The guild capes come out quite nicely. I'm very happy with it. You guys have selected birthday Noita, so we will be doing that when it is time to raid. Thank you very much for choosing for me, chat. You guys rock. I gather all this iron, I'll become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Just wrap myself in iron, become invincible. No one will be able to stop me because the iron will keep me safe. Go 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. Go this way. All this tier 3 stuff that we don't want or need. We see iron, we'll take the iron though. There anything around here? No, we need to go over the bridge. Let's not get trapped on the wrong side of the river again, Kronos. GFD, man. It's very un-British of you to not to exploit those resources. Those are lowly resources. We've got plenty of it at home. We've got Timu iron, you know. Get. I want this. This is mine. My iron ore. Mine.
In life, you torture Albion. In death, you feed it.
Go this way. More tier 5. Oh, there you go. More iron. 6 iron. Nice. Right, we'll keep heading back towards base. It says as he immediately gets distracted by loot. It was worth it. We've found some more iron. More iron. What was the poll result? The poll result was indeed Noita, so we will be raiding into someone playing Noita a little bit. When we are done, when we've made our way back to town and we've got all of the iron and we've probably been killed by these guys that we just keep running through willy-nilly, why not? Ooh. Ooh, 2 titanium ore, 3 titanium ore. Oh, you can't see the third one very easily. It's down here. Hidden. Bottom corner. I mean, I'm fairly sure I'm still getting... Oh, that's just iron ore. It's all for us. I know that looking around on the screen doesn't actually make it easier for me to see things in the game, but it feels like it does. Oh, fine. You die first. I'm a cleric, goddammit. Leave me alone. Where is the route down this area? Nice, this will work. If you zoom in your face, you see better. That is true. I forgot that that's how it works. If you zoom in your eyes by squinting, you can see things better. So that is how it works. If I get close to the screen, I can zoom. I believe that. More iron ore. Soon I will become an iron ore machine. Everything we mine will become beautiful, and we mine it instantly. The poll result was indeed birth date night. Ow, my shoulder. Jeez. Okay, let's keep going this way. Okay, go... Well, I'm careful. Now we need to go one more and then to the northwest. Okay, we're nearly there. I could just log off in one of these areas, I guess, but I don't really want to, so... That said, I can go cross-country on this one. Harvest more iron on the way. We love harvesting iron. So what are you guys doing with the rest of your week, then? What are you looking forward to seeing on stream? You looking forward to more windrows later this week? I got the news. I just slept funny, I think, and got a bit of a trapped nerve in my shoulder. It'll clear up within a day or two. It's just annoying more than anything. Like, just to be in... Like, not being able to look towards the right every time is annoying. Like, I can't swivel my head as easily as I would. All the normal stuff that's just annoying when you get one of those things. It's just... I'm sure we're all used to it. It's just I like to complain because I'm British and I'm very good at it. Been loving windrows. Work, home, repeat. Dude, hope you manage to take some time for yourself, because work, home, repeat is not always good in a long pan. Windrows and Duckov? Okay. Looking forward to my streams. Thank you very much today. That's very kind. Yeah, we'll do some more windrows this week, don't you worry. I'm looking forward to working towards our frigate. You would like to see more Duckov? Duchov's had some updates recently, so we could go back to Duckov. I also want to go and do more of Road to Vostok after this couple of weeks, because I was really enjoying that. So that's also going on. For a Godot game, that's incredibly good fun, and the mods made that very enjoyable to change the game as we saw fit. When I'm at home, my time is for yourself. Not really a person who has friends. So that's fair, but I mean, just as long as you are giving yourself time to relax in whatever way you do relax, and you aren't just doing home sleep, you know, work, sleep, work, sleep, work, sleep, 'cause it's very easy to get stuck into a negative pattern of behaviors with that. And to kind of not look after yourself. So as long as you are looking after yourself, it doesn't really matter if it's with friends or not, but as long as it's, you know, as long as you're giving yourself your way of switching off and resting, that's the main thing. But work isn't everything. The whole thing. Work should never be everything. Do. I don't know if it's a PvP area or not. No, it's not. You certainly have your ketchup 3, working your next one up. The have you got the Blackbeard's catch? I recommend the Blackbeard's tier because you get the 24-pound guns, and 24-pound guns are fun. You've been playing Starship Evo. It's a very good fun game. Considering picking up Everwind too. Starship Evo is good fun. I've played that a few times. I'm not sure it would be a great stream game, but it's definitely a fun little game to pick up and play in the downtime. Okay, we're one region away from home now. And we'll see what loot we can gather on the way, like this iron ore. Free iron ore, we love it. We're at 952% carry weight, though. The D&D last night was fun. I'm glad you enjoyed it, John. Did you, have you watched and caught up, or did you catch it all live? I've forgotten entirely, I apologize. Avoid the PvP zone. Make sure to decorate your base in Windrose. Comfort adds to your rested stam regen. Yours is 45 minutes. That's a great amount of time. I think ours is about 30 so far. But we will probably be I know Luther has worked on improving the Windrose base today. So I'm interested in seeing it when we log on tomorrow, potentially. You were in YouTube chat? You watched it live, did you? Oh, yes, of course, yeah, you... Oh, wait, John, you can... I'm glad you can talk again. Sorry, I've only just realised and put two and two together. It's good to see that you're back in Twitch chat. Did Twitch get back to you and resolve it? Or what happened? Did it just work today? Sorry, my brain's not very good at multi-thread running. It's a whole thing. It's in the tags. Nice. Safe zone. We've managed to make it home with 958% carry weight. 500,000 worth of silver on me. No, you said F Twitch, you got a prepaid SIM until Twitch can get you back into wild. Wild and weird. Okay, chap, thank you all very much for being here today. We are going to raid a good friend of the community, Little Harpy. Little Harpy, for those of you who don't know, is the person behind this voice.
Dinosaur, roar!
We are going to go in and say, happy birthday. This is how we spell it. Let's do this. Happy birthday.
Dinosaur, roar!
Dinosaur, roar! I want to thank you all very much for being here. You guys are incredible. Have an absolutely lovely rest of your Monday. Give Harpy some love and birthday hype in chat. Happy birthdays. Spam the emotes. Thank you all so much for being here. You guys are incredible. Let's give Harpy a bit of love for her birthday. So thank you all very much for being here. I will be back tomorrow, same time as today-ish, give or take. We'll be doing a little bit more Windrose, a little bit more Albion. And we will be having a great amount of fun, just kind of chilling. So thank you all very much for being here. I very, very much appreciate all of you. You guys are incredible. Make sure to join the Discord if you haven't already. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate you all hanging out today. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the bits, for the subs. Please do, yeah, go join the Discord. Thank you, Nellis. Thank you, Balth. I'm guessing Balth did that one as well. Balth normally does it. You are on your way. I'll see you guys very, very soon. Thank you so much for today. Take it easy, and I'll see you in a Harpy stream in a second. Whee! Just utterly overwhelming, Harpy, aren't we? Right, let's go up to this. Get all of that closed. Okay, YouTube, goodbye. Thank you all very much for being here today. You guys are incredible. Thank you for hanging out. It's really appreciated. I hope that you guys have a great day too. And I will see you soon. If you haven't caught the D&D game, you'll be able to catch it as well on YouTube. That's the last stream from yesterday. Thank you all very much over on YouTube. You guys rock.